bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone away wagimag bota. Ota omere ota nyonwa. Ule magwa kanene na. Okay ya boso we amamufwa amirie. Uma dole niyi yaki uni enoro o adweki una riyo so la ni adweki ere mi lopoloro amamufwa amirie ibota imanadwe na ya yenede ai to kwawo mano pa ne ai to kwawe emanirewo ai to kwawe nigi ai to kwawo ba ai to kwawe ya se gbe ofin ya se gba wa ya fe we na wa do amoko ebo wa ya kwe isu ina tabi bota eniki o ri de fie o sa ba ja mi ebe o kan ro awe ma ni wi yoko awe ma de ka ko ko yi awe tia awe tage o ma we ya no awe ya na we no ko ko ge do e we no ba we ya na we no de wo yi e ibota ma na he ya fe no mario ibota o emorede emiyoko no agba ko wa o no mario iworati imati eniwa o no mario so pera me so pinye me ni ma agba ko wa o no mario emedoya ta ibeka ido akugbe nokwa eno adari ho beni ya ye amamufwa maye na ni wan no ma dole ni yi iwo we ami no ma oda no dole ni yi o mi ma oda manu ya gwa amamufwa hi wa ye ni kere inyare kere gwa inyare kere wa mi wa ye no koko gwa ero be no nwe ero na ya dole gbo ma yi no amamufwa amiri ba ni agbon egbon ye ero na utana ore ba otana Victor Ibisugbe obokia
baba ba ato ipo e o alauda ma ya kan mi say ma ya mama na we aduge na ni ma ota me do ni ro wa ke ni si when I free we dey gare da gbe ma ya ni ma me ke na yin me no dere wi ne we go gi ma e go no gbera de e go gi ma ma ye o sa ba gege Maria oba ato ipo e o
ise ore ba otana e paso kabari hunamure
ibe do no we wa be ne ga kai wa bi dan yo ofun gbo sa gba go yaro oba atope
ise niwa zero ni ma ta de si we amamufwa aniri emina ya ka no we ni dolo da oyi enu ya uwese uwa ma no bohie we bohie emata uwa ma no ri ba no wa e ba nu ye na jawe mata wa ma no gbugbo ugbo nugbe jawe mata gbese mekena mi yukono ma iro uwe te mata se jona na ma fu amege all de kan o twese webo ni mari mi na oni are politicians imuna ni awon ya amuna amufu ayero irimu ni a we e ni vote ni a e ni ladian ya wi krose osegeni ya yewu ya se no ma mi no ya win no ya me kon mo boyen kega oni ayeri na no mo keke ya wi do amuye no roka wa ni ya mu na he wo se ti mu na he wo tuwe ya se ti mu na he o ha no re awe na eni bon na no ma mu fa amieri emi petrol no wa gbagbon ya gbe se ti we ma me yi no aseti arioba yete mo ina le lo ogba na ya aye mi gbo ya wo to boy mo gba yo wa wo to boy we mi aye mi do mi o yo ogba mu yo wa eye agbon ya gbo ri ase ero ri eyan se o sa ba de ga mo lowo lo wi ma yi amamu family otan Ibisugbe amamu family yegun ayo yin lo ka ni bunewo ekene kinakana
awe adona wuwa wa ya wese wa magede mufwa amiri ni ho ikobo we wi nu mu pise fua ni amamufwa amiri na Ewi na ya karama amamufu amiri. O no maru emiesi. Ege ka ni si wodao. We ga we emiesi yoto. We amwe we emiesi ka be sunu dada go we. Omi obi ye ogeva wo de amegbede. We me kara una be ame roba na ya gwe. Una mo pa ne emiesi we wu ne ni. All ye gwe o ma yi mu gwe o. Usagba de go de nu e. If no can sunu da gwe wa ko odigba. No ogeva. De yana mi we àwọn tó wà lé mọ́tò ẹ̀kẹ̀nà náà láì mọ́tò ẹ̀rọ igi mọ́tò ẹgbọ́ ọ̀láì mọ́tò ẹgbọ́ abẹ́ òyí ní àdúrà ìwòrì ìnẹ̀bẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ yà rí park ọ̀má yẹn yẹn rí fẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ kẹ́ àṣà mọ́ mi ìwòrì rí ìwò náà ìkẹ̀ òbúwẹ̀ ọgbà ọgẹ́ ni una àáyé ni iná ìwẹ̀ mú fùwá ni ṣùgbọ́n ìlú sábà ayé àwẹ̀ ìwèrè pé ọtí gbà sọ ni me yere ika yo wewe awe igiri ila la di awupo pe Lagos road na wi je wa la moto ibi e ka de ke school de yan si yan han yan rugu moto ne ina ka mo paro da we pagbe ya mo ye kwa awe ona gede pagbe na mo tuta ko egbe me ayi mu mese kiri na turi ina wa ya de wa ye school de wa de moto en ha sa do wa ya ne wa ni go na the driver I hope all of it where your money make 20 naira way I want give you as change I don't get it you know this change na ni not to talk about without you know we yan
only no do try power
you go in ati mu na money in your body I atamawe ori pede va ina pa ina ari ogida ina la moto o wa pa na rugu moto ni Magi gbera kena Ogida Junction. Boy na wa to the motor. Awa okpia ehwe hadi ye ni ekeni. Ala wa di go ida owi ha ta ni aya. Awa di che we carry go. Ala wa pa lo pa today. Ije. Ina ni me wa hu na dia na. Ọba wọ ìhàdí mẹ́rin bẹ́ẹ̀ náà.
Oh my God.
Ọbẹ̀rẹ̀ àmàmúfà àmìẹ̀rí. Ìyá mi ìmí àmì ẹ̀dẹ́rì. Náwà àgẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́. Ọwọ́ rẹ̀ àtàdé mẹ́rin. Mẹ́rẹ́ ànàmà nẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀. Àmà náwà ìhàdí mẹ́rẹ́ náà. Ìnáwó tó fún ìdọ́ni. Kékeré máa rí yẹn náà. Máa mi ẹ́ àrí òṣèjà wo ni màá gbà gbéná yìí náà. Ọmọ àpárọ̀ ló mọ àgbónárí wa. Ọmọ àpárẹ̀ yà sí wa. Ọwọ́ zùwọ̀ ọ̀ọ́rù wẹ́tà màgbó yóò wá. Àìmú àgbó yóò wá. Iko duwe kukiana oge vaari oya de we agogo yo we kun eyepo uya gbeso iwo to iko ni de buke edenu adu ara e o so lo bo mo sare bo no fi ma ya gbe fi ma ra mu fwa ma me kina me no ma we ri gele amu fwa ama mu fwa gele ni ri o wa na ewe ni esi da ma eni esi ni sunu da ya ina wa ma mu fwa amere ni ma gwa na we ekena na wu anabi sare bo no de ba ma re de ri eke ka bo fi agbe ma oba tope
ise eniwa yai wa dare na mu fa ma mi ama mu fo amieri o te na pastor kabari ama mu fa amieri e we no e ba e ya re bible e ya ta ma ama mu fo amieri e ma wo no e to re do ba ibota ma ye na ibe do no pe o zemi na dey sin o deni mi alage untana amamu family ya gwe ibo ewogun anokan me odion we bo kaigele ya be gwe ezo no muboro ne ivira ivije ivira we uhunaga ikwe mo amamu family na emi nu ada gbibiere we gere akan what is so egbe sokun mege na ya sini ge mu ahia osalobagi maya iye webo e na wete no ge mu ahia iye ti yun ki oye oti mane Jonathan o carry oba te Nigeria ya wa election e bona te ekwe ogen itemo pa owa gani owa esagie owo omo akoma ose Adani.
Yes.
Yegi amu de sagyan pa
no to yo to mu da ye o ni e o ta ona mo si ona madara na mfua o ma soa e o egbejo agwa na ya mi adani e bo na iwa ligi na ya mi de otie moto ni no do de reservoir na aba mi we ma yi obi ra ma obi ja wa ligi egbe na e ri o gbege grenori agberi agbe amamufua amirie eri wa no o mani media adu wona ni wuyo bono ido mi e mo do e wo ju ku yo e o ko no amani o mo ni wuyo e ko o kan be yu ke e webo amamufua amirie mami o mana wesi ni ona mi we mi no ekwe no say e o sa do ya e nu e ba gwa kan e bi no wan ba no kan me opopa na la tie e jefta be bi no wan ka tai era na tie giled oyoko ga no oyoko ona meko ni iye na bi ejo pin yo ga omodion le jefta ne e giled ya so ha bi omo so pa ye gi kokoso wa ona do ri owo ona do bi ele omo ni ge jefta na bora do bora adia do be by monday ni e bi e yo wa ori je poma pekere okpe ani ge giled ona do wu ori wu ijera na gbagbe we iwe ti gbe ma do ri ku ora me nda ma mu iwo yi ohun wu seti yana gbe ma yana kwe no ru ahun no mo pe ya mu fua yo ya mu fua yana kwe fua iye na gba o ma gun ya sini yo ti o mo dio so poma sini ona de pa zozo la wa gbo ori se bu na te mo abona to tabana agbezob so pe ni egwe ni na leleri ye odawo ko be so ogwa agbina ona do so e otu esogia yere do emani buna do de bana mai enwi na mai eni ori sewe oko gare do na do bana ga tie no ka o ye na ye pekere e bo na ku ye fa oko na de ana la gwa lo wa no ka o amamie ana ogbe gwale ga de e so na wo hemu ele wa ya yin ye unda ni we otu agbe okay ye na ewe ọmọ náà tẹ́wé nẹ́rẹ́ ra ọ̀yẹ́ nẹ́rẹ́ ra rogúpò ìdòrá yìí ni ẹ́ ní edu ọ̀ka ìbò ìyáfẹ́ ẹ̀gẹ́ ọ̀ka ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀ka ìbò ayíra yìí ni ènìyàn yé múlẹ̀ yẹn mẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ni ẹ̀yà bùfù àbẹ̀gẹ́ ni yẹrẹ ìyá mi náà sẹ́ eré yẹ bùdá o agbọ́nàdó máa yẹ sáyọ ògùpò lọ́kọ̀ọ́kọ́ yẹn ìdá yẹ amámúfọ́ àbí ẹ̀rù dọ́lọ́rọ̀ pọ̀lọpọ̀ yàwó ẹ̀gbẹ́ wẹ́tù mi òun yé mi náà mi ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀ ilé tu gẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn ni yé náà wẹ̀sì ẹ̀gbẹ̀rẹ̀ rẹ̀ kí o sábò yẹ iye le ma go e ojo we egun nu da igbina no ro na ebo na no kai mu hu no pa wo bi oluko se we na we e o we wo more o wese unu no na me mu aneje na ro da e vi osisi ye ige lo bo wa gboza iya we agbo ba dia ara gbezo akedo gbezo e police station aya Abuja ibo na ebo ni emuria nu de so wu no ma se ni alado bokye kenakana igon waye ze police station igoni egbai bagi sinina dagi mwe na zio wema sise ma no wagaga na se di ke ni na eberezo na gbeme na okedo ma doge so kun gbegbe e o egbejo yikweyo aya tie na no ro otu ekoko ya fe ni ya fi osisi aga ligi ogo na mi ewe owo bi o like na mojo rebo ogo mo no sunu na ni a ibi ebo mo boro owo ibuse na ni ibi ebo mo we fi osisi na boya gbinu hu ya ka we oko ya de de ma we o wa lo de na la do si esi otie wa ni papa no bo wa ye egbuye o wa me go ibi e sound e we wa ya do mo re ba ri pe wa be bi mewo ni wa amamufu ama anieri
ni gege wa to payo ma me ni we wa gun kan na ba ne asini oto na gbidi i ma do wa to na o e wa ma kan se ayi e ri ma do wa to na e ya se ayi e ri ma na do ba ara se ma na do ba ma kan mu ari wa ilé ma ẹ̀gbọ́n ìbí kabetu ìbí ekole ìbí ọ̀fun egbe ìbí ọ̀gbà wàkùkù wàgẹ́ ìgbìnà wàgẹ́ ìkùn dọ̀lẹ̀ ìwọ nìyí
n'o da
àbúwárọ̀ amamufuwa àmìẹ́rẹ́ kẹ́nà ó sọ wẹ̀gbẹ́ wẹ̀rì ẹ̀ normal dọ́wọ́ ní fìànẹ́ náà fún gbẹgbẹ́ máa yá ara rọ̀ ìdọ́kùn ọba àtọ́kùn.
wẹ́sì àwọn náà jùlọ ta ìyẹn wẹ ìwọlá ìrùnú yọ náà ọwọ́ rẹ̀ dẹ̀fẹ̀ amamufuwa amirie anyone I don't know well no one had the matana eso ro we orima watani emi nya wa do mu ani re ori ne mata e mata we tani we na mu mi we no
so egbe
so pa we no e wo ma nya
ra boy
one way by force
na mi ngwe so be matana na we wo na se anima emi ma ya mu uda owe we ni udo mi we ito a ela we ere ebe oro inu manya yes egbo inu type pastor inu kamba yes egbo nyo we ni ayisin na we ya fe o wa no e ga ma bi iye obi ewo odo asin odun we ewo edo ni nasunu ese si lo te wo bi
agbawa
we ni na obi ewo ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́pá wọ̀nyí ni kò tẹ́ Yorùbá kò tẹ́ Ìgbò kò tẹ́ Haúsá ọmọ náà bí ẹrẹ wò náà wò ẹ̀ẹ́rà àmàbíẹ́rà rẹ wò anábìwẹ̀ wa ẹ̀ẹ́rà wọn àmúparí ẹ̀wọ̀ rẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ náà kéré yàbẹ̀rẹ̀ wẹ̀yẹrẹ wa ọdún wo ẹsẹ̀ tí sùn ẹgbẹ́ ìgbẹ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ wa àwọn táwọn mú ìlànà yé wa ẹ̀yẹ yẹ ṣe ra ẹgbẹ́ sọpọ̀ òbí wẹ̀ ìrùhì ọ̀rẹ́ dò ọmọ tí so wẹ̀ gbé wẹ̀ ní ìrárí ọwọ́ náà anáwẹ̀ ní wẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ amú ẹ̀pà sọpọ̀ wẹ̀ àmúwẹ̀ yé wa ọ̀wárẹ̀ ràrí ọ̀wárẹ̀ yìí yàn olúwẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ sí ìyẹn wọ́n sọ ẹgbẹ́ amamufua amerie nga omina mufua nga enyesoro obedo ni maru ayagbere mieri una gbere mieri emi owo iyeke ema nga ma tanya we no horo arewo but mama ha we emi no owo ni yosisi yeti ya mi o mai nuye udekode ya mi o mai nuzigo ya lo defe ya zene abe ulapa ya zene ya fe arimu uto mero alauda ero na gwadu no yero eye wo kugbe eye wo lago da ya mamufua amiri oruwebo ten oruwebo bi rawiye yobo na uno wa amamufua hi udo owono ruse useso ogwaleni ohamegbe unari eba ene era ni wori ni tu wa lo mufua umaide mufua yeye owono yo wehia ugbera uwe ni uyobone yobonu ne egbeno taba oto ebizugbe umiewe ye ile school no rie ni mo o ha ri na ni ya o wa ri na do ha ni no mako ede yeye amamufua amiri ede lopo ibude mai unu wa we na lao na yobone gbe na emi maya wige na ya fe na mewe alele e ma ma na mu gbe o ibo tawe de na yoto oba atope ise
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sotun rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the Side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odionwe and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbede Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbede Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
ITV, certainly the best. Hello, good day, and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation, where this is a table where women sit together to discuss things that are pertaining to their families, to the world in general. We talk about things that we think should be addressed as women. Anyway, today on this table, we will be looking at a very interesting topic that has been making waves in the social media. We're going to be discussing it and try to get our views and opinions of each woman that is seated on this table. You know how interesting this red table is. The red table is a beautiful space for women where we discuss and give it a positive answer. Anyway, with me this day to do this is Esther. Esther is on my right. Esther is on my far left. Esther Unen. Esther is, she is an administrator, educationist, and a proprietress. Esther runs a school. She didn't want me to introduce her that way, but I insisted that the world should know that she runs a school. I knew why I did that. I'll let you know that later, but she is also a proprietress. Esther, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's good to have you here as a proprietress. Of course, Children's Day is coming up very soon. So you're going to come back to this table to tell us more about children. Okay, so let me go to my near left where we have Dr. Juliet Igwe. Dr. Juliet Igwe is the business person on this table. She is a business and a leadership coach. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you. And then to my right, I have Gift Furera. I hope I pronounced that rightly. Okay, so Gift Furera is a professional chef. She's going to be serving us lunch after this program. But anyway, behind the camera, I asked her what Furera means, and she says it's a beautiful flower. She's as beautiful as her name.
Yeah,
thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies, we're going to be looking at relationship with divorced persons, and I decided to bring in this to the table because of what has been making round on the social media pertaining Pastor Peace Ibiyoma. I hope we all know who Pastor Peace Ibiyoma is. She is the wife of Pastor David Ibiyoma. Okay, so during the week, Pastor Peace Ibiyoma was trending online after advising married women not to keep close friendships with divorced women, claiming they could negatively influence their marriages. The pastor went further to lay curses on women who snatch women's husbands, praying that they also will be inflicted with cancers, and even laying curses on the children. I saw the video and I decided that you women should speak about it. I don't want to talk about it. You all have your opinion. I have my opinion about what happened. So you have your opinion on what happened. I'm going to start with you, Esther. I also know you are a pastor. That's why I'm going to start with you. I know that you're a pastor. And this is a woman pastor who had come online advising married women not to have negotiation or not to have friendship with divorced women. And she went on to curse them and curse the children. What's the take on this?
Well, personally, this has to be my personal opinion. Okay. So for me, I don't really think, based on my own personal opinion, that she was right to say, using myself as an example, that I don't have any business to do with women who are divorced. Looking at it critically, it might not be their fault, and going through what has been happening, what if the woman decided to leave the marriage for her health
or domestic purposes, domestic violence purposes?
Like we all know and we've been saying. So on that note, would I say, oh, because my sister left her marriage, I should not have anything to do with her? No, for me it's wrong, because it's not her fault. Basically, it's not her fault. For the sake of life, we all know, instead of a woman dying in that marriage, please leave. So I, as a fellow woman, should not, keep distance from the person. So personally, I don't think that was proper.
As a pastor, is there a sin to divorce, for, probably, like you said, it could be domestic violence sake, it could be different reasons why a woman decides to divorce. Is there a sin attached to that?
Well, the Bible critically states that God hates divorce. But now, in this situation, under these circumstances that we are finding ourselves, if it has to do with threat to life, I mean, they should be separated. They should stay apart, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe after a while, after counseling and after advice, they could come together. But at that critical time, that has to do, like we have been initially talked about, domestic violence, the person should stay. They should be separated.
Gift, let me come to you. Okay, this is a heart-touching story. I'm sure the video made so much waves on the social media, and I'm sure you have also seen the video where she laid curse and saying such women that goes around to take people's husband should be infiltrated with cancers. And she also went on to curse the children of such women. What's your take on it? Do you think it was the right thing to do?
Well, for my own personal opinion, that cause wasn't necessary. Yes. And then if I will start from where she said, you know, that we have, you know, relating with divorced people is wrong. To me, I feel maybe because she might be speaking from the position where she is. As
what position?
As a pastor's wife, who must have seen a lot of things concerning divorce, and probably for the reason of evil communication. You understand? If you affiliate with the divorced people, evil communication, you know, probably she might be talking on that terms. So, but laying curse on somebody who took somebody's husband and even to the children, that is not necessary at all, because it is not in her state to judge. Yes, it is not in her capacity to judge, because judgments, you know, even let's look at Karma. Even if she does not curse, let's just leave everything to Karma. Karma will always catch up with anybody that defaults in any way. Okay, so that is, you know.
Dr. Juliet, I know you're a business person, but this has to do with women. This has to do with family. Okay, if you have a sister that is divorced, Pastor is saying that Pastor Peace Ibioma is saying that you should not associate with your sister. Do you agree with her?
Well, I do not totally agree with that.
But there's a part where you agree with her.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
That's where I agree with that.
Okay.
Because I want to believe that she's speaking from the perspective of a mother. You know, a mom will always want to advise her children. Just like we are mothers, we advise our children, don't follow this person. This person might influence you. Don't go here, don't go there. So that is the perspective I want to agree with her to a certain percentage. But the fact that even if it's my sister, I shouldn't relate with her, except if that my sister has always been a negative influence on me, right? But if I know that my sister need help, relating with her in that time of stress, that time of divorce, would actually be what she needed to really rethink her decision for divorcing that man. And maybe through coaching, you know, I'm a leadership coach.
I thought it was just for business. Okay, you do leadership coach too, right?
Course.
Good.
So through coaching and support and therapy, she might find a common ground with her husband. And that would even help to resuscitate the marriage.
Okay. Behind camera, I was discussing with a man, not even a woman. And he said to me, she probably is trying to say out what she's experiencing, but might not be able to, you know, say it as a pastor and as a pastor's wife, not to tarnish their images. But that she might be experiencing, I'm not saying that's true. That's what the man over behind the camera said to me, that she might be probably experiencing ladies in the church
Trying to
her husband. Okay, so she could be speaking from that angle. Do you agree with such scenario?
Well, you know, the thing is that you know, she might be, you know, talking in, you know, with what she is going through.
I'm going to stop you a little bit, Gift. Let's quickly go on a very short break. We'll be right back. When we come back, we'll continue this discussion. Please sit. Come back. It's to the table of WIC, Women in Conversation, where we discuss everything pertaining women, children, husband in a little bit anyway. But without the men, actually, we won't have the women. So we also discuss them. I just make them jealous when I say we discuss about them a little bit. We were talking on relationship with divorced persons, and you were saying something before we went on a short break. Please go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, you know, she is a pastor's wife. And most pastors' wives, they go through stuffs that they cannot relate. They cannot share because they should be the one advising, not them talking about what happens to them. So probably is a ground for her to now peer up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, probably is a ground for her to now, you know, say what is inside. I'm not
say what she has been swallowing.
Yes,
yeah, okay.
You know, so it could be that, and it could be not. It could be not it, because she is a mother that has a lot of people she takes care of, and she could be saying her mind to them, and she could be, you know, advising them on something that they should, you know, also guard themselves about.
Okay, so
yes.
A lot of Nigerians have. This has sparked a lot of reactions from Nigerians. Okay, yes, you want to advise your people as a mother, as a woman, but does it warrant you cussing? Let me start with you, doctor. You're looking at me. Does it warrant you cussing that they will be inflicted with cancer? We all know what cancer is, and then also curse the children. What is the business of the children in all of this? They didn't ask that they should come through, that person, or through a relationship that is of a person's husband. They just found themselves in the woman's womb and having that man as a father. So what's
in fact, that was a no-no for me. You can't afford to curse people on the altar of the Almighty God. In fact, the Bible said you should bless and not curse. No matter the level of provocation, considering her standing, she shouldn't stand at that altar and curse people. That was where she got it wrong for me. Like when I spoke earlier, I said, I agree with her to some certain level. But for that part, it's a no-no. Let karma do its work. If Jesus had cursed all the people that worked against him, I don't think we will have someone like the great Apostle Paul. Because Apostle Paul worked against Christ. In fact, he killed a lot of Christians, but Jesus was still, he saw something that other people did not see. That someone is divorced today doesn't mean that the person is 100% a bad person. And that doesn't mean that the person cannot retrace her step and make the marriage work. So, cursing that person, it's a no-no for me. She would have stopped at the level of advising
even to the
people
children,
not to, you know, not to go into divorce or snatch people's husband and leave that cursing part alone. So that is a no-no for me.
Do you think the cause came from a place of a personal interest? Like the man that spoke behind the camera saying she probably is going through a whole lot in her marriage and decided to use that curse to, you know, send a warning to people that she knows and the people that knows her, we don't know.
Well, for me, I may say yes and no. Okay? Yes, on the ground that it might not be a person. It might not be, it could be maybe close relations, or as a pastor's wife she is, people from the church that she has close encounter with, and in the course of advising, in the course of ministering, she has heard a lot. So I from that angle, maybe she felt that's the right channel to address people. Don't go about snatching your fellow women's husband. So I see that maybe based on what she must have heard or having close people around her. So that's why I feel it could be she's coming from that angle.
So cursing is okay?
No, I'm not saying it's okay. You asked, is it based on what the person outside behind the camera said? So I'm saying it could be from a personal experience that she came to do that, but it's a no-no for me.
Okay.
She shouldn't have done that. Curse is from God, if at all he wants to. We are not in position to curse anybody. And as a pastor, we're in position to bless. You are to bless your friends, you are to bless your congregation, you are to bless, the people that comes in contact with you. It is not, let me use myself as an example, it's not in my position to curse anybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me come to you, Gift. Okay. Your name is Gift, so you give a lot of blessings. Let me put it that way. Was it right that she asked, or rather she cursed the children? Do you think God will listen to such prayers? We are not God. We are just assuming as humans, and with what we have studied in the Bible. Do you think such curses, like the Nigerians will say, is in all water? Do you think such curses can get anywhere in the presence of God? Well, especially for the children.
I'm going to say that in two ways. The two ways I mean is that, because she is a woman of God and she stood upon the altar of God and made that curse even to the children. Like in the scripture, there's a word that says, and God will visit the iniquity of the parents to even to the 10th generation. He was going to visit their iniquity. And several times, so many people have heard in the scripture that God allowed the whole family to go down. Like Korah went down with his family, like the one that wanted to hang Esther and Haman went down with his whole family, So on that, she might be right. Okay, and then the second one, like I said, I'm talking about it in two ways. The second one is, or we have a new dispensation now, and that dispensation is dispensation of grace, that our Lord Jesus Christ has paid it all for us. So I believe that those things are shadows, that have passed. So on this note, the children shouldn't have been involved in that cause.
Okay, so let's come down to, we're just looking at the Christianity aspect of all of this, and then the divorce and and then taking someone's husband. Let's move it to our brothers and sisters in the Islamic religion, where they are allowed to marry more than one wife. In that situation, will you say that someone had come to take someone's husband?
Go ahead. For me, it's their culture, it's their religion. So the women there already know this is what is obtainable in our culture. So the man, it's not even the woman that goes to meet the man. It's the man that, after the first wife, the religion says you can marry up to 4 wives. So it's not the woman that goes to meet the man. It's the man. So in that culture and religion, is acceptable by them. Yeah.
And so you think this cause will not affect such people? Because we're particular about the cause.
She's not referring to the Muslim.
No, she generalized
the Muslim. You said the man goes to meet
the woman.
Do you think that this husband snatching thing, that is always the woman that goes to the man? Is it not the man that will go and tell the lady, I like you.
That's what I'm saying.
And from there, they start the relationship and the snatching starts.
So for me, that's what I'm saying. The man goes there. So, okay, I understand your question. But in this part of the world, there are women who are consciously snatching the man. Yes.
You speak as if you have seen one. before. Can you share? Snatching, consciously snatching. Can you share with us? Deliberately
snatching.
Okay. Can you share with us?
Well, I've not seen one, but we've heard, of course, we've heard a woman trying to, be nice, going to extreme of doing things that ideally she's not supposed to do. When you try to show, how do we have side chicks? So when you try to show a man some kind of love, whom you think the wife is not doing at home, that is a way of,
preparing the snatching.
Yes. And maybe there are some things you are doing which, as a wife, we all are wives. We know by the time you get up in the morning, running after children and do a whole lot of things, you might not really have that time to give the man.
Let me come down to this. I have seen a story where men walk away from their marriages, from their wives. Okay. And now if a man decides to leave his wife, not even divorced, but you just walk away and, not even giving the wife the reason why you decided to walk away. You just took a walk and leaving the wife with the children. And then years have passed. And then another woman finds him and decides to marry him. Does this cause also? Because I am particular about the cause.
No, yeah, they of course the cause won't happen because that other woman that came later already was not in the scene. Was not in the scene at all.
Which other woman would have caused
the wife caused the husband already?
Okay. Abandoning the children, strange woman. She was not aware of any strange woman. So the cause now is on the man alone.
And you know, for the fact that some people enter marriages for some certain reasons. You understand? Because some of these marriages, some people enter transactionally. Okay. Maybe the woman has money and he came in, or the man has money, she came in, and now there's no money. You understand? So the man is off. So in the first place, the man did not even, for me, in the first place, in some situation, the man did not even come into the marriage with his heart, with being committed. You understand? Most cases, it's like that.
Okay.
Yes.
We've just been told that our time is almost up. So, but one word from every one of us. What is your advice to those that snatches someone's husband?
Please, stop it. That is just one word. It's if you snatched someone's husband, just be assured that that same husband will be snatched from you. So stop it, whoever that is involved.
Stop it. Don't snatch someone's husband. To you, what is your advice to the pastor? Pastor Peace Ibioma. What is your advice to her? Continue to curse, or, take back the curse and pray for your congregation?
Of course, she has to pray for her congregation. But I want to advise women, married women, take care of your husband. Make him happy, make him comfortable. If you notice that there is snatching going somewhere, let him know that thing he saw there is still here.
Right. So that thing that he saw there is still here. What will you say those things are for women? Advice to women out there.
Well, I would say that, they should respect their husbands. Yes, and make them want to yearn coming back home, wherever they are. And to those who are snatching husbands, I would say that women, we are the demons of ourselves. We are the witches to ourselves. Please, let's love ourselves. Let's love ourselves.
Okay.
Yes.
Coming from Gift, she's giving us Gift advice. Let's love ourselves.
Yes.
Stop snatching. But you also, Dr. Juliet, also said that let's do those things that brings the men back home to know that those qualities are still in us. Give me one of those qualities that you advise a woman.
Look good always.
She already said respect your husband. Give me one word.
Look good always.
Looking good always.
Respect him.
Give him quality food.
I know you're from Akwa Ibom. I know you're from Akwa Ibom, and I was expecting that. So if you didn't say that, I know you're from Akwa Ibom. Give him good food. Anyway, thank you, ladies, for coming onto this program. She said, Esther said, give your husband good food. Very important. I know why I say that. Very important. I know men that don't want to eat outside. They will tell you, no, until I get home before I eat. That's because their husbands give them good food. And then their wives give them good food. And then coming from Juliet says, look good, just like she's looking good. I mean, there's no way her husband will see her and don't want to say, oh, come back home. And then from Juliet, and from Gift says, respect your husband. It is very important to respect your husband, because when you respect him, he will also respect you. Anyway, this advice I leave with you women out there. Stop snatching other people's husband. Until I see you again, I am Patricia Uremu-Gables. Thank you for joining us today.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada.
On the news tonight, DSS arrests ex-minister Naji at Enugu Airport over certificate forgery. Military says troops arrest 1,084 terrorists in 3 months. Governor Okpebholo hails return of Benin bronze, says artifacts belong to Oba's palace. NDLEA destroys over 12 tons of illicit drugs in Kano. Young girl found mentally unstable after being dropped off by suspected internet fraudsters. Good evening and welcome to the main news on ITV. I am Anuluwakbo Stevens right here in Edo State, Nigeria. And joining me virtually in our Lagos studio, I have Mercelina Ukwar. Good evening, Mercelina. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Beautiful evening to you and good to see you on the screen tonight.
Good to see you too. You can now watch ITV Live online at www.itvradioNG.com/live. Follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. President Bola Tinubu has urged residents of Gumani, Dafa, and Yagoji communities in Kwali Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory to take ownership of the newly inaugurated 13-kilometer Gumani-Dafa Yagoji Road, describing the infrastructure as a shared asset that must be protected for future generations. FCT correspondent Joy Ugoche Ahaikena reports that the president was represented at the inauguration by Senate President Godswill Akpabio.
Represented by Senate President Godswill Akpabio, President Tinubu says the responsibility for preserving the road now rests with the benefiting communities following the government's delivery of the project. The president also cautioned residents against encroaching on the road corridor, stressing the need to safeguard the infrastructure to ensure its longevity.
This road is now yours, so guard it jealously. Do not allow encroachment on the rights of way. Keep the drains clear of silt. Report any attempt to vandalize any section of this road. Use it to grow your farm. Use it to grow your businesses. And your children's future will be assured.
FCT Minister Yeson Wike says the 13-kilometer road project was awarded in November 2025 and completed in less than 1 year, describing it as another demonstration of the administration's commitment to expanding infrastructure in satellite communities.
For those of you who are very good in mathematics and arithmetic, you will see that this road was completed before 12 months. And what has shown is that all this money is not rocket science. It's commitment by this administration, commitment by the contractors.
From Abuja, Joy Igoche Hakina, ITV News.
A former Minister of Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, was on Wednesday arrested by operators of the Department of State Services at the Akunu Mbiam International Airport, Enugu. Security sources said Nnaji was apprehended in the early hours of Wednesday while attempting to board a private jet bound for Abuja. According to the sources, the arrest was carried out by the DSS at the request of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, which is investigating the former minister over some allegations. The sources disclosed that following his arrest, Enaji was handed over to the ICPC for further investigation. Reports have it that the anti-graft agency had previously invited the former minister on several occasions in connection with petitions alleging irregularities in the management of the Ministry of Science and Technology during his tenure. Enaji resigned as Minister of Science and Technology in October last year under circumstances that generated public attention. As of the time of filing this report, neither the DSS nor the ICPC had issued an official statement on the arrest, while the former minister had yet to comment on the allegations. In the meantime, the Nigerian military says troops conducting sustained counter-terrorism operations in the second quarter of 2026 arrested 1,084 terrorists and rescued 951 kidnapped victims across various theaters of operation. Defense correspondent John Tainer reports that the Director, Defense Media Operations, Major General Michael Onaja, disclosed this at the monthly Defense Headquarters briefing in Abuja.
The Defense Headquarters says it will sustain ongoing military operations across the country to consolidate recent gains against terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, and other security threats. Presenting the operational scorecard for the second quarter of 2026, the Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Michael Onoja, said troops recorded significant successes across the various theaters of operation between April and June. According to him, troops rescued 951 kidnapped victims from captivity and arrested 1,084 suspected terrorists during the period.
For the second quarter of this year, the armed forces neutralized 662 terrorists and criminals, 1,084 terrorists and criminals were arrested, 951 kidnapped civilians were rescued, 39 insurgents surrendered, 328 arms and 12,590 rounds of ammunition were recovered during the quarter.
Meanwhile, the military says troops operating in Niger Delta destroyed 12 illegal refining sites and recovered a cache of arms and ammunition during separate operations.
Additionally, 12 illegal refining sites were dismantled and over 464,268 liters of stolen petroleum products were recovered, representing a significant degradation of criminal and terrorist operational capacity nationwide.
The Defense Headquarters says the armed forces remain committed to protecting Nigeria's territorial integrity and safeguarding lives and property, while urging Nigerians to continue supporting security agencies with timely and credible information. From Abuja, John Tainer, ITV News.
And still from the Federal Capital Territory, the Supreme Court has launched the Nigeria Case Management System and electronic filing platform, making digital filing of appeals mandatory to speed up justice delivery, improve case management, and reduce delays associated with manual court processes. Joseph Kadri report that Justice report that Joseph Kadri report that the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekere Eku, Wednesday in Abuja said the initiative will improve access to justice and strengthen the management of appeals. Let's bring you the reports.
The Nigerian Case Management System, an electronic filing platform, will digitize case filing, records management, and document retrieval while protecting court records from loss and tampering Justice Kekereekun says compliance with the new digital procedures is mandatory, warning that violation will attract disciplinary measures.
The system will substantially reduce opportunities for record tampering and reinforce public confidence in the authenticity and reliability of court records, thereby strengthening the integrity of the appellate process. Implementation of the system will be undertaken in a structured and carefully managed manner to ensure a seamless transition while minimizing disruption to the operations of the court.
Chief Judge of Borno State, Justice Kashim Zanna, and President of the NBA, Mazia Famusigwe, say the platform will enable seamless movement of cases, eliminate paper-based processes, and improve efficiency across the justice system.
The SCMS e-filing enables lawyers to easily file cases in all the superior courts in Nigeria from wherever their practices are physically based. Service of processes on lawyers also becomes efficient and effective with proof of service automatically generated by the system. The era of delays for lack of proof of service is over.
And we're committed to doing everything, including conducting extensive trainings for our colleagues so that we're properly able to use the system. And to say that this is one project that must work. This is one project that must succeed. And that lawyers who fail to hit to it and learn how to use it must be prepared to pay the price.
The Supreme Court urges lawyers to embrace digital technology and continuous training to ensure the successful implementation of the new electronic filing system. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
And here in Edo State, where the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, has described the return of the Benin bronzes as a historic milestone for the Benin Kingdom, insisting that the artifact belonged to the Oba of Benin Palace and should not be politicized. Governor Okpebholo stated this on Wednesday when he received the Director General of the National Commission for Museums and Monuments, Olugbile Holloway, alongside the Consul General of Switzerland in Lagos, Connie Kemzide, Director of Ethnographic Museum of the University of Zurich, Professor Alice Herzog, Curator at the museum, Dr. Alex Milfakis, the other members of the delegation at the Government House in Benin City. William Siama has the details.
Governor Monday Okpebholo commended the Swiss government and other stakeholders involved in the restitution process, describing the return of the artifacts as a significant moment in the history of Benin Kingdom. Governor Okpebholo stressed that the Benin bronzes represent the cultural heritage of Benin people and should remain under the custody of the traditional institution.
There's no no politics with what belongs to the palace. I must tell you the truth. We have culture here. I believe in our culture. Those bones are not just bones. They are symbolic, spiritual to our kingdom. Wherever they are, they will all find their way back to Nigeria to justice.
Earlier, Director General, National Commission for Museums and Monuments, Olugbile Holloway, said the visit was to strengthen collaboration with the Edo State government and mark another step in the international restitution of Benin artifacts.
Benin is ground zero when it comes to restitution and the returning of Benin bronzes. Number one, to build that connection directly with His Excellency.
Speaking on behalf of the Swiss government, Consul General Connie Kanazi described the restitution as a major milestone in the relationship between Switzerland and Nigeria. She expressed pride in Switzerland's role in the process, pointing out that the collaboration with the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and the museums involved have been successful.
For me, as a Swiss, being able to do that here, Bile Holloway, as well as the three museums that are part of the first restitution, is an extremely pleasure, and I'm very proud that Switzerland has been able to do that.
Present at the meeting, we had Edo State Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Sidahusa, Secretary to Edo State Government, Umar Musa Ikilo, Esquire, Head of Service, Dr. Anthony Okungbawa, Esquire, Commissioner of Information and Strategy, Prince Kasim Afegwa, and other top government officials. From Benin, William Siama, ITV News.
President Bola Tinubu has congratulated renowned businessman and philanthropist Chief Bright Ugbinedion on the occasion of his 65th birthday. In a congratulatory message issued by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, President Tinubu described Chief Bright Igbenedion as an accomplished business leader whose contributions have made significant impact in Nigeria's aviation and oil and gas industries. President Tinubu said it is worthy to celebrate the milestone birthday of Chief Bright Igbenedion, the Otumba Atayase of Ile Isoya Kingdom, and chairman of Coral Oil and Gas Limited. The President commended Chief Igbenedion's leadership in the aviation, oil and gas sectors, noting that his contributions have helped advance the growth of both countries. He also praised the celebrant's commitment to humanitarian service through his foundation, highlighting its interventions in the fight against waterborne diseases, the provision of educational scholarships and programs aimed at empowering vulnerable members of society. The President prayed for Chief Bright Igbenedion's continued good health, long life, and greater accomplishment in his business and philanthropic endeavors. In the same vein, Edo State Governor Senator Mondo Pueblo has congratulated renowned businessman Chief Bright Igbenedion on the occasion of his birthday, describing him as an accomplished entrepreneur whose contributions continue to impact the socio-economic development of Edo State. In a congratulatory message signed by his Chief Press Secretary, Dr. Patrick Abujele, Governor Pueblo commended Chief Bright Igbenedion for his enduring commitment to the growth of the state economy through strategic private investment that have created jobs, stimulated commerce, and strengthened confidence in Edo's investment climate. Governor Pueblo said Chief Bright Igbenedion represents the caliber of indigenous entrepreneurs whose investment and business acumen complement the government's effort to build a resilient economy driven by private sector participation. Governor Pueblo prayed that Almighty God would grant Chief Bright Igbenedion many more years of good health, wisdom, and greater accomplishment as he continues to contribute to the growth and prosperity of Edo State and Nigeria. The Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, has paid glowing tribute to a former Deputy Governor of the state, Dr. Pius Odubu, on his 69th birthday, describing him as an exemplary statesman whose enduring legacy of service continues to inspire leaders across generations. Right Honorable Idao says in a congratulatory message issued by his Chief Press Secretary, Friday Agedo, says Dr. Odubu's distinguished career in public service has been defined by integrity, sacrifice, and unwavering commitment to the growth and development of the state. The State Deputy Governor stated that the former Deputy Governor's office remains a reference point for purposeful leadership, humility, and dedication to the welfare of the people. The Deputy Governor expressed gratitude to God for preserving the former Deputy Governor's life and prayed for continued divine guidance, sound health, and wisdom. He wished the former Deputy Governor a joyful 69th birthday celebration and many more years of impactful service to Edo State, Nigeria, and humanity. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has destroyed over 12 tons of illicit drugs in Kano State, reaffirming its determination to curb drug trafficking and abuse. The exercise underscored the need for sustained collaboration among government, security agencies, and communities in the fight against illicit drugs. Kano correspondent Abdul Ibrahim reports.
over 12.2 tons of cannabis psychotropic substance and other illicit drugs seized through intelligence operations, raid and airport interceptions were publicly destroyed by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency in Kano State. Deputy Zonal Commander of the NDLEA, Ahmad Mohammed, said the exercise demonstrates the agency's unwavering commitment to protecting lives and dismantling drug trafficking networks.
Let this event serve as both a warning to those in the drug trade and a hope for those struggling with addiction that recovery is possible and help is available through our counseling and treatment programs.
Commander of the NDLEA, Kano State Strategic Commander, CN Dahiru Haya Lawal, says the command has intensified intelligence-driven operations leading to the hundreds of arrests, several convictions, and dismantling of major drug distribution networks across the states.
There is no sanctuary for you in Kano. Our response under the War Against Drug Abuse, that is WADA initiatives, is a multifaceted.
Representing the Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf, the Secretary to the State Government, Alhaji Umar Farouk, said the State Government is strengthening efforts to combat drug abuse and crime through increased security deployment, rehabilitation initiatives, and continued support for the NDLEA.
Let us be very clear, it is the physical demonstration of a firm, sustained, and humane policy to deny criminal networks the ability to poison our communities.
The NDLEA and the Kano State Government have pledged to sustain collaboration with the relevant stakeholders to curb drug abuse, protect communities, and secure a safer future for the younger generation. From Kano, Abdul Ibrahim, ITV News.
You're still watching the news on Independent Television. About time we take you over now to our Lagos Network studios for more reports.
Many thanks, Victor, and welcome to our Lagos Network studio. Residents of Akute in Ogun State were thrown into confusion on Wednesday after a young woman believed to be mentally distressed was found abandoned along the Fashakin Junction area close to the Lagos-Ogun boundary. Witnesses alleged that she was dropped off by an unidentified young man before they drove away. Igboje Aquaria has the details.
It was early on Wednesday morning at Fashakin Junction, close to Akute in Ogun State, a stone throw from Lagos State, as crowd of residents, sympathizers, and onlookers gathered round a young girl who was allegedly and left mentally unstable. According to an eyewitness who preferred to comment off camera, said the young girl was dropped off at about 5:30 a.m. by some boys suspected to be internet fraudsters and was abandoned before she was discovered to be mentally unstable. Mother of the young girl, Mrs. Faliliat Isiaka, said her daughter left home from Ogba area of Lagos State the previous night only for her to get a call from her that she has been kidnapped, after which they met her mentally unstable.
She's going to beg her. Before I know this one, I see a missed call on WhatsApp. I call her back. Say, where are you? She joined the talk, say they kidnap her. Oh. That is what she said. Say they kidnap her. We start to look for the location she sent. We go through the location. We first go beggar. Then that director says it's not beggar. It's Ojodu beggar. So when we reach Ojodu beggar, then I say it's Akute Ajun. So that is where we find her. We don't know what the user do. It's only God. About 10 people, they can't hold her. Please, police, anywhere you people, they may not help me. I take God back, may not help me. So that I will know the people who use her. The way I look at about 10 people, they can't even hold her.
Mrs. Isiaka appealed to security agencies to investigate the circumstances surrounding the incident and identify those responsible. As of the time of this report, the police had not issued an official statement, and the circumstances leading to the young woman's condition remain under investigation. From Lagos, Igboje Aquaria, ITV News.
Much thanks. Let's have a break now, and when we return, there will be stories. Please stay with us.
Welcome back. Staff of independent television and radio have been advised to uphold integrity and be diligent in their discharge of their duties. The advice was given by the parish pastor of Wotubu Parish Headquarters, Christ Apostolic Church of God Mission International, Dr. Owebo Bernard, during the 41st monthly prayer session held at St. Gabriel Hall Communication Complex, Oluku, Benin City. The report by Esther Ogoro is presented by Oluwafemi Fariola.
The 41st monthly prayer session featured praise, worship, and prayers for the new month. Welcoming staff, the Executive Director, Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, urged everyone to remain dedicated and committed to their duties and responsibilities.
Let us all resolve to be more committed in our duties, and we know it can only get better.
Delivering a sermon titled Always Remember Tomorrow, Reverend Dr. Owebo Bernard Otaniyanwa reminded staff to live with tomorrow. He emphasized that a good name is better than riches and encouraged continuous growth, excellence, and faithful service.
If you deserve God, deserve well, now they do like semi Christian. Let us begin to obey. Remember what? Whatsoever you are doing, there's somebody taking the Lord.
In his closing remarks, the Executive Director, Operations, Chief Eda Ogbeide Uwonse, appreciated the commitment of staff and encouraged them to take their job seriously, stressing that hard work always pays.
Whatever we are doing, wherever we are, we should take the job as our own.
In an interview, Director of Radio, Dr. Dan Omozusi, and the Assistant General Manager, News and Current Affairs, Mr. Eosa Agbolahon, said the fellowship has encouraged staff to live exemplary lives.
Honor the Lord, fear the Lord, do the will of the Lord, and the Lord will carry you to your expected end.
It's always a delight to be in the presence of the Lord. This fellowship has renewed my faith.
The prayer session was attended by the top management officials, including the General Manager, Group Commercial Services, Mrs. Odun Balogun, the General Manager, Special Duties, Mr. Abiodun Mudashiru, among others. Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
In the same vein, Christians have been encouraged to embrace praise as a pathway to divine intervention, with the assurance that God delights in the worship of His people and responds to their heartfelt petitions. The senior pastor of House of Favor International Church, Reverend Lucky Onaiwu, gave the charge during the 2026 edition of YADA, the church annual praise and worship program, held at its Wolverhampton branch. ITV UK correspondent Rosalind Eworme has the details.
The city of Wolverhampton resonated with songs of praise as members of House of Favor International Church gathered for the 2026 edition of YADA, themed Praise Reign. The annual program attracted worshippers from different backgrounds, united in an atmosphere of passionate worship. Guest gospel ministers lifted the congregation in soul-stirring praise sessions, inspiring heartfelt expressions of gratitude and renewed faith among attendees. The senior pastor, Reverend Lucky Onaiwu, described praise as a powerful spiritual weapon capable of unlocking God's blessings and intervention.
Your praises can bring victory to you. As you praise the Lord, every battle that are before you, you shall be victorious in the name of Jesus. Every cry you have been crying, the Lord will wipe away your tears in the name of Jesus.
The resident pastor of the Wolverhampton branch encouraged Christians to replace murmuring with praise, expressing confidence that God is able to transform every difficult situation for those who remain steadfast in faith and worship.
This is the house that we all have been faithful. If you associate yourself with us, you will be faithful. We carry that grace.
For many worshippers, YADA is more than just a praise session.
It is an opportunity to express gratitude to God, renew their faith, and seek God's intervention through heartfelt worship. From House of Favor, Wolverhampton, Rosalie Eworame, ITV News.
Away from that now to other stories where Osyomo Power Company has alerted the public, regulatory authorities and relevant stakeholders to recent attempt by CCETC to allegedly circumvent the licenses duly issued by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission to Osyomo Power Company for the transmission and distribution of power from the Osyomo Industrial Park via 33 kV lines. William Siama has the details.
A statement by the management of the company says NEREC licenses for the 33 kVA transmission and distribution and infrastructure belong exclusively to Osyomo Power Company. The management of Osyomo Power Company clarified that CCETC holds no such license and has no regulatory authority to operate or interfere with the company's infrastructure. It stated that NEREC granted Osyomo licenses since 2015, about 3 years before CCETC came to Nigeria in 2018. The company warned any attempt by CCETC to access Osyomo licenses or infrastructure will be treated as attempted theft. According to Osyomo Power Company, the conduct by CCETC mirrors a similar attempt made in August 2018 by the company to circumvent Osyomo license, which was firmly rebuffed through appropriate regulatory and legal channels. The company maintained that it will resist any attempt through available regulatory, administrative, and legal means with appropriate reports to national security agencies. The company says it remains confident in Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission's commitment for the integrity of Nigeria's electricity licensing framework, which is a condition precedent to the recovery, development, and growth of Nigeria electricity supply industry. William Siama, ITV News.
In the meantime, founder and general overseer of Turning Point Center, Dr. Azeme Azena, has called on Nigerians to give to the needy to better the society. He stated this while addressing journalists in Benin City shortly after he offset the medical bills of a patient at Faith Mediplex. Jonah Omoroa has the details.
Dr. Azena, who was visibly elated, said he received a divine instruction from God to help someone who had difficulty to pay her medical bills in the hospital as a result of delivery through cesarean section.
Just came, let me come and see you and see the baby, and believing that God will give you the baby. He has started taking care of the baby already.
He said it was part of his philanthropic work to assist the poor and the needy in the society to fulfill the divine mandate given to him by God.
I was informed by God Almighty while I was in Abuja that there is someone I need to discharge who gave birth through CS or cesarean operation, and she was not able to go home despite she's fit to go. The man is so happy and the woman is happy. They have been discharged now. The bill has been completely paid and they can go home to the glory of God.
Commenting on the invitation of Dr. Azena by the Inspector General of Police to the Force Headquarters, Abuja, over a petition written against him by the pastor in charge of Omega Fire Ministry, Benin Region, one Pastor Courage, the counsel to the accused, Chasi Kogu, expressed gratitude to God for a safe trip and commended the police for what he described as a professional and impartial handling of the matter. According to the lawyer, the police invitation, which had earlier been made public through a press statement, was honored voluntarily by his client in line with his respect for constituted authorities.
We strongly believe that the police know their job and they are doing the right thing, and we strongly believe in the process. A date was scheduled, parties were invited for us to go back to Abuja for the final deliberation and conclusion. But we strongly believe that the rule of law will take his course.
Counsel to Dr. Azena disclosed that after responding to questions from investigators, his client was granted administrative bail and has since returned home. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
The leadership of Obakedo, a Benin cultural group, has expressed grave concern over provocative and inciting disrespectful remarks credited to former Niger Delta militant leader Asare Dokubo in a video that has gone viral on social media, where he called on the Ijaw people to make Edo State their next battleground to liberate the Ijaws whom he alleged are suffering in the state. The group, in a statement signed by its chairman, Professor Sam Wubadia, and Secretary General Dr. Andrew Izeko, said ordinarily they would have dismissed the comment as consistent with Mr. Dokubo's penchant for grandstanding, arrogance, and sensationalism. They said that they considered it necessary to respond because of the potential of such statement to mislead the public, distort historical facts, and undermine peaceful coexistence among people of Edo State. They stated that despite his attempt to create a false narrative regarding the state of Ijaw communities in Edo State and the Benin Kingdom in particular, Mr. Dokubo inadvertently acknowledged a fundamental historical fact that the Ijaws are settlers within Benin Kingdom. Obakedo said Dokubo admitted that historical record showing that Gili Gili was an Ijaw settlement and further asserted that there is no Kalabari man that is from Benin, is a fact that he was effectively considered that the Ijaws are a distant migrant population within the Benin Kingdom and not indigenous owners of the territory in dispute. The group maintained that the issue of ownership of Gili Gili and its environs is not a matter of conjecture, propaganda, or militant rhetoric, but it is a matter that was conclusively determined by the Supreme Court of Nigeria. They reminded the general public that while Obakedo remains committed to peaceful coexistence and harmonious inter-ethnic relations, they wish to make it abundantly clear that the patient, hospitality, and accommodating disposition of the Benin people should not be mistaken for weakness. The Great GSM Village Union on Airport Road, Benin City, has inaugurated a new executive committee to steer the affairs of the association for the next 7 months. The transition featured the formal handover of leadership, presentation of newly constituted committees, and renewed commitment to unity, peace, and improved administration. Donlad Ayemier reports.
Proceedings commenced with the reading and adoption of minutes of the union's last general meeting, which was unanimously accepted as the working document for the newly elected executive. In a symbolic transfer of authority, the outgoing chairman, Mr. Michael Ojezele, handed over leadership and official documents to the new chairman, Mr. Odion Olaye, marking a seamless transition. In his farewell remarks, Mr. Michael Ojezele appreciated members for their cooperation throughout his tenure and urged the new leadership to build on existing achievements. In his speech, the new chairman, Mr. Odion Olaye, pledged inclusive leadership, accountability, and a greater commitment to the welfare and progress of the union.
My agenda is this. It's very simple. The peace and tranquility in GSM Village is what I'm bringing in, and the welfare of my people. So stay tuned. Everybody will enjoy my reign.
Some past chairmen, including the John Way of the market, Mr. Stephen Osagi, advised the new leadership to uphold unity, transparency, and discipline in advancing the union's collective interest.
He needs to bring his own standards to make the members understand that yes, this is a new regime.
Take the market to a greater height and do some other things the previous regime couldn't able to fix.
I want to advise the incoming executive to treat everybody equally and to make sure that what will make the market go to the next level should be the agenda.
The highlight was the introduction of the new executive members and the inauguration of strategic committees, including the Special Task Force on Law and Order, Peace Resolution, Environmental, Welfare, ICT, Power and BDC committees, as well as appointment of a task force advisor to strengthen effective administration. The new executive is to pilot the affairs of the union for the next 7 months. From Benin, Donald Eminye, ITV News.
You're still on to the main news on ITV. We'll take a short break. Please join us again.
The Chairman Board of Trustees, Pastor Sage Izayamu.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Still on the news, the Odelwe of Ikpoba Waterside Community in Benin City, Dr. Otasoye Omije, and the Okaigele of the community, Ewe Oweje, have reaffirmed that the Muslim prayer ground located on Ikpoba Slope rightfully belongs to the Muslim community. The media session while briefing the news crew on the ownership of the land. Patience Osaragiwa has more.
Dr. Otasowe Omige and Ewe Owegie say those laying claims to the Muslim prayer ground are not indigenes of Ikpoba Waterside community, but outsiders. The community leaders dissociated Ikpoba Waterside community from the actions of the individuals involved and urged members of the public to disregard claims capable of disrupting the long-standing peaceful coexistence between the host community and the Muslim faithful.
I don't know them, that they are interfering with the Muslim praying ground. I grew up to know that that land is Muslim praying ground. I, as the Odionwe, advise the Muslims to take whatever step they think necessary to deal with whoever is trespassing there.
We as Ikpoba community, we are not aware, we don't know these people there. All we know right from time that is the Muslim that owns that land.
The chief imam of Benin Central Mosque, Alhaji Abdul Fattah Inabulele, explained that the land was officially allocated to the Muslim community by the late Oba of Benin, Oba Kenzua II, on October 15, 1945, following a request by 6 Muslim scholars for a permanent site for prayers, and the allocation was backed by duly signed documents. He recalled that in 1976, the then military governor of the defunct Bender State, Navy Commodore Hussaini Abdullahi, requested a portion of the land for a temporary health facility to treat patients with contagious diseases, a request the Muslim community granted in the interest of public health.
We Muslims, we are very peaceful people. We don't want any crisis here in Benin. We have never had any religious crisis. And so we are appealing to everyone that whoever should stay clear of our land, that land belongs to the Muslims. What that gave us the land? It's not the community.
From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
In other news, the executive of Edo State chapter of the Rentals Association of Nigeria has marked its 2 years in office. The event, held at the Catholic Social Center on Downson Road in Benin City, featured a catalogue of achievements recorded by the executive in 2 years. Jonah Omoriwa completes the story.
It was a joyous moment for the executive and members of Edo State chapter of the Renters Association of Nigeria as the association celebrated 2 years in office. In his speech, the president, Edo State chapter of the association, Harry Obomo, said the association has made significant progress in the last 2 years in office.
These are efforts that we are putting in place for the association to move forward. On behalf of my team, say thank you to all of you, because all that we have done was as a result of your cooperation and your commitment to us, your support, your trust to us. If you didn't trust us, if you didn't entrust your finances, your time, your resources, everything to us, for us to do it, we would not have achieved what we have achieved today.
Special guest of honor Osaze Igbenovia, represented by Edokbolo Ayamehue, commended members of the association for coming together.
Something said I should tell you that this organization should keep into cooperative society. There are farms, there are many things to benefit from cooperative society.
The occasion also featured presentation of awards to deserving members. Some members promised to continue to support the leadership of the association to attain greater heights.
Today was a great day, even in the history of this association. We thank God the weather, God favored us with a good weather, and all that was done, even inside, you saw it, is a scene to behold. We just thank God for the leadership of RAN.
I must commend him as a great leader and a digital president.
The anniversary also featured investiture, fundraising, and special prayers for the president and executive members of the association. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
We take a breather now. Stay with us.
Goodbye, Looms Road.
Katayebo, Pakimanse to me home. Oh, Arunu.
For updates in the world of sport, Tolulope Oguntimei is on.
England have booked their players in the round of 16 of FIFA World Cup after coming from behind to defeat DR Congo 2-1 in a dramatic knockout clash. The Three Lions fell behind after Sepenga beat goalkeeper Jordan Pickford at his near post to give DR Congo a surprise lead. However, Captain Harry Kane inspired England's comeback, heading home the equalizer before firing the winner into the top corner in the closing stages. The victory sends Thomas Tuchel's side into the last 16, where they will face co-host Mexico at their Azteca Stadium on Monday, July 6, as England continue their quest for a third major tournament final this decade. Co-host Mexico booked their players in the round of 16 of FIFA World Cup with a convincing 2-0 victory over Ecuador in a weather-delayed match at the Azteca Stadium. After kickoff was delayed by an hour due to a thunderstorm, Mexico dominated proceedings as Julian Quinones and Raul Jimenez struck in the first half to hand Javier Aguirre's side a comfortable lead. The hosts controlled the game after the break to secure their first World Cup knockout stage victory since 1986. Ecuador improved after the interval but failed to break down the Mexican defense, with Gonzalo Plata coming closest to scoring. Their disappointing outing ended on a sore note as Piero Icapi was sent off in stoppage time. The victory sees Mexico advance to the round of 16, where they will face England in Mexico City on Sunday. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Ogutime Tolulope Ogutime.
And that ends the main news on ITV. Many thanks for watching. I am Anuoluwakbo Stevens. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. Now, so it's supposed to be. I therefore bring Akure Road for those states. Yes, now, the people wait there for this particular community that they call Otofure. They don't they cry, they shout, oh. Many of them don't pack come up from this area. Oh. However, the water where they come from that side, this underground drainage, enough to carry the volume of the water. Now the water will come full, come split, go up. See as it don't damage this place. That's why Edo State government need to send their flood and erosion control. Come this place for Otofure. Now Ovia Northeast with this. Ovia Northeast local government for Otofure. Along Benin Akure Expressway. That drainage now pass under here.
There's a serious problem here. Serious problem. Never rain fall. This one they carry motorcycle, they carry motor, anything.
If rain fall for here.
If rain fall for here, you can't apply
this.
That
means to say, erosion control they need to do here.
Yes.
Flood and erosion control.
Yes.
Wait, people show me. Hey, whoa.
Problem there, yeah, seriously. I believe.
And they don't chop enter inside though.
Rain no fall last year. Rain no fall this year. This road for don't cut. I don't say rain fall.
But they don't talk. Hey, welcome. Come. Where the red water they've come from?
Water again. All the water go climb up.
Okay.
All the water
this
go climb up.
drainage so.
Yes.
Yeah, don't block.
It not block, but the drainage no fit observe the water again. The volume of water too much. The volume of water is too much. So once they come, the water will climb up. It go climb up. It go cover the whole road. If you see, if machine apply this road at that particular time, it go take am. Even vehicle they stop for several hours before the water will come down. Before the office start their movement.
Okay.
So government make government come help.
So this na drainage where they come from underground they come.
When they come all the way for Ekeadolo, different communities. When they inside, now this one apply, now carry water come from bypass.
Come past this Benin Akure.
Come past this Benin Akure road. They carry us straight to the river. This is where river dey. But presently now, this drainage no fit control the water again. The drainage no fit. All the water now they cut all this road. All the water they stand up, it they come up, it they follow up. Even under the bridge, all don't cut.
Okay, I don't see something now. Come, oh, jump, enter inside. Hey, whoa!
Waiting they happen.
Hey, you see this place? When I did so, now that Benin Akure Express Road.
Yes.
This na the. Come see am now. This na the
underground drainage.
See am way pass under the tie road. Yeah, now this Benin Akure road be this.
Yes.
So this na the drainage. Yes. So the water where they come from, see am, water where they come from that side.
Yes.
Na heavy water.
Heavy water.
So the heavy water now, you know the
This drainage no fit absorb the water again. No fit, the water pass the drainage.
Okay.
That's the problem. The water pass the drainage. Once it come, they cover all here. It go cover all here. Enter express. If they cover all here, they carry anybody. Carry students here the other time. I bet with the beg government.
Now this place now go come out for.
Now go come out for.
I don't scatter that side they go.
You don't finish up. Even here, you don't finish up. Come see am.
Wait. This nine go scatter this place when they see so.
Yes, let's scatter around. Even under the bridge, with the fear make this bridge no collapse. He don't chop am. Come see am.
Something they say, if you see something, say something. If you see something, say something. Bini Akure Express Road from Oluku. Say something on the road one cut. You see that direction when they pass that Bini Akure Road? When they pass, go. Now so they enter, they come, they shop and they go. Hey, whoa. Oh, God. Flood and erosion cut. Okay, now listen here. Go. Okay, you be pastor.
I'm pastor. Now my church is this.
See front.
Now, see, this has been, you don't tell when this thing they happen here. It don't reach about 15 years now. 15 years now. That one, I mean the bypass. That's the bypass.
That Bini Akure Road.
That Bini Akure Road. If you look at the bypass, if you look under the 2 manhole, when they bring water, the volume of water when that manhole they bring, now they come here, so now cause all this havoc. So they even start last year, February 2025, they start the work. You see, they put sand there now, they put gravel, everything. They start the work. In just, I think 4 weeks, they leave site. They not come start the work. We don't they happy because they even carry this drainage when you see, so they even escalate the drainage into this street. You can see the marking. See, they don't already mark and do everything. And all of a sudden, they come out. Now with this, so the area is now worse than before they came.
How's that they enter?
I'm telling you, if you go down that side, how's that they enter? People don't leave their house. People don't run come out. Some people will not high-end money. Those of them will not even see money to build house. All of them don't run come out. They are frustrated. We don't shout for government. We be done. They happy say that last year they don't come, but this is what we are.
What do you say be the solution to this place?
Yes, the solution be say if they can give us a good drainage system from that Akure Road. Cause this through this place to the river. We have a river nearby.
River down there.
A river there nearby.
That means I have to do proper drainage.
Proper drainage. That's all. This whole area will be in peace.
Hey, whoa. Where the community there? Where una this is there? Where una no shout come out? Where una this is there? Where una this is there?
I don't know why they cry, brother. I don't cry. Nobody else about playing. How many times I don't go ITV? How many times I don't go commenters? Nobody else about brother. The way call them who come? Where the water from the come might not be here. Oluku, is here. Obiogie, Ora, everywhere.
Water now here they come.
So I don't know what I go do. Waiting, rain. Russia carry water of my boy. Now go now take come and now slippers, 2 slippers lost. Now God. Now yeah, now one get one wood that the wood never come up for here. Now I will jump. That picky for that. Now God, 24 years old. Now God.
When they award this road that year, because they are saying
they never award them. Here you hear them say they award them.
No, they bring alcohol come and they always material for road. They bring alcohol because they are saying, God don't butter our bread.
Now so we there, brother. Now we there, now there.
With stones. They come fear with stones, and they come fear with stones now. Where they come for, come grab all the stone come on.
Oh, man, help me. I know they have on that place. Help me. I don't waka. So I go. This hospital. They carry me go hospital. don't cry. I don't know who gave me. I gotta pray for my thing to make her help me. I beg, brother.
If the water will enter here, hear the fool.
He dey food enter my house. He dey food enter my house. Not now the tears. The enter I said the tear. As the enter I said the tear. I said the tear. I said the tear. When I help me, I beg. For all days, not to build this house. For all days, not to build them. I'm not going to on that place. So we are gonna go, brother. We are gonna go.
Oh my governor, you should be ready to lay good foundation.
Man, help me, brother. Man, help me. Government, man, help me. I deal with a beg. Man, help me. Man, help me. I beg. Man, help me.
Oh my governor, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better, cause in the nearest future, you become one of the leaders. So we are praying. Amen. His Excellency, Senator Monday Okpewolo. You know why would they call on you? Because you don't do the one way past this one. You see that Ekiwa where you do for that area that they happy? You don't do the one way past this one, His Excellency.
Make her help us, I beg. Make her help me. I'm ask me this see garlic. What that be one for the garlic? I don't got admission because of this place.
His Excellency, this one. I don't think government. This one a fresh one. This one a fresh one. Okay.
Oga, I beg. May you tell where to make one airport for the I beg. Make go tell governor.
Now our mama na be this one. Now this area now we still there. Anything we see affect and affect us. If you point one finger to person, the other one go back to you. If you say never reach your tongue, you go see the shower outside. That beg. Now we see the beg governor. God forbid bat in your center. Another person you go see follow. Now that one we don't want. So I beg.
Like 5 don't enter. If you go from like this now, like 4 don't enter.
No, this still they gonna
go see this mama when take your pass. So this one so 4 hours when they near you, you don't enter. 4 hours when.
So if I pass around, I go see.
All those one don't enter. All those one are tenant.
You hold your dagger.
I beg, make government come. We they don't fair do amo. They don't feed this place for us.
Wait.
They don't fair feed this.
Oga, stay here. May I see you where?
I say they don't fair feel everywhere.
When I fair cry, those state government, I be former government or this present government.
This government when just dey on board. So he don't feel here, do everything for us. Just to come put abstract, make they start, make they finish. Now they take come out. Since then they not come.
I like this kind of statement.
They not come till today. So
His Excellency. You say contractors now one of our biggest problem.
Yes.
They say you don't fair other engineers when they come. They fair feel here.
They don't feel everywhere. They don't feel them. Everything they don't feel them. If you see all this stone now, not be me put on, not be erosion brinker come. Government don't feel here. Everything.
What it can happen?
They motorable. They can't leave the project. They not finish. Now I can give opportunity to the erosion again to pull everything.
Okay.
We present when the first one. He not finish. Now make this one happen.
Okay, now abandon project.
When
they start this year. I be last
year. Now they start.
2025.
Now they start. They cause it come out that 2025. You see that they come back. Till now they not come. Now I can't even worse till now. Many people don't get attack because of this work where they see so. People, this mama when you don't get this house, so you don't go admission 3 times for only this
road be there.
Road there, yeah, before na person see. That house, this place where cassava this one, a person house where they there. Erosion I come mountain. So when the government call that time, they call beg us, say, okay, see this person there, the one shine the water pass here. We go, make them come out the house. Now they take fill that place go change to grass. So now person house where they there. So I beg. Now about that project it be, I beg, make the call complete for us. I beg.
Honorable Bawo!
Is the year. We don't see this in office before.
They go. May I go talk to other people? This area you dey?
There I stay.
What it concern you for this matter?
My brother.
Concern you?
My house na here dey. You see this place so? Na be our major road before.
From the express road?
From the express we will pass am till reach here. You go drive your motor, enter your house. Now small this thing start like this.
So last year now, government got say they want help us. They can't come. This is our present governor, so we did so. They can't start work. Can't feel like if you see
So this is our present government.
Exactly. Now him. You see those big stories for Saturday so. Now they put him. Can't feel that. You see, so here go slope. Now they feel when they pass, when they caterpillar they pass. So we can't surprise. They can't run to work. Small.
No, come. This is the way they talk. So you know, say this matter they don't they share them already.
Exactly.
They don't they drop comment already.
Exactly.
You say those government don't come here do them.
See, if you see this, make come small. You see, you see the stone where they put that big stone. So the government they put them.
This big stone.
Now government, we don't fit carry am for head now. Now government they come carry am put them from that side. Come with the road now. Even if you carry tractor, your tractor no go fit pass here.
What take cost away come be like this after with the dog of fill.
Now that's erosion where they come for road there. For that manhole where they come for.
When I first go that
exactly.
For that Binyakura road.
Exactly. Now that manhole so where government put for that side. Now they carry the water from that side. They can't give us for here. So you call it tear our road from that side, tear on this side. So only way to just want for government now. May they can't help us. We they beg them. I beg. May they help us carry that same manhole. May they channel the water. Do drainage for us. Can I see the river? The river not far. The river they down here so.
The river they there.
Yes. You know far. Just to carry from that side. Put that for the river. Finish.
But why the contractor can't abandon the project?
My brother, we don't know what we do, Amo. We don't know what we do. We don't even. They don't go meet up or go meet even Bao. Now yeah, we see now. So now they wait for the scenes that time.
May God can help us. Oh, may God help us. Make it touch governor.
Look camera.
Yes, so may it touch governor. Make it can help us for this place. Because if it not help us, more damage. Now it won't come for this place. So we dey beg am.
For this authority.
Yes, so I beg. We dey beg. Oh, me I dey beg governor. I beg can help us. See our people, all of them don't pack come up for here finish. We want.
You know, yes, say governor don't first say contractor make them come to am.
Make it come complete her for us now. That's what we want. Make it complete her. They don't run liver. It's not good like that. Road we not see road pass again. Where our children they go school now we go the fear. If rain fall now wahala we not see where they pass. I beg governor beg come help us. Make it help us. Make it do the road.
However, Excellency, they say those state government don't first say contractor come here. They be done, they do them. But the contractor suddenly, the landlord and landladies, they come surprise say the contractor not this site again. Equipment not this site again. As they live and since then, that place when they show you for Benin Akura Express Road, where that small manhole where they do for 1964. See what it does.
Open side, oh. That place deep, you go carry.
I know they like the way that they threaten me for all this matter. What can do what no man can do. Where una dey? Where Otofure you today? Where una dey before this thing copy like this? Una no fit control the contract.
We don't call, we don't tire. They say make we relax, say they go come back. They go come back. Now we dey so.
Follow me, Waka.
Small. Not go inside. Not go inside, I beg. Not go inside, I beg. Don't take it, I beg. Not go inside. Yeah, 3 children last 2 years, 3 children. Now Russian carry come. We not see the. Not go. No. I beg.
Look, they show me something. Look at now.
How they see inside? That place be like a.
I don't know how to stay inside.
Yes, now. I beg, make come for our rescue, I beg.
Okay.
Now where teeth dey teeth, now they feel they do the medicine.
Where?
Teeth dey teeth. Now they feel they do the medicine.
If the teeth don't come out to go.
You don't finish.
When teeth dey teeth.
Now they do the medicine, maybe not for not come out. If you don't come out, you don't finish. Or phone.
Thank you. Wonderful twins. Not be twins. Come. Are you serious?
Yes.
You are not twins.
We'll be twins. I may be senior, I should be junior.
What be your name?
Precious.
A friend, you fall for this area. How you be?
Hypertension, they will lose. I don't almost carry BP because of this road. I got admission 2 times because of this road. Admission, I nearly die because of this road. Because if this house collapses here, we don't go there to go. We don't get papa. Only mama will get.
Now your mama be that one?
Yes, now the age of old age, then my mom take build this house. Suffer. Now she suffer. Build this house, say pure water. Say drink for sun to build this house. If this house fall for year, we not get helper. We not get anything. Only God, then be our helper. Then because they cry for government, make the help us do this road.
Now your mama be this?
Yes. My children, how long did they come out to? Now fear me.
Your daughter say friend before say go to get BP.
Nah,
so hypertension one who are enemy.
Not be lie. Not be lie.
But you believe say God fit do something?
Yes.
You believe say God fit use person to come do this road?
Yes.
You believe?
Yes.
You believe say God fit do one?
Yeah, where?
If you believe say God fit locate the governor?
Where?
God fit locate the government?
I believe.
God fit locate the governor?
I believe.
Only God can do what no man can do. Unchangeable, reliable God. Only God can do
what no man can do.
God go do am.
Amen.
They go draw government attention.
Amen.
Come here.
Amen.
I agree to that, yeah?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Also, thank you. Thank you. I don't go admission 3 times so for this road. I should have they come out. We not they come out.
Waiting they happen.
No, now you put that bridge to your house.
Yes, that means you want.
Whoa! I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to buy land now to build house for this country. Now wahala. Even if you buy the land, you not quick build them. They go sell them, give another person. Oh, but see your road. See your street.
Don't maga.
See your street.
You don't maga. You don't maga. Now make you to alcohol.
Huh?
I mean to feel I'm better calling not the court.
Call yourself. Hey! 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 He affect you? He affect you? He affect you?
Yes, oh.
He affect you?
Yes, oh. He affect me, oh. He don't spoil 6 house. He don't spoil land. He don't pursue them. Go tenant. Now only my house he remain. Get to my house now. May they help me, oh.
For where they?
He did there. He did there. May my pikaya help me. I beg.
I want to see the landlord of this house.
I may do this bridge. This bridge, it cost me 300,000. I first do that concrete bridge. When government come and they come scatter around. They say they want to do the road. I can't be happy. Now money I can't spend again. Can't do this one. 300,000. That uncle so we did that so. I mean do one. So that maybe we got to know the court which side.
So if your family members, your friends, and community people, they want to come visit you.
Are they shame?
How will enter your house?
Are they shame?
How will want to enter your house?
Now that they mean are they shame?
Okay, more enter your house now. More enter your house. Now let's go to your house.
See my house.
Let's go. So now say you take the passer.
That's why the passer.
They go now. I pledge to Nigeria, my country. Now so you can't enter your house.
If rain fall, at times it go this bridge go carry on. Then we come cast here again now. So that made water not the carry the bridge.
And to buy land now.
For this side. If you not get 5 million, you don't buy land here.
And to buy the building materials now.
Not be here. Cement na 12.5. Cement na 12.5. I beg, may government come. May come. We dey suffer for this community. Light not there, no road. I beg, we dey suffer.
But if I talk that says the governor don't first send people come.
I don't know what happen. May they come out. I don't know what happen. But soon.
What that woman? I say if you see something, say something. I did for Tofure community, for Via Northeast. Erosion. Just like the way Aboki they say condemn handset, condemn fridge, condemn TV, this is condemn house, condemn. Hey, whoa. Now my cameraman they call. Come. See that house. See. At the state government, before this thing turn to executive gully, before it turned to international gully. Edo State government, send your engineers come here again. All the houses where this area, they don't go. That erosion, that Binia Kura Road, that erosion when they pass that place, all just water when they come from different community. Drop your comment. Share. Tag the government. This work. It be like say you watch and you never see her way, can't see him again. May not be like saying that AI, not be AI. Now original. This is not AI. This is not AI. This is original. This is not mature gully. As an area journalist, now we go fit tell government how it happen. Before this one turned to international gully. Before we call World Bank. State Bank. Drop your comment. Of your northeast. All the houses were there, this area.
Sickness won't kill me. For this while. I don't do things for hospital. I don't feel work away. Wahala don't too much. Thinking. I don't feel sleep for night. If rain they fall, now I go come sit down. Say if I hear who, make I quickly run. I'll sit down many way carry now.
I stand for your backyard.
That man, now me with her. You go think say person did it. You don't scatter the house, finish, pata. That man, wait they near me.
I see her just now.
Me governor help. Me help. I beg I no get 1 naira. To eat in our house. I beg. May they help to eat in our house. I go see money by block.
And medicine don't hear now.
And medicine. I no feel waka. Sleep no day.
And if rain dey fall?
If rain dey fall, now I go come sit down. If I hear one, I quick the run. May I carry my children. Maybe the run. I want to do this one. Me help us. Me no leave me like this die.
For Tofure?
For Tofure. Me no leave me like this die. When I dey can't pay I build my house, it no be like this. Oh.
Waiting they happen.
Minister of Works. Wait till I want to patient us by the grace of God, by the special grace of God. It's our regime, Senator Mondo Mero regime. When it's done, to make the patient, floor erosion different from normal way of living. Otherwise, fit one, you will cause another damage again. So they are on it. Minister of Works, not for that. So why I went there? So we are already working together. Then the next 2 months, and we shall find a way to resolve the problem. We have problems for us. Oh, so many areas now where calling dominates by erosion.
Suno. Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
It's great to have you back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. One show that teaches men to put themselves first. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, tonight we're discussing control. Should a man be controlling in his relationship? Okay, most of the time we hear ladies complain that their men are too controlling. Okay, that their men always want to boss over them. So the question we're asking tonight is it okay for a man to be controlling in a relationship? First of all, what do you even, how do you describe a controlling man? What are the things that men do that make women see them as though they're controlling? Okay, is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship? Okay, can a man be controlling at the same time have control in his relationship? So these are basic questions that we're going to be answering tonight. My name is Harry Aigboje, and I'm not going to be doing this alone. I've got two gentlemen with me. One of them is an old-timer, but the other one is still a very fresh face. So I'm going to be starting with the fresh face. I'm talking about the one and only Emmanuel Walters. Good to have you in the show, bro.
Pleasure, my pleasure being here this evening.
How's it been?
It's been very, very awesome.
All right, seated next to Walter is the one and only Benedict Ochagu. Welcome on board, bro.
Thank you so much, Harry. Always a pleasure being here to do what we love to.
Absolutely. All right, so we're discussing something really interesting tonight, something that has to do with control. Now, I'm sure in your interactions with people, you must have heard some persons, especially the other gender, complain about some men of this era being too controlling. Okay, so let's examine the word control. Do you think a man should have control in his relationship or even in his marriage? I don't want us to just limit it to relationships, okay? Do you think a man should have control? And what is control to you? Maybe we should even begin from there. Okay, what's control to you? Is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship or to be controlling? Let me begin with you, Benedict Ochagu.
All right. Well, the thing is, when you're talking about controlling, as long as the relationship is between a man and a woman, they must be controlling.
Okay.
Is the hard truth that a lot of younger women are struggling with. But the truth is that the fact that you are finding it difficult to accept does not change the reality.
That's actually the part that I find interesting, because it seems like this generation of women are the ones, you know, having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that, you know, there has to be somebody, you know, that wields some level of control in the relationship.
Yeah.
It seems like, you know, our mothers of old didn't quite have a problem with it.
Yeah, you see, I was discussing with you before we walked into the studio here, and I said that the hardest time to be a husband, for example, is this generation. It is very, very difficult to be a husband in our generation. In the time of our fathers, it was easier to be a husband because women understand that I am going to be loyal to a figure, a male figure. A woman understands that I am going there. For example, the man is a farmer or the man is a businessman. I'm going there to support my husband and make sure that he succeeds. And from the product of his success, my children will also be taken care of. Right? Even sometimes they go into the marriage understanding that another woman might even come in and they will still be loyal. So it was quite easier in that concept, being a husband in those days, in our father's time, in our forefathers' time.
So you're saying that they go in with polygamy in view?
Of course, it was a general thing, especially in African setting, that it was almost like a 70% thing that as I'm going into this marriage, if I'm the first wife, the chances are
that there will be a second wife at some point.
Will bring somebody. And so you are even being trained by the society as the first wife to be a mother figure to the younger ladies that will be brought in by your husband.
But some persons now see this as a barbaric practice.
Oh, yeah. It depends. You look at it from contextual
perspectives, okay.
Right. Yep. The world is growing. We are evolving. We are becoming more modernized. And then again, people awareness has increased. And so some persons will say, I don't want anybody to share my husband with me. And even some husbands will even tell you that it is even difficult being a husband to one wife these days, how much more bringing another person. Like I told you, it is a difficult thing to be a husband in our generation because we have people, younger generation, who doesn't want any level of control. They want to pick up their phone on social media and say anything. They want to on Twitter and say anything. And so because they have learned a culture of, in quote, a free speech on Twitter, and so they try to apply it within everything without understanding how to separate between the social media
reality
life and the reality on ground, right? So it becomes a very, very big problem because we do respect to women. I found out over the years that women don't really fit up. Women, because they have womb, they take in. And so that extension of being a man with a womb also affects them negatively in other aspects. That's why a woman reads a book, he swallows the book without digesting the book, understanding the one to take and the one not to take. She can just swallow the book and be applying it in her home and be using it against her husband because of what an author said.
Without filtration.
She wants the husband to fit into what an author said in US, without understanding that the scenarios are different. Okay. That's how that's how they are. And so some of the things our Gen Zs learn on social media, they want it to play. And that's what brings, especially maybe on movies and social media, and that's why when you come to propose to a woman, if you don't kneel down, she feels you don't love her enough. That is the effect of home videos and Hollywood and Nollywood movies and the social media, where love is defined by physical paraphernalia. But that is why they just want to do anything. She feels when she's wrong, don't scold her, rather correct her with a shawarma, for example. That is what she feels as well. And so when you don't do that, when you try to be a man, because a man is supposed to be a leader, and leadership comes with a level of control. You may not want to hear the word control. Okay, let's call it leadership. Let's not call it control.
Because I think that's where the problem is. It's a case of grammatical inexactitude. Some persons will tell you, well, don't say control, just say lead. But is there really a difference between both?
No, let's choose their word. Let's call it lead. Because at the end, it's still control. Because if I'm given a position, God naturally gives a man position to lead.
Okay.
And within that position to lead, you have to control. You have to look out for her. The Bible says nurture.
Okay.
In nurturing, you look out for her. And in that looking out for her, you control her.
Okay.
Because if she goes out, in nurturing her, she goes out to take in something and she begins to have stomach constipation. The effect will still fall back on you. And so you must control her to make sure she don't take that thing. In the bit of trying, for example, you can be in a relationship with a woman and you are telling her, the way you are relating with boys, the way you are accepting every guy, chatting with every guy, I know this road you are following, this bush you are following, it was people that cleared it. Me as a guy, I know where this can lead to, because perhaps either you have used that skill to get a woman before, or you have, sorry guys, because I'm breaking guys' code.
Absolutely.
People like Zabi watching us may not be happy.
Apology accepted.
Apology to the guy. So because of that, the guy tends to say, young lady, please set this boundary. Please set this boundary. Then say, why are you controlling me? You don't just have to wake up and say, I'm traveling for this birthday, I'll sleep over the weekend. Because, for example, maybe the relationship the guy was in before, it was that thing that took away the lady from her. So then the context is contextual. That's what I'm trying to say, that as long as the lady listening or watching us, you must understand that, for example, you accept to be with a man, you have accepted to be controlled. If you don't want to be controlled, just remain a single lady and be hanging out with your single ladies and other of your cosmates that are men.
All right.
But accepting to be with a man as a husband and a wife, you signed in to be controlled.
All right, thank you very much. Your own perspective to this issue seems to be more towards the marriage angle. But let me get your perspective on this, Walter. Do you think it's healthy for a man to control his woman?
According to what is said, majority of what is said are correct.
Okay.
But inside there, I'll still be opposing some of his words. Such as the part he made an example that the lady goes outside, takes some stuffs and start having stomach constipation. I won't say control in that context. I will say protect.
Well, isn't control protection?
No. Take a look at it now. They have two meanings. Protect in a relationship. From my own aspect now, protect now, you are aware of where she is. You understand? You are just trying not to make her make some certain decisions that you know is harmful to her. You understand? But control, you are trying not to make her use her own autonomy.
A free will.
A free will. You understand? You are like, what are you doing? Why are you there? Like, you are making decisions for yourself.
Okay.
You are not letting her take her own personal decisions.
Very well. You're saying that there's a clear difference between restriction and protection and control.
Control, yeah.
So when you're protecting someone, it's in their own interest.
Yes.
But when you're controlling them,
someone,
you are trying to restrict them.
It's something more of like a military regime.
Okay, you are trying to prevent them from exercising their fundamental.
Yes, that's just it. You understand? Okay. So now he said some words about the stomach constipation example, and in that context, I'll put it as protection. You are protecting the lady.
Okay.
And in the other word, last words he said, as a lady, if you have decided to be with a man, know that you have signed up for control. Very correct.
You agree?
I agree with that.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Walter. That was a very good one. Now, let me get back to you, Benedict. He just pointed out a clear difference, or should I say his own perspective, as far as the difference between control and protection are concerned. Do you think there is a difference, or they are the same thing?
Well, the truth is contextual.
Okay.
In the sense that, for example, what Walter was trying to say is, I think there's a lot of sense in what he was trying to say.
Okay.
But again, when you are dealing with an individual, it depends on what that person sees as protection and control.
Control, okay.
The thing you call protection to her may be control.
So it's probably based on the person's perspective.
Right. For example, I'm telling you, don't go there for so and so reason. For her, because she doesn't see anything. She wants to learn by experience, and you don't want her to learn by experience. And so trying to prevent her, she sees it as control from her perspective. But from your own perspective, you see it as protection. So context is the issue here. Okay. But in the essence, he made also a very salient point, trying to take the person's will away from her. Them, That is a dangerous one. And as a man, if you try to do that, if you try to capture that within the frame of your leadership sphere, you are trading a very dangerous path. Yeah, you are trading a very, very dangerous path. You don't take away the person's will. Let her express her will, but you provide leadership and guidance, right? That is what some women tends to be. When we say the word "con," we are not saying take away her will, because that also is an extreme. It's weak men that do that.
Okay.
Within her will, within her profession, within her career, she pursues her career, she does her thing, but you monitor, you check,
Okay.
right?
No.
You have to maybe at one time, at intervals, find out how is it going, what is happening around you. Find out, because men are very logical in their thoughts. Women are emotional.
Okay.
So they do almost everything they do with emotions. As a man, you give it logical analysis, and then you bring the offshoot of your analysis to bear by telling her, let's do like this, let's do like this. But the challenge is that we have a lot of women that doesn't want any form of, whether it's leadership, you call it, whether it's protection, you call it, whether it's control, you call it. They don't want any kind of interference. Once the emotion tells them do this, anything that interferes with it is control. And that's where the problem is.
We're asking a very salient question tonight. Is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? And by relationship, I'm not just talking about, boyfriend and girlfriend kind of connection. Even in marriage, is it healthy for a man to exercise control? Now, Walter, while he was, making his submission before I interjected, he was talking about the fact that there is a generation of women who do not want to be told what to do. Now, do you think that has anything to do with feminism?
Yes, it has a lot with feminism, because I've met a lot of ladies like that now.
Okay.
And I think I currently have one as a friend.
Okay.
That I'm not in support of her. You understand? Like, I tell her every day, your idea, your ideology, your thinking, your mentality is not stable.
Okay.
You understand? Because take a look at it now. You don't want to be controlled by a man. But without a man, you lack many things. You understand? Without a man, you can't. Okay, she's a single mother now. I told her, since you don't want to be controlled by a man, since you feel you are independent, you can do everything without the help of a man, what's the need of giving birth? Why did you need a man to give birth?
So you are not as independent as you think you are.
As you think you are. In most cases now, she will need some little help. She will run to me. You understand?
So she needs a man.
She needs a man to help her. I'll be like, I'm not helping you, because in your own context, you don't need a man to do anything. If I say I don't need somebody to do something, there's nothing that will make me run to that person for help, because I don't need her. If I say I don't need my dad now to help me in a situation, I'm not going to run to my dad. Probably there are other means I have
to sort yourself
to suit myself out. So now, for you to say you don't need a man in your relationship, you don't need a man, you are an independent woman, you don't need a man for anything, you should have other means that's going to solve your problem. There's no need moving to a man. So I'm very correct. It's very correct in that regard. You understand that for a lady, for you to come up with the ideology of saying you don't want to be controlled, don't ever think of going into a relationship.
Interesting.
The fallacy, just a quick one.
Yeah.
The fallacy is, for example, he pointed a single mom.
Yeah.
The fallacy is that most of some persons that are bruised emotionally end up becoming a kind of role model, mentors, and advisors. And that's a dangerous one.
Okay.
A very recent case study is Tonto Dike. Tonto Dike, when he had problem with church, went on social media and became a mentor, damaged a lot of young ladies, and now she has given her life to Christ and had gone back to reconcile with church, which means that her position...
It's interesting how you said that she reconciled with church and not with God.
With church...
Okay, with church, okay, all right.
No, of course, I don't doubt...
You don't judge.
God. No, I'm not even talking... What she has with God, I feel it is real, although she needs to be
mentored,
trained and mentored.
Okay.
That's the word. So now she has reconciled with Churchill, her ex-husband. What then happens to the people that saw her as a mentor when she was damaging them? Because she was broken there.
Okay.
She was damaged. You remember those days I constantly say that Tonto is a damaged entity. Then she had a big platform and used it to further damage a lot of young ladies. Now she sees life in the true perspective and has gone back to settle with the guy she called a lot of names, she's this, and use that example to also coach young ladies.
And the question now is, what happens to the people she misled?
She misled. A lot of them might have left their husband or their guys,
Their relationships.
their relationship because of the note, the lessons they took from Toto Dike and the stage 4 cancer girl.
Okay.
Blessings.
Blessings to you. Okay.
Right? So the thing is that basically, if you don't want control,
you have no business being in a relationship.
Don't have any business being in a
As a young
relationship.
lady, if you don't want control, just close your leg. If you have no business opening your leg for sugar daddy, because if you, a lot of them that say they don't, like this analogy he brought, Water brought, that lady, you may be surprised you will be going somewhere to be opening leg to somewhere.
Sure.
You understand? First, a lot of ladies sometimes on this regard live in their bubble of fallacy, and it's a very dangerous place to be.
It's a very dangerous place to be. Now, one of the challenges that a lot of young men of this era are facing is having to deal with women who believe that they do not, or they are not answerable to any man. Now, what's your word of advice to such men?
All right. First, as a man, the world is already too hard. Life is already somehow a bit unfair to men, right? For you now to allow a woman make it harder for you. When you find out that a woman is not have as a matter of ideology that submitting to men is making yourself a less of a woman, then it means that woman does not need a man. And if you as a man, you continue to bury your head inside there, whether in the name of love, whether in the name of she's your benefactor, it means you are gradually digging your grave. It doesn't matter. That's why when I look at the young men that are all emotional in relationship, I love her, all mushy, I tend to a kind of caution if I have the opportunity. Because men, for me, I don't feel men are supposed to be all emotional in relationship. No. Men are supposed to be thought-based people.
Logical,
thought-based, love that is with reason. If a woman does not want to be interrupted, does not want to be controlled, does not want to be led, then what is the essence of being with such a woman? Because once a man, as a man, if your woman does not respect you, you are about 60% dead.
It's like you don't know what you are doing.
An ideology that this woman just means that she will never respect you, you are about 60% dead. And if you refuse to do anything about it, the rest 40% may not take the next 5 years and it will accumulate, and that is the end of Solomon Grant.
So just add to what he said.
Okay.
You know, the Bible, it says, men, protect your wives. Then it also, the same Bible also said, women, be submissive to your husbands. You get? Now, if you take a look at those women that are deciding not to be submissive to their partners, you can see that they are falling astray. They are disobeying the word of God. You understand? And coming to the other part that he said, to fall in love is not a crime. But nowadays, from our generation, it's something more of like a big deal now, falling in love. Because we are thinking, the guy is thinking of, okay, I won't be able to control her, I won't be able to guide her, I won't be able to protect her, just because maybe the kind of girl she is. She has that, maybe she has met someone who don't control her, who give her that free will.
Okay.
So she's coming to
translated a permissive guy in the past.
Yes, she's coming into a new relationship. She's still having that same ideology. You get? She's having that same ideology. In some cases also, the guy will also be thinking about spending on a lady.
Material investment.
You understand? So you are loving someone now. Like he said, there should be a reason why you are loving that person, except maybe both of them know they are just coming together for fun.
Okay.
Once they know they are coming together for fun, okay, they shouldn't waste their time. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. They should not waste their time. But being loving for a reason now, some guys will tell you that the reason why they love a lady is because she's pretty.
Superficial reasons.
Superficial reasons.
Well, is that a bad reason to love someone, though?
It's not a bad reason, but you, as a guy that is a logical thinker, you need to think deeper.
Okay.
You need to think deeper. You need to look beyond the horizon.
Okay, so on a final note, what would be your parting word? What would be your word of advice, your counsel to young men out there who are dealing with women who have refused to submit to them, or who have refused to listen to them?
The final word I would say is, if it's something that they see is affecting their mental health, because situations like this affect the mental health.
Okay.
Simply walk away from the relationship. Yeah, there's difference between, I tell people, if you want to go in love, they use the word fall in love. I tell people, don't fall in love.
Okay.
Walk into love.
Wow. Okay.
You understand? Because you can fall in love now, and at the end of the day, you break your leg.
Or you may not even be able to.
You will not be able to pick yourself up. But once you walk into it, if you are tired, you just walk out.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a very interesting conversation. Is it necessary to, or is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? I'm sure my guests have said all that needs to be said on this particular topic, and I want to say a very big thank you to Benedict Ochago for taking out time to be here with me. It's always a pleasure to have you. And of course, my homie, Walter Emmanuel, good to have you on the show as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think a word is enough for the wise, just like they say. Control is not robbing you of your will, of your fundamental human rights. I think that's one thing that some persons need to understand, okay? There has to be somebody that will exercise control, even in your workplace. That is why your boss is there, okay? If there is no control, then it's only a matter of time before everybody just, does what they deem fit or what they deem necessary. And of course, you know what happens in situations like that to lead to chaos. Well, my name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma no kada zima esama zima dion bona zima dion obana zima dion mara we ma ri o esama dion na mi ma do pon mi sama mi ma do gbe ken sama e ma di o wa re na sama ma gbe ken ne o sa bo obuyo bi ton ne ba no ge ton ni maga no dia mi maga me ma ni do gbe ken ne de.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Some days, there comes the Uge Mobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your events to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
ITV, certainly the best.
the land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe.
That's what
And
I
these
thought.
women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of 2 local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secrets to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as naids are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them. I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program. Memories on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Owa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Owa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom. As a result, for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Owa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about...
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe.
That's what
And these
matters.
women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of two local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs? Or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as naids are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Owa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Owa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom. As a result, for a man to find a comfortable place for living, the name Owa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Some days, There comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about
what I said.
So
So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise, or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe.
Oh,
And
wow.
these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of 2 local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin, the strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. Benin cultural dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Good evening and welcome to ITV News at 11. I am Chukufum Nanya Digwi. Now, Edo State Governor Senator Mondi Ukpebolo has described the return of the Benin bronzes as a historic milestone for the Benin Kingdom, insisting that the artifacts belong to the Oba of Benin's palace and should not be politicized. Governor Ukpebolo stated this on Wednesday when he received the Director General of the National Commission of Museums and Monuments, Ologbile Holuwe, alongside the Consul General of Switzerland in Lagos, Connie Kamenzid, Director of Ethnographic Museum of the University of Zurich, Professor Alice Herzog, Curator of the Museum, Dr. Alex Malefakis, and other members of the delegation at Government House in Benin City. Williams Yama has the details.
Governor Mondi Ukpebolo commended the Swiss government and other stakeholders involved in the restitution process, describing the return of the artifacts as a significant moment in the history of Benin Kingdom. Governor Ukpebolo stressed that the Benin bronzes represent the cultural heritage of Benin people and should remain under the custody of the traditional institution.
There's no point playing politics with what belongs to the palace. I must tell you the truth. We have culture here. I believe in our culture. Those bones are not just bones. They are symbolic, spiritual to our kingdom. Wherever they are, they will all find their way back to Nigeria to Augusta.
Earlier, Director General, National Commission for Museums and Monuments, Ologbile Holuwe, said the visit was to strengthen collaboration with the Edo State government and mark another step in international restitution of Benin artifacts.
Benin is ground zero when it comes to restitution and the returning of Benin bronzes. Number one, to build that connection directly with His Excellency.
Speaking on behalf of the Swiss government, Consul General Connie Kamenzid described the restitution as a major milestone in the relationship between Switzerland and Nigeria. She expressed pride in Switzerland's role in the process, pointing out that the collaboration with the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and the museums involved have been successful.
For me as a Swiss, being able to do that here, Bele Holloway, as well as the 3 museums that are part of the first restitution, is an extremely pleasure, and I'm very proud that Switzerland has been able to do that.
Present at the meeting, we had Edo State Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, Secretary to Edo State Government, Umar Musa Ikilo, Esquire, Head of Service, Dr. Anthony Okungbawa, Esquire, Commissioner of Information and Strategy, Prince Kasim Afegwa, and other top government officials. From Benin, William Siama, ITV News.
Away from that, President Bola Tinubu has congratulated renowned businessman and philanthropist Chief Bright Igbenedion on the occasion of his 65th birthday. In a congratulatory message issued by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, President Tinubu described Chief Bright Igbenedion as an accomplished leader whose contributions have made significant impact in Nigeria's aviation and oil and gas industries. President Tinubu said it is worthy to celebrate the milestone birthday of Chief Bright Igbenedion, the Otumba Atayese of Ile Ishoya Kingdom and chairman of Coral Oil and Gas Limited. The president commended Chief Igbenedion's leadership in the aviation, oil and gas sectors, noting that his contributions have helped advance the growth of both industries. He also praised the celebrant's commitment to humanitarian service through his foundation, highlighting its interventions in the fight against waterborne diseases, the provision of educational scholarships and programs aimed at empowering vulnerable members of the society. The president prayed for Chief Bright Igbenedion's continued good health, long life, and greater accomplishments in his business and philanthropic endeavors. In the same vein, Edo State Governor Senator Monday Ukpebholo has congratulated renowned businessman Chief Bright Igbenedion on the occasion of his birthday, describing him as an accomplished entrepreneur whose contributions continue to impact the socio-economic development of Edo State. In a congratulatory message signed by his Chief Press Secretary, Dr. Patrick Ebujili, Governor Ukpebholo commended Chief Bright Igbenedion for his enduring commitment to the growth of the state's economy through strategic private investments that have created jobs, stimulated commerce, and strengthened confidence in Edo's investment climate. Governor Ukpebholo said Chief Bright Igbenedion represents the caliber of indigenous entrepreneurs whose investment and business acumen complements the government's efforts to build a resilient economy driven by private sector participation. Governor Ukpebholo prayed that Almighty God would grant Chief Bright Igbenedion many more years of good health, wisdom, and greater accomplishments as he continues to contribute to the growth and prosperity of Edo State and Nigeria. In another report, staff of independent television and radio have been advised to uphold integrity and be diligent in the discharge of their duties. The advice was given by the parish pastor at Wotubu Parish Quarters, Christ Apostolic Church of God Mission International, Dr. Obiebo Bernard, during the 41st monthly prayer session held at St. Gabriel Hall Communication Complex, Oluku, Benin City. The report by Esther Ogoro is presented by Oluwafemi Farayola.
The 41st monthly prayer session featured praise, worship, and prayers for the new month. Welcoming staff, the Executive Director, Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, urged everyone to remain dedicated and committed to their duties and responsibilities.
Let us all resolve to be more committed in our duties, and we know it can only get better.
Delivering a sermon titled Always Remember Tomorrow, Reverend Dr. Obiebo Bernard Otaninyowa reminded staff to live with tomorrow. He emphasized that a good name is better than riches and encouraged continuous growth, excellence, and faithful service.
If you serve God, well,
Remember what? Whatsoever you are doing, there's somebody taking record of it.
In his closing remarks, the Executive Director, Operations, Chief Eda Ogbeide Uwonse, appreciated the commitment of staff and encouraged them to take their job seriously, stressing that hard work always pays.
Whatever we are doing, wherever we are, we should take the job as our own.
In an interview, Director of Radio, Dr. Dan Omozusi, and the Assistant General Manager, News and Current Affairs, Mr. Eosa Agbolahon, said the fellowship has encouraged staff to live exemplary lives.
Honor the Lord, fear the Lord, do the will of the Lord, and the Lord will carry you to your expected end.
It's always a delight to be in the presence of the Lord. This fellowship has renewed my faith.
The prayer session was attended by the top management officials, including the General Manager, Group Commercial Services, Mrs. Odun Balogun, the General Manager, Special Duties, Mr. Abiodun Mudashiru, among others. Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
In more news, the Deputy Governor, Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, has paid glowing tribute to a former Deputy Governor of the state, Dr. Pius Ebirame Odubu, on his 69th birthday, describing him as an exemplary statesman whose enduring legacy of service continues to inspire leaders across generations. Right Honorable Idahosa, in a congratulatory message issued by his Chief Press Secretary, Friday Agedu, says Dr. Odubu's distinguished career in public service has been defined by integrity, sacrifice, and unwavering commitment to the growth and development of the state. The state's governor stated that the former deputy governor's years in office remain a reference point for purposeful leadership, humility, and dedication to the welfare of the people. The deputy governor expressed gratitude to God for preserving the former deputy governor's life and prayed for continued divine guidance, sound health, and wisdom. He wished the former deputy governor a joyful 69th birthday celebration and many more years of impactful service to Edo State, Nigeria, and humanity. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has destroyed over 12 tons of illicit drugs in Kano State, reaffirming its determination to curb drug trafficking and abuse. The exercise underscored the need for sustained collaboration among government, security agencies, and communities in the fight against illicit drugs. Kano correspondent Abdul Ibrahim reports.
Over 12.2 tons of cannabis psychotropic substance and other illicit drugs seized through intelligence operations, raid and airport interceptions were publicly destroyed by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency in Kano State. Deputy Zonal Commander of the NDLEA, Ahmad Mohammed, said the exercise demonstrates the agency's unwavering commitment to protecting lives and dismantling drug trafficking networks.
Let this event serve as both a warning to those in the drug trade and a hope for those struggling with addiction that recovery is possible and help is available through our counseling and treatment programs.
Commander of the NDLEA, Kano State Strategic Commander, CN Dahiru Haya Lawal, says the command has intensified intelligence-driven operations leading to the hundreds of arrests, several convictions, and dismantling of major drug distribution networks across the states.
There is no sanctuary for you in Kano. Our response under the War Against Drug Abuse, that is WADA initiatives, is a multifaceted.
Representing the Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf, the Secretary to the State Government, Alhaji Umar Farouk, said the State Government is strengthening efforts to combat drug abuse and crime through increased security deployment, rehabilitation initiatives, and continued support for the NDLEA.
Let us be very clear. It is the physical demonstration of a firm, sustained, and humane policy to deny criminal networks the ability to poison our communities.
The NDLEA and the Kano State government have pledged to sustain collaboration with relevant stakeholders to curb drug abuse, protect communities, and secure a safer future for the younger generation. From Kano, Abdul Ibrahim, ITV News.
Now, as Nigeria continues to confront security challenges and preparations for the 2027 general elections gather momentum, stakeholders have emphasized the need for shared responsibility in tackling insecurity and strengthening the country's democratic process. The issues form the focus of discussions on the breakfast program this morning on ITV. The report by Zainab Mohammed is presented by Usemudiame Usaige.
The Special Advisor on Media and Communication Strategy to Edo State Governor Godswill Inegbe backed Governor Monday Okpebholo's position that tackling insecurity requires collective responsibility. Public Affairs Analyst Bright Ulumese and political analyst Okoro Osao Obaraye examined the implications of political party deregistration ahead of the 2027 general elections.
The issue of security cannot just be left for the President of Nigeria. The governors have responsibility. The four of us decide to make whatever is wrong with the four of us to cement it first and continue. There's no way we won't get ahead with. Nigerian opposition leaders, they ought to have been upfront. Now, I'm surprised that the wearing and all of that, they really are not doing enough.
From Abuja studio, a former chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, Comrade Peter Ame, highlighted the commencement of the upload of party candidates ahead of the 2027 elections, describing the process as a critical step towards credible electoral preparations.
The policy of government is presented from a narrow political partisan point of view. It is the responsibility of the opposition to be able to stabilize this information to the people. If you don't have opposition, then we'll be running in a dictatorial environment.
From Lagos studio, political analyst Dr. Bolaji Akinyemi analyzed the recent attack on schools in Borno State, stressing that tackling insecurity requires collective responsibility. He called for improved protection of schools through adequate security measures, including perimeter fencing, while urging citizens to hold leaders accountable.
If they already know this is what is happening, then who are the people perpetrating that? And that those are the people they should go after.
Semudame Osage, ITV News.
The Nigerian government has received another group of 269 Nigerians evacuated from South Africa as authorities intensify efforts to bring home citizens choosing to leave the country as South Africans storm the country's streets in protest following the June 30 deadline for undocumented foreign nationals. The returnees arrived on an Air Peace flight that landed at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos, where they were received by the Director of African Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Haruna Ali Gumbi. The Nigerian government on Monday announced that at least 271 Nigerian nationals in South Africa would be repatriated on Tuesday as it continues its voluntary repatriation program for citizens seeking to return home following the persisting wave of anti-immigration tensions and xenophobic attacks in South Africa. According to a statement by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ali Gumbi conveyed President Bola Tinubu's message to the returnees, assuring them that the Nigerian government remains committed to protecting Nigerians living abroad. The ministry said the latest evacuation marks the second flight under the ongoing voluntary repatriation exercise, bringing the total number of Nigerians evacuated from South Africa to 335. In another report, tragedy struck at number 2 Erio Street on Textile Mill Road, Benin City, when a story building was razed by fire, leaving the landlord and other occupants losing property worth large sums of money. The victims are soliciting help for survival. Efusan Wangwe has the details.
It was a tale of sorrow and agony as the inferno sent confusion among residents in the area as they attempted to salvage an already devastating situation. The story building became a shadow of its former self as property inside the house was reduced to rubble. Some eyewitnesses said at night they heard a loud blast and before they knew what was happening, fire had engulfed the house. The eyewitnesses said efforts to put off the fire were unsuccessful as the intervention of the fire service that rushed down could do nothing or little to contain the fire.
I got my friend for the area. He also applied, boom, boom, boom. The next one we see, cause surprise say people go full area. We don't come out, cause surprise say they see fire, they bomb.
So when he called me in the night that his house was on fire, I had to rush down. My first thought was the children. Then to the glory of God, within 10 minutes, someone called the fire service and for the first time since all these years, all my years in the Edo State, fire service responded within 10 minutes. Unfortunately, the damage has been done.
Landlord of the affected building, Mr. John Osawoyi, and his wife said the fire took them back to square one as they lost every single of their property.
I'm using this meeting to beg the good people of Edo State and the good people of Nigeria to come to my aid. My enemy is fake. I'm begging the governor of the state. Everybody, come to my aid, please. Give me all the assistance you can give me.
When I heard my daughter was shouting, "Mommy, mommy, mommy, come on, mommy." So I was like, what? I ran out from the room to the parlor. When I got to the parlor, everywhere, smoke, fire, everywhere, no light, no. In fact, I don't know how God managed to rescue me and the children.
At the time of this report, the remnants of the burnt property littered the premises. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Away from that, the Nigerian Army said troops of the Joint Task Force Northwest under Operation Fansen-Yama have carried out intelligence-led air operations targeting suspected terrorists and armed bandits in parts of Niger and Kaduna states. The Army disclosed this in a statement issued on Tuesday, saying the air component conducted the operations on June 29 following intelligence reports on the movement and gathering of suspected criminal elements within the joint operations area. According to the statement, one of the operations was carried out in the Dogon Dawa axis of Shiroro local government area of Niger State, where credible intelligence corroborated by human sources indicated that more than 200 suspected terrorists on motorcycles had converged in the area. According to the military, the battle damage assessment indicated that several suspected terrorists were neutralized, while others fled with injuries toward the Kurugin-Maidawa axis. Tension rises in Lassa community as Kira Uba, local government area of Borno State, as parents listed at least 36 missing children following a deadly school attack, as angry youths confronted government delegations sent to sympathize with victims' families. The attack, which occurred at Government Day Secondary School Lassa, was carried out by suspected ISWAP terrorists during the National Examinations Council examination, reportedly killed 2 teachers and abducted an unspecified number of students. However, the visits turned chaotic as youths and relatives of the abducted students rejected the delegation's address while insisting that government officials should prioritize rescuing the children. Efforts by the commissioner and his team to calm the situation and deliver a formal address failed, forcing them to retreat under pressure as the crowd became increasingly agitated. Meanwhile, parents have begun compiling names of missing students at the request of the state authority. In more news, the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Nsukka Zone, has threatened to embark on an indefinite strike at the Enugu State University of Science and Technology if the Enugu State government fails to implement the 2025 ASU federal government agreement on lecturers' remuneration by the end of July. The union said the proposed industrial action would commence if the agreement, including arrears, from January 2026 was not implemented. The Nsukka Zonal Coordinator of ASUU, Professor Christian Opata, disclosed this during a press conference titled End of Lamentation in Enugu State, University of Science and Technology at the University campus in Enugu. Opata said ASUU's lecturers were currently the least paid among other lecturers in public universities in the country, adding that the situation was affecting staff morale and the institution's ability to attract and retain qualified academics. According to him, the 2025 agreement between ASUU and the federal government took effect in January after it was unveiled on January 14, 2026. He said the National Universities Commission had communicated the agreement to all state governments, while vice chancellors also transmitted the documents to their respective governments for implementation. Opata expressed concern that ASUU remained the only university in the ASUU Nsukka zone yet to implement the agreement. The ASUU coordinator dismissed the claims that inadequate funding was responsible for the delay, insisting that available revenue figures showed the state had the financial capacity to implement the agreement. And on business news, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Heineken Lukbobri, said the government would not tolerate proliferating and other practices that exploit fuel consumers. He also said that though the era of government fixed petrol prices was over, deregulation did not mean regulators would abdicate their responsibility to protect consumers. The minister spoke in Abuja at the opening ceremony of the 2026 General Council and Legal Advisors Forum, organized by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. His remarks came amid renewed public concerns over the failure of refiners and importers to lower the gantry prices of petroleum products, even as crude prices fell from a high of $120 during the US-Iran war to as low as $72 a barrel. Now in entertainment news, street pop singer Portable and actor Charles Okocha are preparing for a celebrity boxing rematch on July 31 at the Balmoral Convention Center, Victoria Island, Lagos. The event is expected to also feature the Agbaje versus Musa contest, describing it as a night for four fighters to settle scores in the ring. The rematch came after Portable's first loss in celebrity boxing at Chaos in the Ring 4, held at Federal Palace Hotel, where streamer Carter Ife defeated him via a 30-27 unanimous decision across 3 rounds, ending Portable's unbeaten run and taking his title. Before the defeat, Portable had built a record in the sport with victories over Okocha and Speed Darlington, earning him 2 celebrity boxing belts. Now on the foreign scene, as Venezuelans in La Guaira continue to pick through the rubble of downed buildings, a government evacuator stood immobile next to a pile of concrete and bent rubber. According to reports, Venezuela is a home to the world's largest reported oil reserves, yet in the wake of one of its worst earthquakes in over a century, many of its citizens have been forced to dig their friends and family out of the rubble by hand for want of fuel. Their desperation comes as Venezuelan government faces mounting criticism over its response to the crisis. Opposition leader Maria Corina Machado has said that the crisis has motivated her to return to Venezuela from exile in the U.S. Meanwhile, the government has defended its response to the earthquakes despite the initial chaos, with top lawmaker George Rodriguez touting a new initiative in which volunteers are distributed according to established priorities. And now talking sports. Striker Harry Kane sparred England from being knocked out of the World Cup with 2 late goals as they came from behind to beat DR Congo in Atlanta to reach the last 16. DR Congo goalkeeper Lionel Mpasi made a string of magnificent saves to keep England at bay, although Yohan Wissa hit the post with the goal at his mercy on the stroke of half-time. Thomas Tuchel's side were 15 minutes away from an embarrassing exit as DR Congo defended the early lead to given by Brian Sipenga. It was then that captain and talisman came to the rescue with a superb header from substitutes Anthony Gordon's cross after 75 minutes before lashing in a stunning winner run. Kane got the winner with his 5th goal of the World Cup as he collected the ball on the edge of the box, turned and flashed a powerful right foot finish high past Mpasi with 4 minutes left. England will now face co-hosts Mexico and Azteca Stadium in Mexico City on Monday, 6 July. With that report, we've come to the end of ITV News at 11. I am Chukwufumnanya Digwe. Thank you for watching. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
For keeping a date with me on the program, Icons, and the storyline is giving value to the society and of course making the society a better place for us all to live in. Today on the program, my guest is Dr. Tabusaid Osabo, the MD CEO of Twisting Osteo and Orthopedic Acupuncture Center, giving us it wasn't about being born with a golden spoon or a diamond spoon, a silver spoon. But I think he was pretty lucky because he was born in between a bronze spoon, a wooden spoon, and a bronze spoon. That's something to share about. So let's talk a bit more about how what gave you that conviction to start something on your own. A lot of people have visions, they have dreams, they have things they would love to do, but it ends in the realms of dreams. It never comes to reality. But where you are, was this like a dream? How did you come about it? Okay. Moving forward, how I started Trisent Osteo, which is now Trisent Healthcare. Yes, for the glory of God. We started in 2018 into 2019.
was thinking I'm always thinking of settling down. But I didn't have money. So with my working field work and office work that I've done over the years, I was able to save some amount of money, which was not up to 500,000 naira. I saved for myself. So I now called my friend in Abuja. Asked Salama, I want to start up something, a business. He said, which business? I said, business in my life now. He said, okay. I said, should I start in Abuja? I said, Abuja is a big city. I said, okay. I said, but I'm looking at my state. I worked some places in my state, but the people there are suffering of pain. And they just take drugs anyhow. Yeah. They don't even know what is therapy. Therapy actually works. So we were contemplating on it, and I just moved down to the. So I saw a guy who was moving me around. He became a friend. His name is Bobby. So I met Bobby, and I said I would like to see an agent in Benin. He said, okay, took me to Airport Road in Benin, and we saw an agent. So the agent took me to one building, just one building. So that was the building he has currently. So when he took me to that building, it was a duplex. It was an upstairs. And that building had no staircase. Because it was a duplex, the staircase was inside the building. And the ground floor was already occupied with a pharmacy. So how do you access the building? How do I not access it? So now said, okay, I will construct a staircase to that building, from outside. You can see determination. Wow. I didn't have money. So the money that was with me, I now worked a bit more. It became 500,000. So I paid about 300,000 for the rent of that building. No, I paid 500,000 for the rent for that building because it was GRA. Why were you with nothing? That left me with nothing. So when I paid 500,000, I called my sister. I said, I want to rent a building of 500,000. She said 500,000 at your age. What will you do there? How will you get the money to pay? I was just working by faith. So I paid, there was no money with me. So I went back again. I started hustling, looking for money. I got 300,000. So when I got that money, I called the neighbor to give me an estimate of what it would cost to do a staircase upstairs. So I got the quotation. I was started buying the materials bit by bit to fabricate the staircase. So the staircase was not too high. If you are climbing, it's used iron, you really bah. So they did the staircase. We had access upstairs. So I did the front decks, which is the reception. Then I now did the office, my office. The office just had a table and a chair. And for me, I bought the table about 350,000. How did I get the money to pay for that table? It was my eldest sister that gave me a post-dated check to pay for the table. So I deposited 100,000 for the table, and I took the check. I met the man. I said, sir, please, I need this table. Help me with this. Before the date of this check expires, I will pay you. Wow. And he accepted the advice. Accepted. And my sister told me, don't allow this check to bounce because they will penalize me for it. Yeah. So that fear was with me. So I paid with that check. So he gave me the table. And that's the table I'm still using up to today. Wow. Because it's a massive table with glass on top. So when we brought the table in, the money finish.
Just like starting from square zero. I want you to talk to me about how would you, sometimes when you are the person at the center of a conversation or the subject of the conversation, it is a bit difficult as a question to respond to, as in how would you, looking at where you're coming from, how would you assess the level of impact made in your chosen career, your chosen profession, as it were?
I would say sometimes it baffles me. It baffles me. I just look back and I say, God, it's only by your power and by your grace. It's you alone that can choose someone and push the person, propel the person to do more. Over the years, if we have not given back to the society, we have given back to we reached out to more than 3,000 persons. More than 3,000 persons. These are free pro bono service to them. Not the one we have taken care of. So it will be the ones we have taken care of and the ones we have reached out to, say 7,000 to 8,000 persons. And we have treated them of pain, and we have brought people back for us.
Like referrals.
So there was a time we did a therapy on an elderly woman that had not worked for 2 years. We just did therapy alone. No drugs, no injection, nothing. Just therapy. And the woman came not working. So the woman started working. And as she was working, she was using a Zimmer worker to work. Later, she didn't work again. With the Zimmer worker, she was working on her own, and she threw the Zimmer worker. So she didn't know that they were actually recording her. So they were videoing her, and we posted it on our Instagram. That's how we went viral. So when we posted it on our Instagram, people saw the woman was so excited. Someone that had not worked for some time, she was working. She was a lot of reactions here and there.
Talk to me about what are those core values you have imbibed over the years that have been very instrumental to your success story? And then I know you talked about your elder brother a lot, your older siblings, how they molded you and all of that. But if you were to look outside the family settings, who would you say are those people in the business world that have inspired you, that have motivated you to what you are today? What are those core values driving you in the journey of life?
First of all, I'll say my reverend. Yes, my reverend, Timothy, the presiding pastor of. Okay, I like to show it's not bad. Okay.
I like to know, when people look at you today, they admire the heights that you have attained. What's the story behind the emergence of Trecent Osteo-Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center as the primus inter pares when it comes to treatment for bones, treatment for pains, as it were? I've already said this a number of times. You can take care of pains without drugs. And I can tell you for sure that within the context of Nigeria, the use of painkillers is one of the most abused set of drugs. People are feeling pain, stomach pain, they just go, over the counter, get drugs at the table. You say most times, you can deal with pains without the use of drugs. And then we're talking about that after the establishment or the emergence of Trecent. What are those values that you imbibed that have sustained you, and how would you describe those who you look up to as mentors outside your family settings, as it were?
Okay. Trecent Healthcare, Trecent Osteo, was rooted in non-drug, non-injection treatment. Just basically therapeutic, helping your body to heal again.
the human body has the capacity to heal when it has rested and when it has undergone some certain therapeutic measures or process. We started, like I was saying, we started mid-2019, and when we started, that was when coronavirus just happened. That was COVID-19. So COVID-19 spiraled into 2020. Yeah. And like I said, I had been known. When we finished, when I bought the office table, there was no money again. So that COVID-19 brought a whole lot of chaos, a lot of fear in people's mind. While people were seeing disadvantage in that COVID-19, we saw an advantage there. I saw an advantage there. With the number of persons I have met, I have spoken to, educated, enlightened, and all that, they started reaching out to me. So, people were even scared of taking drugs because they cannot even go out to get drugs. They were sitting every day at home. Yeah. The whole country was shut down. Yeah. There was a lockdown. Really. There was a lockdown. Yeah. So the sitting position, people just sitting and all that became so chaotic. Became pandemonious. Everybody just sit down, they were adding up. They were sitting in their house, no exercise, nothing. They were just sitting in their house, locked down. So they started reaching out to me. So when they reach out to me, I go to their house, do therapy for them, exercise them, and they pay me for it, and I come back. So I was doing that. I was really money for it. It's not like the money was much. They were just paying me little stipend. But the joy of doing it, that fulfillment, that people can still see, they can do therapy. So I started doing that over and over again. They were recovering. Even their immune system was already going down, being low, they were crashing down. They were recovering. I had a lot of money to now buy a bed until some person started coming to the clinic. When they started coming to the clinic, there was no bed. So I had this love sitter in my office. So I did therapy on that chair, that love sitter. So after the therapy, they feel relief and they go back home. So they come back, we do another therapy, they feel relief and they go back. Those stroke patients started coming. Okay. We started doing therapy on stroke patients. Manipulation, exercise, giving them exercise to do, and all that. There was a time I didn't even have a secretary. My secretary left because I was paying the secretary 11,000 naira. Then, yes. So, I don't know. Not some time, when they don't want to work, I don't know. She now left. So I will go to the reception and welcome the patients. Then I'll take the patient to my office, I'll consult the patient, and I'll take the patient to the therapy room, I'll work for the patient. So when they will ask me, who is the secretary? I'll say, I'm the secretary. I'll attend to you now. You will still see the director, he's around. It's okay. I say, okay, let me take you to the director. We go to the office. When we sit in the office, I will tell the patient, welcome sir, you are highly welcome to Crescent SC. What is your challenge right now? Are you not the one that just registered me? I think yes, I can still consult you. I'll consult the patient. They will still see the therapist. Let's go inside, I'll show you the manifest. So we get to the therapy, I'll do the therapy. Okay.
You are very good. He said, yes. What are you going to have? He said, I have not seen one yet. One is not yet. Another one is coming. And that was how I was doing. And I that's what Cholaki. So it was stressful for me because I didn't have any money. I didn't have enough money. So I was staying in the office. I was sleeping there. So your office now became my house. Your house? Yes. Interesting. I could not go to the only sister I have here in the States, in the States. I couldn't go to her house. Transport was expensive, the stress was expensive, you know. So I wash my trousers, my shirts, just one trousers and one shirt. I had 2 shirts, one white and one blue, sky blue shirt, and one black pants trousers. So I wash it and I keep it. I wear it, the next morning I wear it. I need to repeat that. I need to repeat that because it's very striking when you look at it from the perspective that people don't realize that there's a time for everything. There's a time for life is a process. Exactly. Whatever level you want to attain in life, you got to take your time to go through it and get to that topmost position to be able to achieve that. So you're saying after you get the office first, you pay for the table, you get the accommodation there, and then you couldn't even afford an accommodation to live in. You have to stay in the office with your 2 pants and one trousers and 2 shirts that can be washed today, you wear tomorrow, then you wash it, dried, iron, the next day. Exactly. Then my house was 1 short joggers, a short combat, and a white vest. That was my whole room. So I washed these things, iron them and keep them. Then I didn't have money to be going to see my sister, so I just stayed in the office. Because every time I go there, I'm out of cash. So what helped me? I will come there. What helped me? One day I was sleeping in the office. They didn't know that I was inside the office. So Amdoba came. Oh, yes. So they were breaking the door. Already, there was a burglary at the back of the door, the entrance of my office. They didn't know that. So they were breaking. They shouted, "Who is there?" They said they are army officers. I said, "Which army officer will visit you at 2 a.m. at night?" So they kept on breaking the door. So I ran into the ceiling to go and hit myself. So when I ran upstairs, I entered the ceiling. When I used to climb the ceiling, I scattered it so that they know that I've entered the ceiling if they eventually come in. So they break in and break in and break in, they didn't succeed. So it was making too much of noise, and there are people living around. Then when they came to my rescue door, so they left. So the next morning, I came down. That day, I still walked in that place. This happened in Yama, in GRA. Thank you very much. It's been worthwhile talking with Dr. Taibosait Osabo, the CEO of Tristan Osteo Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center in Benin City, giving us insight into his life journey and things to expect in the next decade. I want to thank you for having us your time. Thank you so much. Well, that's the wrap on Icon, a program while it lasted. You can follow for more on our YouTube channel. Please post a comment there, and of course share this video. There's a lot of lesson to learn from it. Apply this to your everyday life, your business life. You be the best version of yourself. I'm Sonny Duke Okosu, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
certainly the best.
This is an Egbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, now a very good morning to you, and you're welcome to the program this morning on ITV. My name is Evan Sunokuge, the 1st of July 2026, and of course a brand new month, so we'll say happy new month to you. And Oluwakbo Stevens is right here with me, and Wilson Omasha, good morning, happy new month.
Good morning, Evans, happy new month. I mean, the last time I saw you was last month, right? That's like a long time ago. And Wilson as well.
Really? Okay. No, seriously. Yesterday here. You know, it's just a second in between, you know, 11:59. That's one more.
No, that's what you think, but it's totally different. Completely.
A lot of things can happen in that short space. Anything can just happen. Okay. All right, so we have Abuja and Lagos too on this program this morning. Abuja, Patricia, a very good morning to you. Yeah, okay, we have Messalina in Lagos, and of course we have Abuja there. Messi, good morning.
Beautiful morning to you, Evans. Good morning, Anu. Good morning, Wilson. And good morning, Joseph. Happy New Month to you all.
And Joseph Kadiri, Happy New Month.
Good morning to you, and Happy New Month to all of us in ITV, and of course to our viewers.
All right, so today being the first day now brings to mind about the xenophobic issue in South Africa. I mean, as we speak now, we understand that Nigerian embassy in South Africa is packed with Nigerians that want to come home. Only about yesterday that we are told that about 269 of Nigerians were returned home. I don't know, that's too small, I mean, compared to the number of people that want to return home.
Well, it's really a disheartening situation with what we're currently seeing going on in South Africa. Yesterday, being June 30th, was actually the deadline, according to South African government, given to African countries in South Africa, illegal migrants. That's how they target in South Africa.
South African government.
What do you mean by non-South African
No. That deadline was given by some very, very myopic activists in South Africa trying to protect their land. Zuma was not in support of it. He just said if you want to protect, it should be not violent. That's all. The way never said anybody should leave. Those activists, those Zulu, those whatever is being called, he never said. So never said everybody should leave. No.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think South Africa has any stronghold on what is going on currently. But I would just love to talk about Nigerian stance on it because it's really shocking. I mean, a couple of years ago, we saw how Nigeria acted as the big brother during the apartheid era to save whatever it is that was going on in South Africa, and then years down the line, we're seeing a different ballgame entirely. This is African fighting Africans. And it's the first time in my existence right here on earth that I'm hearing a thing like this happen, and it really says a lot. A lot of persons have actually come out on the federal government, the likes of Senator Adams Oshiomhole and other persons, to ensure that all of the businesses in South Africa move away. We get to end all of it because of what is going on. There are those who say that currently the federal government is even handling the matter with kids' glove, and it shouldn't be, right? Because the life of an average Nigerian truly matters. But then again, if you look at it from another angle, it's safe to say that perhaps this is a sign for everybody to return back to Nigeria. Let's come home, let's fix our land, all of the investment that we have in South Africa, let's bring it back home and see that, we make Nigeria a better place. 2 days ago, we saw a Nigerian in South Africa being killed, his body laid down on the road, and it was really sad and disheartening to watch.
All right, now, so let's go to Lagos and bring Messalina into the talk on this this morning. And of course, we'll also go to Abuja, where Joseph Kadiri. All right, so basically now South Africa, asking non-documented nationals to leave. So our concern this morning is the only 269 Nigerians that have returned home. We understand that Nigerian embassy in Johannesburg, as it stands now, is packed full with Nigerians that want to return home.
Now, they are saying non-documented immigrants to come back to Nigeria. But what we've been seeing on the internet is even the persons that are documented, they are still telling them to come to Nigeria or leave our country, go back to your country, go fix your country. There's that yesterday beat the deadline, on internet we saw riots and all of that. Like Anu mentioned earlier, we saw the death of one of our Nigerian brother, in front of his office where he was killed, and he was, lying on the floor. It's really, really disheartening saying that Africans, all Africans, I mean, we're Africans, and now we are fighting ourselves, saying Nigerians must leave. I remember one time too in Ghana was saying Nigerians, must leave their country, and at a point I just kept thinking, is it Nigeria? Why Nigeria? I mean, in South Africa, they're talking about just all African countries. But in Ghana, a few months back, we saw where they said Nigeria must leave. And I would say it's time. It's also a good one. Nigerians out there should come, come back, see what they got. I mean, it's not safe out there. Seeing the guy that they killed, it's obvious that it's not safe out there. So we just urge the government to help, bring back the rest of them, because at this point, with what has been happening, it's obvious that African countries, other African in South Africa right now, especially Nigerians, I mean, we are Nigerians, they're not safe out there. So the government should just do everything possible to, bring them back to the country. Since South Africa is saying that you need to leave our country, man, it's really sad and disheartening, trust me.
All right, so Joseph Kadiri.
Yeah, it is honestly not a pleasant one, seeing those very gory clips yesterday following the deadline given to non-documented immigrants. Many things running through my mind, and you just wonder. This is a country that was in dungeon some decades ago, and many countries came to their rescue, including Nigeria, and of course including the founder of ITV also contributed to ensuring that they actually get freedom. But where are we now? This same group of guys are the ones telling those who actually came to their aid, who came to their rescue to leave their country. It is not a good one, and just want to ask what the South African government is doing. Yes, many people have argued that they are complicit, because you should be able to tell your citizens to stay put, to halt their action, and of course also provide what they need. If it's about job loss, it is everywhere. There is certainly no country on earth that those able-bodied men and women who wants to work have jobs to do. Some are taking, others will wait on the queue, and it will now get to their turn. But there's a lesson we should learn from this, which is to say that we need to really come back home, build our economy, build it to the extent that those people that are pushing us away from their country, that will be a reversal. Some time ago, we told Ghanaians, leave our country. But not too long, they are telling us Nigerians leave, because they have been able to go back. All right, Joseph, because of time. Windows of their country, think how they can improve their country, and we now see that they are doing very well. So it is time for Nigerians to begin to think inward what we can do to ensure that there is enormous job here, there is enormous food here, so that those who are telling you to leave will now begin to come and beg you and even apologize for what they said to you in the time.
All right, thank you so much,
the time of rebuilding
thank you so much, because of time. So that's the situation. We did this now just to keep you abreast with what is happening, talking about the xenophobic issue between Nigeria and, of course, South Africa. Yesterday was a deadline that, some people gave in South Africa that by yesterday, if non-documented immigrants have not left South Africa, it will almost be a case of anything you see, that's what they are going to get and all that. So 269 Nigerians only have been brought back home. All right, so in Benin this morning, our discussion is going to be centered on Nigeria's internal security as trained governors' statements, and we're going to be looking at some statements that have been accredited to some governors in the country. And alongside, we'll also look at the registration of political parties, opposition in a race against time ahead of 2027. And also, too, Abuja is going to be looking ahead of 2027, comments of upload of party candidates, and that's just it. Lagos also will have insecurity in the northeast of Borno, the recent school attack in focus. So these are some of the things we're going to be talking about today on the program this morning on ITV. So we'll take a short pause now, and we'll join the corporate trainer Inolata Nosahai. Please stay tuned.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Inolata Nosahai is my amiable name, and you're especially welcome to this segment of the program. I'm the corporate trainer, and we have been looking at the series, different leadership styles and their impact on workplace dynamics. As a leader, your major responsibility as a unit head, as a departmental head, as a team leader, is for you to influence your team members to achieve team vision, to achieve business goals, to achieve departmental goals. And in doing that, you need to be smart, you need to be intelligent to know that, that there are different leadership styles that you need to apply for every situation. It is not a one-size-fits-all leadership style for all scenarios or all situations. So it is very important that you should be able to know that for this scenario, I should be applying the pace-setting leadership style. For this situation, I should be applying the authoritative leadership style. For this other situation, I should be applying the democratic leadership style, the cohesive leadership style, and even the coaching leadership style. So this morning, our focus is on combining the pace-setting leadership style and the coaching leadership style, or transiting from the pace-setting leadership style and then into the coaching leadership style. And now the pace-setting leadership style is a situation whereby the leader sets high standards and he exemplifies the standard with the intention that the team members should also operate at that level. Now, this is very effective when you have highly skilled team members. So they are able to, come at par with your performance level that you are already exemplifying. The core of the pace-setting leadership style. Look at the name, pace-setting, setting the pace, a pace setter. The core of it is the fact that you, the leader, you first of all walk the path that you want your team members to walk. You exemplify what you expect from them, and then they follow suit. Then the coaching leadership style, the coaching leadership style is focused on capacity building of team members for the future, developing them for the future. Now, the downside of the pace-setting leadership style is a situation whereby if it is overused, your team members may see you as overbearing. They may see you as mounting too much pressure and demanding too much, on them. Then the coaching leadership style, which is focused on developing your people, mentoring them, building their capacity, basically ensuring that you build people of competence for the future. That one works best when the people have the consciousness that they have gaps, they have skill gaps, they have weaknesses, and they need to improve. And as a result of that, they are open to learning. But a situation whereby you see so many of them unwilling to learn, it may be very challenging to implement the coaching leadership style. Remember, the pace-setting leadership style is all about the leader setting the pace, the leader, setting standards that he exemplifies. Then the coaching leadership style is about mentoring people for the future, building capacity, developing team members for the future. And the case scenario that we are going to look at this morning is focused on that, from pace-setting to coaching leadership style. And the title of the case scenario is Preparing for Accreditation. That is the title of the case study, Preparing for Accreditation. Augustus, a specialist hospital, was preparing for a major external quality assessment. Remember, the title is Preparing for Accreditation. A specialist hospital was preparing for a major external quality assessment. The chief medical director personally modeled excellence by arriving early, reviewing documentation thoroughly, insisting on strict compliance with standards, and expecting departmental heads to do likewise. You can see that the pace-setting leadership style is already at play here. Accreditation is being expected, and so to make sure that everybody come at par, to qualify for that accreditation, the chief medical director personally modeled excellence. So he was exemplifying what he wants the people, to display and exhibit. He was modeling what he wants the people to mirror back to him. So let me continue with the case scenario. High-performing team members responded positively and achieved impressive results before the inspection. However, several junior employees struggled to keep pace and reported feeling overwhelmed by the intensity of expectations. Recognizing this, now there's going to be a transition into the coaching leadership style now. The team, the CMD has been exhibiting the pace-setting leadership style, set standard, exemplify it, and high-performing team members started following suit. But let's call it the upcoming team members, those team members that are junior staff, were very difficult to cope with that pace. So the CMD recognized this, and he also responded accordingly with a coaching leadership style. Recognizing this, the chief medical director adopted a coaching leadership style. Rather than simply demanding better performance, he organized mentoring sessions, coaching, paired experienced staff with junior employees, provided regular constructive feedback, and encouraged supervisors to identify individual learning needs. He assured staff that the goal was not only to pass the accreditation, but also to build their competence and confidence for sustained high-quality service delivery. That is the beauty of the coaching leadership style. Build capacity, build the ability to bring value to the table so that high-quality service delivery will be achieved and sustained. As a result, junior staff became more confident and competent. Morale improved, and the hospital successfully passed the accreditation while strengthening the capacity of its workforce. That is the case scenario. So what we are going to do as we begin to move into a conclusion now is to look at some reflective discussion questions on the case scenario. When I handle training, for workers of organizations, both public and private, we get to this level where we just interact with some questions. And let's look at 4 questions on this particular case scenario. Now, the first question says, why did the pace-setting leadership style initially improve performance? Now, the answer is that high performance standards and leading by example motivated, skilled, and experienced teams to perform at their best. Number 2, why did some staff struggle under this leadership style? Less experienced staff require guidance, encouragement, and skill development rather than continuous pressure to meet demanding expectations. Number 3, how did the coaching leadership style improve the situation? Coaching helps staff develop their skills, increase their confidence, provided individual support, and improve long-term performance. Number 4, how can leaders prevent burnout while maintaining high standards? By combining ambitious performance expectations with coaching, mentoring, regular feedback, and realistic workload. Pace-setting leadership can produce external short-term results when working with skilled teams. However, combining it with coaching leadership enables less experienced employees to develop the competence and confidence needed to sustain high performance while reducing stress and risk burnout. This combination delivers both individual results and long-term workforce development. That is the beauty of the pace-setting leadership style and the coaching leadership style. I believe that premium value has been added to you today. Send your questions and inquiries across to my email, inuaghata@gmail.com, inuaghata@gmail.com, and I supply answers straight to you. I'll be seeing you next week Wednesday. When I return, I will still remain the amiable Inuaghata no Sahai. Your day is so blessed. Thank you.
Thanks for rejoining on CMI this beautiful morning. I am Marcelina Unko. We would be reviewing the papers this morning. The first paper we would be reviewing is The Nation newspaper. The big headline on The Nation newspaper says, Akpabio Rabau Razak Uzodinma Yero on APC list. You get that on the big headline there on The Nation newspaper. Another headline there says federal government plans to scrap off JSS SS program. You get that on page 8 on The Nation newspaper. Another headline there says NDC uploads Obi Dixon, others named on INEC portal. You also get that on the papers. UK asylum seekers to pay £10,000 before consideration. Lagos gets NRC license to run train service. You also get that on the papers this morning. Another headline there says anti-migrants realize short businesses in South African cities. You get that also on the papers. New army recruit accuses of assaulting female students during hostile invasion. You also get that on The Nation newspaper this morning. Okay, let's take a look at a rider. A rider says, under the big headline says, Abbas Kalu Falake gets nomination forms. Governor to meet Iwatsa. You get also on the papers on the Nation newspaper this morning. Let's take a look at another papers. Do where to grab a copy and go through that. So let's take a look at the Nature newspaper this morning. One of the headlines there says on the Nature newspaper says, Amnesty sounds alarm on human rights emergency in Niger Delta climate crisis. You get that on page 3 on the papers. Another headline there says, death toll rises to 13 as terrestrial rains trigger devastating floods in Ghana's capital. You also get that on the Nature news this morning. Another one there says, Mama seeks climate repatriations for Niger Delta communities. You get that on page 6 on the papers. Another one that says Egypt calls for global participation on non-conventional waters. You get that on page 3 on the papers. Uni Abuja students launch energy conservations campaign. You get that on page 6 on the Nature newspaper. Another one says Youth Agri Program targets 36,000 Nigerians. You also get that on the papers this morning. Another headline that says Vector Overland defeats Courtesy in playoff to win Travelers Championship. You get that on page 20 on the paper. Do where to grab a copy. Another headline on page 3 on the paper says Verity blames government for Lagos floods, demands compensations for victims. I mean, if you've been going through the internet, you see what floods, the rain has caused, damages lives of people, loss of lives and loss of properties, in Lagos and also other states. Okay, that is for that on the Nature newspaper this morning. Let's take a look at the Punch newspaper. The big headline on the Punch newspaper says Nigerian Embassy packed, 269 return as South Africa protests rise. You get that on page 2 on the Punch newspaper on xenophobia. Another one says fear, hunger as Nigerians take shelter in embassy churches. You also get that on the papers. Another writer says returnees arrive Lagos. Federal government insists evacuation ongoing amid anti-migrant protest. You get that also on the papers. Another writer says Nigerians in South Africa ex-envoys push for diplomatic dialogue. You get that also on the papers. On page 22 we have Discos earn 801 billion naira despite persistent blackouts. You get that on page 22 on the papers. Marketers reject fuel pricing, cops threaten shutdown. You get that on page 21, also on the papers this morning. Borno adoption, parents list 36 missing children as youth protest. You get that on page 7, still on insecurity. Okay, on page 30 we have NDC uploads Obi Dixon as INEC restore portal access. You get that on the papers. And there says Wabara 6 INEC recognition for Saraki PDP. You get that on page 12 on the papers. I never rubber stamped foreign loans as Senate President Saraki. You get that on page 12 also on the papers. Okay, still on the Punch newspaper on page 4 and page 5, flood waters submerge homes, disrupt power supply in Lagos State. You get that on page 4 and also on page 5 on the papers. 79,323 killed, 34,773 abducted in Nigeria in 6 years, reports. You get that on page 7 on the papers. Do well to go grab a copy of the Punch newspaper and go through them. Let's take a look at the Guardian newspaper. The big headline on the Guardian newspaper says Coastal State wary as floods disrupt Lagos economy amid disease fears. You get that on page 6 on the papers. NDC grants granted access to INEC portal for uploads. You get that on page 3. Switzerland returns 23 cultural artifacts to Nigeria. You get that on page 2 on the papers. Terrorist recruits raise funds online army warrants. You get that also on page 3 on the papers this morning. ASU chapters threaten strike over unimplemented pact. You get that on page 7 on the Guardian newspaper. Another headline there says Atiku asks Tinubu to suspend probe. Gbajabiamila as a group cautions. You get that on page 4 on the papers. INEC worries over vote buying ahead of Osun polls. You get that on page 5 also on the newspaper, on the Guardian newspaper. Another headline there says violence, tension in South Africa as federal government evacuates 271, 6 compensations for Nigerians. You get that on page 6 on the papers. INEC register 1.57 million Nigerians in CVR exercise. You get that on page 7 also on the Guardian newspaper. Another headline there says TAT funds charges Nigerian scientists to develop Lassa fever vaccine. You get that on page 4. Do well to grab a copy and go through them. Let's take a look at the New Telegraph newspaper, where the big headline there is still on xenophobic attack, where it says federal government to demand compensation for fleeing Nigerians. A writer says Nigerian SA politician's husband arrested for allegedly hiding illegal migrants. You get that also on page 2 and on page 3. Another writer says massive anti-immigrant protests hold in Rainbow Nation. Another one says third batch of Nigerians evacuated from South Africa arrives in Lagos. Humanitarian Affairs Minister hails returnees resilience. You get that on page 2 and on page 6 on the New Telegraph papers. Minister of Defense, federal government's borrowings lashes out at critics. You get that on page 2 on the papers. Another one that says federal government new education policy will prevent 20 million dropouts between primary GSS level. You get that on page 3 and also on page 27 on the New Telegraph newspaper. Trump loses South Court's battle to end bright rights citizenship. You get that on page 4 on the papers. Medicine advances God's work for preserving human life. Earlier, you get that on page 30 on the papers. Do not forget to grab one of those papers, and go through them. Let's take a look at the Nigerian Tribune papers. The Nigerian Tribune paper says federal government to scrap a JSS, SSS separation policy. You get that on page 8 on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Another headline that says candidate lists APC governance to meet its WADA. You get that on page 2 on the papers. A writer said political parties begin upload to INEC portal. Another one says PDP, NDC, Labour Party confirm receipt of access code. Another one says Wike-led PDP received code as confusion hits Turaki camp. Another writer says we have uploaded Obi's name, says NVC. You get that on page 2 on the papers. Federal High Court issues new 2026 pre-election practice directions, repeal 2022 rules. You get that on page 13 on the Nigerian Tribune papers. FA in Nigeria rose by 20.86% in May. You also get that on page 6 on the papers. Let's take a look at another headline that says gunmen kill 3, injured many as mining sites in Plateau State. Another headline that says Lagos residents express frustration over reoccurring flood. Another one that says thousands march in South Africa to enforce June 30 anti-immigrant deadline. You get that also on the papers. Okay, before we round up, we're rounding up in a moment. Let's just hear from Dr. Victor. Oh, hi, Dr. Victor. Good morning. I don't know. You saw you saw on the internet yesterday the flood. Let's talk about the Lagos residents expressed frustration over reoccurring flood. Let's quickly talk about that before we round up.
Okay, I think it was just yesterday I was saying here that there's parts of Lagos I visited recently I've been into for a very long time. Motion was one of them. There are a couple of them. The rate of garbage now in Lagos it's like it has become the garbage capital of the world. And this thing, and if you saw as well, it is a state that has lagoons, rivers, and all that. And when these things are choked up, obviously it's a recipe for disaster. The Meteorological Society will warn us as usual, but there are other agencies also that have to take this warning to heart and do the needful. So I'm hoping that we will learn drainages can be made wider, deeper, and constantly evacuated. And residents must also be enlightened not to begin to choke these, what you call it now, these drainages with garbage. Otherwise, what has happened may continue to happen. You know? All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Victor, for that. Okay, we are still on CMI this beautiful morning on ITV. We'll be handing over to our Benin Network studio. Do well to grab a copy of these papers and go through them. We'll be handing over to our Benin Network studio for the continuation on CMI. Just stay with us. All right, thank you one more time. The program's still on your television this morning on ITV. So we'll just go straight to our first discussion segment this morning from Benin. And of course, we're going to be looking at recent statements accredited to some state governors in the state and how that is going to impact on internal security. Because the issue of internal security is so paramount right now in Nigeria, there's no doubt about that. Well, to discuss all this with us this morning, we are so privileged to have Mr. Godswill Enegbe, who is the Special Advisor on Media and Communications Strategy to the Edo State Governor. Mr. Godswill, you're welcome to the program this morning on ITV.
Good morning. Many thanks for having me.
Okay. And also Wilson Marshall. It's all right.
Yeah, pleasure being here. It's a pleasure having you on set today. I like your suit, you know.
Thank you so much.
All right, so Mr. Godswill, let's start from what, you know, somehow something that has to do with a sub-national responsibility push. And that is accredited to one of the recent statements that the governor of Edo State made recently concerning, you know, internal security in the country. Now, the Edo State Governor Okpebholo, said blaming only President Tinubu for insecurity is unfair, and that governors have constitutional duties too. Now, let's expand that now. That goes to show that many governors are working hard to solve security challenges across the nation. Then, of course, governors should take a charge of their various states and address the security situation. This is what he called the sub-national responsibility. That's the Edo State Governor. Now, this is just a pure statement by the governor. But, you know, when words go on, people begin to ascribe a different meanings to it, that that statement is political. You know, I mean, political era now, local government election is around the corner, and of course the larger election next year is around the corner. So what is your take on this?
Thank you once again for having me. I think it's a very simple matter. What the governor said is, and not just what he said, what he demonstrated as a governor, relating the insecurity challenges that we are witnessing in Edo State. You know, a case of study here, for instance, is the kidnapping that happened in the vegetable markets. Now, if you recall, in less than 48 hours, the masterminders of that kidnapping, they were caught, they were arrested, and they were paraded for the whole world to see. So what the Edo State governor merely said, or what he was trying to, you know, show to the world and show to his colleague governors, that governors, if they are determined, if they put the necessary equipment in place and put the necessary human resources in place, that they can deal with these insecurity challenges in Nigeria. Today, I'm happy that the Edo State governors, Senator Modu Okpebholo, is showing an example to other governors that if the unfortunate incident of kidnapping happened, that governor can take actions to ensure that whoever is responsible will be caught within the closer time of such kidnapping. Now, the governor of Edo State he showed leadership. I'm happy that the whole world commended him, not just his colleagues, governor, or the citizens of Nigeria. If you go through social media when that rescue of those kidnapped victims happened, within 3 days, you see the commendation, you see the appreciation, you see how people were talking about the responsibility of state governors to take charge of their states. And that's what the governor was mainly saying, that look, the issue of security cannot just be left for the president of Nigeria. Or rather, the blame of the challenge of insecurity today should not be heaped at the doorstep of the president of Nigeria. That the governors have responsibility to ensure their states, when it comes to security, actions are taken, the necessary investments are made to make sure that the people of the state and their property are safe. The governor of those states today, as someone who served closely with him, I stand to be corrected, is one of the governors that have made so much investment in the security sector. And that's what we are witnessing today. In terms of technology, recently I know how much this governor, the money he released to the police force and other security agencies to acquire intelligence gadgets that will aid them in doing their job, that will aid them in ensuring that Edo State is safe.
Now, I know that you may want to say that the governor is trying to promote collective action, from his colleagues to fight insecurity in the country. But it is this same governor that said that opposition elements, in other words, those in opposition parties, are responsible for the insecurity in Nigeria as it stands now. So where does the governor stand? I mean, some persons, they see the governor that he's just been political.
Well, that statement was not just credited to the government. If you follow the national issue or national debates on these insecurity challenges, you agree with me that every presidency have also asserted that the incessant kidnappings, especially the period of electionary processes, that, see, the presidency, the level of intelligence gathering and reports to Mr. President is one that nobody in Nigeria today can actually debate, because the president is in a vantage position to have intelligence report from every security agencies in Nigeria. So when the presidency talked in that manner and the governor agreed what the president has said, it means that that report is not just about making political statements, it's based on intelligence reports. And the governor, despite the fact that he agreed with that statement, he also believed that he has responsibility to defend the lives and property of the other people, the people who gave him mandate to be their governor. And that is the reason why, despite such statement, he had to take the initiative of ensuring that whatever it takes to safeguard the state, as the chief security officer of the state, you ensure that whatever is taken to do that, the job must be done. And that's what we have seen for the past few weeks. You can see across the three senatorial districts, the records that the security agencies have actually achieved in terms of making sure some of these kidnappings, urchins, and whoever the people that are responsible, they are being arrested and victims are being released. And the governor is still very, very much determined to ensure that Edo State becomes the safest state in Nigeria.
All right, of course, the governor on that particular thing. Now, from what you said our governor, Monday Okpebholo, is doing exploit in terms of security, and he said to be unfair if everything is placed at the table of Mr. President when we talk about the security challenges that we are facing as a country. Are you now saying that the governor of Borno, Katsina, Kaduna, Benue, Plateau, you just know you have all these flashpoints, when I say serious security challenges, they are not doing what they ought to do? Well, compared to our own governor, Monday Okpebholo.
You know, I'm not saying what other governors are doing. They are not doing what they're supposed to do. But what I'm saying here today is that, you see, security, there are ways where you drive security in order to have results. In these past days and weeks, our governor there's what we call localized security-driven solution. And it's even resulting in those states. There are people that the governor had meetings with, discuss with him. Security issues, I might not be able to go into details. But what I'm saying that for the governor to have this initiative of bringing in localized security-driven solution in order to tackle the insecurity remains in those states is yielding results. So every governor has strategy in solving any challenges facing such governor or other such states. But in our state here, our governor has devised a strategy to tackle the insecurity challenge in those states. And what we are seeing is the result, positive result, for that solution or other initiative that the governor has embarked upon. And I want to tell you, my brother, is localized security-driven solution.
Localized security-driven solution. Yes. That brings to me what happened in the Senate about the state police. Right now, they are saying that we're giving each House of Assembly to deliberate. And do you feel that that is the way to go?
Of course, I support the state police. Because I said before, you see, the challenge we have as a nation is this. The Nigerian Police Force, I want to seize this opportunity at this moment again to commend their efforts. Not just the Nigerian Police Force, all the Nigerian security agencies, they are doing their best. But, you see, there comes a time when challenges that have pervaded for a very long time, you have to find a strategy to tackle such challenges. In this time, in our national lives, there are areas in some states that if you are not an indigene of that state and you are posted there as a policeman, it's difficult for you to understand the terrain. But if you are an indigene of that area and you are a policeman, manage that area, you have a local intelligence of the topography of that location. Now, that edge you ahead other persons who want the plan to continue to cause the issues as to borders around security. So my point is this: the state police at the time that we are today in Nigeria is what is required.
Now, I've been privileged to see what that state police is going to amount to.
Yes.
Eventually, if it gets the accent of the president, it becomes a law in the country. Then we're going to have state executives of various states having their state police and all that. Now, what that is going to amount to is that the state governors are now going to be responsible for appointing who is going to be the commissioner of police in various states. Now, does it bother you that at the end of the day, we may just glide into a one-party, political system that people are saying that Nigeria should not be reduced to? I mean, a situation whereby the state governor appoints the state commissioner. Obviously, the state commissioner is going to deliver, what the state governor expects. And of course, typical Nigerian politicians, they will use that to their advantage. So, is this not going to be a threat to opposition elements if we come to that?
Well, as at this moment, we cannot really say with specificity who is going to be the person who will make the appointment of the Commissioner of Police. The point I'm making is this: the National House of Assembly now have a responsibility to develop a legal framework surrounding the state police. And I know the National House of Assembly is an assembly that has all the constituencies represent the interest of every Nigerian. We expect them to do the right thing.
The National Assembly that is polarized by your party, the APC?
I don't understand what you are polarized. Polarized. The National House of Assembly, and is not the fault of APC. So that's why we have the national majority. So that blame should be hit at the just post of the opposition party.
At the end of the day, is always going to do their bidding. It's going to do their interest.
Okay, the point I'm making is this: not until we have a legal framework on the basis which the state police is going to be able to stand upon, we cannot really say at this point how the organogram is going to look like. All right. But the point is, another thing I want to quickly make is that, be that as it may, don't forget that every governor in office is not going to live there forever. They have a tenure of 4 years, and if the governor has performed well and the people feel that he has to return back, he has another tenure of 4 years, 8 years at most. So whatever a governor might decide to do, don't forget that governor is going to be there forever. Administration comes and administration goes. But my own concern here is that we, as a nation, we must do something to ensure that the insecurity challenges that have made our people not to have hope, that challenges by all means, by whatever process or procedure, must be arrested.
Now, let us leave Edo State now so that it will look as if we are putting the governor of Edo State on spot here this morning. But as the media spokesman to the governor, perhaps you are privileged also to also understand some of the statements that governors make. Now, let's go to the Northern Governors Forum, where we have Governor Muhammadu Inuwayaya of Gombe State as the chairman of the Nigeria Governors Forum. Now, he talked about collective action. We cannot, I quote him, we cannot confront these challenges in isolation because of our porous borders. Underline the word porous borders, and no state can achieve a peace in isolation. Now, the porous borders now, whose responsibility is it now to keep our borders, intact? Because we are looking at this statement vis-a-vis political, tendencies and all that and all that. That's what we're saying. So that at the end of the day, we're not going to be having governors that are playing with words, trying to deceive or deceive people with words. That's what we're saying.
What the governor says, I don't think is a new thing. We are all, the issue concerning the Nigerian borders has been a major issue in our nationhood. And I know there are efforts being made, for example, by the immigration and other relevant agencies that have to do with the protection of our borders. Yes, some of these people who has sponsored, or rather who are responsible for the banditry and kidnappings in Nigeria, who, by the intelligence report and security reports, we are all, of course, aware that most of them are not indigenous of Nigeria. These are people who come into the country legally from other neighboring countries to come and perpetrate these evil crimes. And what the government is just merely saying that those who are responsible for the safeguarding of our borders, they have to do better.
That's he's also fighting his party.
It's not about party here. No, it's about as a citizen of Nigeria, your responsibility, your civic responsibility, is speaking out. If there is no doubt, is a member of the party, but you also have a responsibility to advise that look, even though we are the same party, but I have a responsibility to advise whoever is responsible in doing that job, you can do better. Because I said before, security is a collective effort. You see, there's a national campaign that has been launched, Unite Against Terror. That national campaign has no political inclination. I was going to come to that. It's one of the so it's a citizenship responsibility. So if I'm a member of APC, and as I said before, I'm a citizen before I became a member of APC. So I have that civic responsibility to come out, for us to unite together, to confront this insecurity menace that want to bring our nation down. So it's not about political parties now, it's about national. Make our national duty and responsibility. It's about defending our country, it's about defending our nation.
Okay, well, now let's take a look at what is going on in the various houses of assembly. They talked about, giving it to them to deliberate. Remember some years ago, we talked about local government autonomy before our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came into the picture. Some houses of assembly, they rejected their own autonomy. Now, do you see that again happening in various houses of assembly across the state? Because right now, the only lies on them to say yes or no. How do you think they will vote?
Well, we expect them to do the right thing. Because at the end of the day, as this governor has continued to advise that whoever that have opportunity to be in public office, you are there to serve the interests of the people. And we all agree that the grassroots, that's where you have the vast majority of the Nigerians who elect these people to be in the office. And every member of House of Assembly or the state parliamentarians, they have a responsibility to serve the interests of the people at the grassroots. And that is the reason why, once again, I want to commend the efforts of Edo State Governor Senator Monday Ukpebholo. He has also shown in that aspect that he can lead. That when you talk, you follow what you say with action. Today, I stand to be challenged. Since this governor came to office, he is one of the governors in the country that have ensured that the autonomy of the local governments is ceased. The local government funds are closed. You know, we keep saying it, and we also challenge the journalists and, of course, seasoned journalists like you to, on your own, carry out this investigation. Call these local government chairmen, invite them, ask them that the revenue that belongs to the local government councils in Edo State, whether the governor interfere in it. As the fund comes from the federal, that's the way the fund goes to the local government councils. And that's why the governor, anytime I have meeting with them, he speaks with authority. And what is it, what I mean, what is the governor continue telling me that anytime I find out that these resources at your own disposal is not being used for the development and the well-being of the people at the grassroots, such chairman will be suspended from office.
Okay, we just wanted to speak to this in the next 1 minute now. We're looking at the statement that has to do with the execution to execute.
Yes, I didn't go down about
it was a statement made by the governor of the state now. Now, does it bother you that this is the 21st century? Now, if eventually, in as much as I'm not trying to encourage, you know, anything criminality here on this program, but does it bother you that if eventually that comes to bear, Edo State probably will be the only state in the whole world, if I'm not, you know, misunderstood now.
It will be it's going to be let me tell you, is that not other state are going to see? Does it bother you when you see these kidnappers executing innocent victims publicly and put it on social media for the world to see?
It does.
It bothers you. So if the same people that perpetrate so crime, they are being paid with their coin, you want me to be bothered?
So is that not a
you should do the crime, you do the crime.
From the government?
See, every decision that a man makes, you should know that there is a consequence to every decision you make. For you to kidnap innocent people, you know, put them, there are even some instances, ransom will even be paid, yet they will kill these people without no regards to human life.
Okay, we'll drop this discussion here this morning so that we'll pave way for another time, and they also allow you to go back to work this morning. Thank you so much, Godswill Enegbe.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for coming.
All right, so the program is still this morning on ITV. We'll take a short pause now so that we can bring our next set of guests into the program this morning. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you so much. Right here, we are still on the program this morning on ITV. So in the next minutes, before we hand over to Abuja, we're going to be looking at the registration of political parties, opposition in a race against a time ahead of the 2027 election. And our guest of this morning is Mr. Bright Olumese. Is a clergyman. So you're welcome to the program this morning on ITV.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, and also to Okoro Sahobaraye, political analyst, is also on the program. Mr. Okoro, you're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, what's the motion?
All right, so Bishop, I'd like to go to the point. You get to realize that political parties right now position are very, very disturbed about the recent court ruling that states that they are not recognized. Some have said that this is a race against time because of the duration and, of course, INEC timetable. Do you feel that there is something Nigerians are not really seeing? There is a hand behind the scene trying to make sure that the strength of the opposition are, like, you know, weighted in the forthcoming election?
Yeah, very well. Good morning once again, we see viewers at home. You see, the Nigeria political terrain, the man at the top, the hem of affair, this pattern, go to Lagos politics, oppositions are weakened. And we're seeing that played out in the national politics. It's quite fortunate, you know, Nigeria sliding into one-party system. The opposition also are not helping matters. You know, what politics, you are a politician, you ought to be on ground, you study the opponent, You look at their merit and their demerit. Look at their strengths. The opposition, like the people like Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, is not new to Tinubu politicking. Obi shouldn't be new. They were both governor at the time. So they ought to have been ahead of time. But right now, their time is really against them. They have played really politics with them and all of that. And that is weakening their structures. Many people, people at the local stage are believing that these guys won't be on the ballot. Then finally, maybe they will be on the ballot, but it will have done a lot of damages to their structures and all of that. So this is just gradually is the political strategy of the man at the top of our head. You cannot. This is the clear voice of Jacob and the hand of Esau. It's quite unfortunate that the judiciary is playing to a gallery and all of that. The judgment, mostly the one of the NDC, the latest one, is really, really funny. But that's the case right now and all of that. So the Nigerian opposition leaders, they ought to have been upfront. Now, I'm surprised that they're wearing and all of that. They really are not doing enough when you talk about, because they are not making a lot of pressure. I remember those days. Let's take, for instance, the days of Jonathan. The opposition APC, they were calling press conference on a daily basis. Holding strategic meeting, they gave Jonathan what we call a run for his money. The opposition party, you see them, they are neither here nor neither there. They look like they want to sell in, they want to sell out. They are just there nor there. So that's why I escalated. When there is no, adequate force, anybody can be used. When there are good forces, the judge will also put himself into consideration and all of that. Judgment has been given for how many days? As it's Friday, it's tough for the execution. We have not heard that the judgment has been stayed and executed, or an appeal has been instituted and all of that. If it is politics, play it. Since the judiciary is a marketplace, go by. And all of that. Get an appeal court judge that will be suitable for you in anywhere in the country and get a judgment. We have seen judgment come out in the morning and under judgment the same court of judicial. Okay, Bishop, we'll come back to you. Evans, please, the next question because
Osahan Okoro Baraye, first and foremost, let me congratulate you for your new position, your new office, and also to go straight to the point. Now, let's look at this whole thing, because a lot of persons are kind of accusing your party, the All Progressives Congress, that they wrote out a very good script and got their actors into positions. They got their cast into positions and all that, and of course those actors are acting out the script well. Now let's take from the one that has to do with the transmission of results. Eventually we have a situation whereby that there is an improviso that on the account that the electronic transmission fails, they can resort back to manual. Now vis-a-vis the present situation now, because the fear is that should in case the Supreme Court upholds the ruling of the Federal High Court, then of course a lot of political parties are not going to stand in the next election. Now, what is your take on this belief that the APC is acting out a script, as it were?
Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you once again for your message and happy new month. Let me also tell you, just as I always say, politics is not for the weak-minded. If you are ready for politics, you play politics. Politics is not for where you come. It's not a cool meeting where you come and do a susu meeting where you play and go home. Politics is a game for those that know it. There are people in this country who have been politicians even before we were born, and they are still in politics. So you can't joke with them when you come and say you want to play with them and you allow them give you that. That's by the wayside. So if you are expecting things to go well in the place called Nigeria presently, I think you should wake up with us. The truth is that before you see Moki don't see you. And Moki smart, now tree near tree. If tree is far, Moki not smart. The truth remains that the people we are calling opposition today, we are not everyone so ready. The 4 of us here can also decide to register a party tomorrow and start shouting. You will be the chairman, this is the vice, I'm the youth leader, this is the secretary. I will start singing even without a bass, all lines start shouting. I think with the primaries that even went far for the opposition, you should see that it was even worse off for the party in government. I was with a very good friend, a very high caliber, one of the opposition party yesterday, and he told me their greatest regret. But they were not even ready to come to this before they came. So people already hijacked the system. And he gave me a very, very sorry state of their own party. And I told him, I said, you people are not ready. Opposition is not you come yesterday, you come today. What I expected from them was to build on the remains, the caca roles of the PDP. Not try to spread, because if all four decide to form something and we decide to leave, I decide to leave, we are weakened already. But before all four decide to amend whatever is wrong with the four of us, to cement it first and continue, there's no way we will not get a held wave. Atiku was PDP, PDP was Atiku. Leaving to become a tenant in somewhere special, even for another party, it will take another. If it took PDP since 1999 to be formidable, you should know what it's going to take you. Labour Party came as opposition, and it will die away because they were not ready. That's politics. They were not ready for it. If I live here, there somebody just say, take this 50 million, what do you want to do with it? I'm not sure within the next 48 hours I'm going to get my head ready. Because I wasn't ready for it. But if you build it gently, step by step, 1 million comes, it goes, 4 million comes, it goes, 8 million comes, it goes, when 50 million comes, you know what to do with it. So when Labour Party came, I came to this studio to say what they will not last 4 years, because I know they were ready, no structure base. All right. I thought you could say Jacobi, everything will die the way. So what are you expecting from the person holding the power? Osaro is the governor of the state or the president of the country. I'm holding the power. The MC is coming to say, give me now, give me now. I'm not going to cut your hand. If I'm going to cut it, your ear is going to follow down. That is it. We are not playing politics in America. I'm not playing in UK. You're asking me the political challenges in Nigeria. Where the winners take it all. It has been like that since 1999. Although if these people said we are going to wait for 60 years. But because they were not ready, it fell off their hand. If they were ready, you can do it. All right, where we are.
We'll come back to you, Comrade. Now, let me go to you, Bishop Bright. Now, when you were about, you talked about, if it's possible, by the judges, if it's possible, get the one that will favor you when you talk about judgment. Are you encouraging the position to go into scouts for whatever injunction that's going to favor them? Is that what you're saying right now?
Okay, it says that's the order of the day, because the judgment looks like a buy-up judgment. The judgment court had already given out.
Can't you make it right?
Okay, now it's not the issue of making it right. We're talking about the terrain right now. We're talking about time and all of that. The time factor. When you now begin, you know our judicial system, there is a way. Okay, let me also come in. When our brother here said that most of the opposition party are not ready or whatever, these are the handwork of. We knew how Labour Party scattered. We knew who was sponsoring our Papa came up and all of that. And all that. These are the strategy of the man. The only way I faulted the opposition leaders is number one. You already know this guy strategize. I'm wondering why APC don't have the same problem. I think you can create problem in APC. He has the personality, he has the money and all of that. If it's a market, buy. That's my position and all of that. Don't think that I'll be complaining. That's what I don't want to hear. We both are politicians. Show equal strength. But this is my concern. What is it bringing to the table? With all of this political strength, the country is almost ungovernable. The level of insecurity, what is all of this political all about? The level of poverty, we have over 20 million out of school children. What is this political all about right now? And let me tell you, the danger of all of this, the only party is that when you get to face the people, you know, that's one thing politicians don't get to know. There is this people factor. It happened in those states. In the last presidential and senatorial election, we know the big ways, the big guys, but all of a sudden, the ballot showed them the way out and all of that. So what we want to say in this is that if all of this politicking and all of that is giving way to a better society, who cares? But right now, the reason why there's a clamor call and all of that is because there is a fail in governance, total fail in governance. How many times can you boldly tell me that you can go to Abuja on road and you be sleeping inside the vehicle? You need to deceiving yourself and all of that. I was going to Abuja, they cancel my flights, I have to take the road. My host tell me, say, sir, if you don't want to take the road, keep 100 million first.
please don't even disturb me. Forget about it. I have to forget about that conference. This is Abuja before we go to, we enjoy traveling at night, we enjoy traveling to the north at night because you just enjoy yourself, you sleep, you enjoy the atmosphere and all of that. What has now happened? Bad governance and all of that. And you are talking about politics. Time is going to come, you're going to play the politics against the same people. If this politicking is leading to food on the table, for the first time in Nigeria history, we are so blessed with climate and all of that, and soils are good, but our funds are not accessible. For the first time, Nigeria's troopers were hungry. Today, government should have been talking about, projects. We are talking about sharing rights and all that. This is a fake purpose and all of that. So, but I fought the opposition. Why am I fighting them? Play the politics. They should also look at. Let me quote Wiki. He said, "If you put Martin in Rivers politics, I'll put fire in your state." Quote is media. It was I heard it over the news and all of that. All right, so if politicians have the capacity to put fire in people's states, then what is the opposite politics? Politics is politics.
Now, also, I know you want to respond. I'll give you the necessary 1 or 2 minutes to quickly respond to some of the things you said.
I don't need to respond. You asked, but I know
you're he's talking about
you asked me. We are not here to
talked about failed government in Nigeria today, and of course, he talked about the way the government of the day is handling opposition and all that. So you may want to respond to that.
The government of the day is not handling opposition. Opposition is the one who handling themselves. I won't come and complain to you if I don't know how to sleep with my wife properly, to tell you my heart problem on my bed. That's my duty to fix my place. That's my duty to see how to fix it. Are you getting it now? So telling me it's a mission master that is making me my wife not satisfied at home is a failure on my part. So if I cannot handle my family with me, am I to borrow Wilson to say help me come and manage my family? No. So they should suffer what they are. There was a time also where this said person was in opposition, or there was no complaint. They built. There was a building system, a building process. Politics is not done in haste. By God's grace, I've given a part of my life to it since 1999. I was with leader for 18 years. So if I was to be in politics, I think I should be not even associate professor. Youth leader as of 1999, Lucky Solidarity Movement, LSN. As at then till now. So it's not that you build on it. You don't just come here today and get it. You might be lucky to get it once, but it's not always like that. The reason why you see the man of the earth affair today are understanding the politics because he was there. There was a time over 8 years where he fought against the system, but never did he move away. So I think we should move that. The truth remains that is insecurity not here? Truth, yes, it's here. But has it been there? Yes. Is there improvement? Yes. Are we talking about security of this program? No. The program before the one before this was insecurity. And you can see that what is happening now in Edo before now, insecurity was in Edo. But I will tell you that in the next 1 month, it will be a thing of the past. If others can do it. Because security is not what I'm supposed to give to outside, just like your own. The government will be able to now terminate to say, if you do this, I do that. Since starting your house was not, people are still doing it. Now it's eye for eye. And gentlemen, it became an eye for eye. You can see everybody is now trying to roll to the next place. If the government does it, others does it, everywhere will be fine.
Thank you, Praise for time. We have to move over to Abuja studio. Not to worry, next time we're going to have a long time to really expatiate on this opposition, the race against because of the 2027 election. Kadri, over now.
You should wait for 2031.
Move that to the Kadri. Kadri, please take it up from here, Kadri.
Caution you had there. Here in the Abuja Network Studio, we'll look at the commencement of the upload of candidates' credentials to the INEC portal. Of course, we know that access code has been provided to political parties, and including the NDC is also benefiting from it. You know that NDC has a case in the Federal High Court in Kogi where the court ordered its the registration, saying clearly that the judgment that orders its registration be suspended. But INEC actually made the code available, and we'll be looking at these and other issues surrounding the preparedness of the 2027 general election through the eyes of our political, could I call it a political analyst? He's also a politician. He's a man who was the former IPAC chairman, and for you to become an IPAC member or chairman, it means that you are a politician, you are neck deep into politics. And this man happens to be the candidate for the ADC for the Lokoja Senatorial District. Talking about High Chief Peter Ame. Very good morning to you. So quickly, just tell us how this atmosphere is now. I mean, the phase that we are, uploading of the credentials of candidates.
It's a necessary process, you know, a protocol within the electoral framework and how INEC conducts its affairs, political party, you know, in trying to get particulars of candidates through their political party. And INEC has improved so. But now they have also improved by sending this form through electronic means to the political party for them to print and compare their candidates with you, and they go to be given for them, you know, for channel of upload, which is the commendable and considerable progress that they made. So for this process, this is a phase where INEC will collect this data and later, you know, eventually publish particulars of candidates that are contesting for election, their age, their office they are contesting for, their certificate qualification, and all other things, you know, so that are necessary to qualify a person for the contest for which they are, you know, applied to be part of. So this phase is a very critical phase and very important phase. And you know, before now, there was this challenge from the court pronouncement, because what the lawyers say that the compound of the court are certified to come. This shouldn't have moved in a challenge if we are in a very sound democratic environment where, you know, political parties are as critical number one stakeholders in the electionary process are giving some certainty of operation without any process to try to undercut their internal affairs and management procedures. So this is why we're having this challenge. And I think INEC has a new chairman that is an SCN, that's a professor of law, and that you understand that the balanced process in keeping our political parties stable, making sure that parties that are followed processes and conducted primaries for over 1,000 candidates should not be thrown under the bus just like that, because there's one non-existent entity that have, you know, legally gone to court to seek something that is not that should not even, it will not have locus.
Yeah, but you may think, Chief Sir, you may think that they do not have locus, but they have gone to court and court granted their request. What is their demand? That the peace, you know, logo used by the NDC actually belonged to them, that they wanted to use it to register their party in 2015, and how come NDC used it and the court listened to them?
You know, this is the fraud in our system. There's even a process. Let me say that there's a process that if your party no longer in existence within 5 years, another group of associations can apply to use that your logo to apply to be registered. But in this case, these were never a registered political party. They applied 10 years plus ago to INEC to get registered as a political party, and the application was denied. I am even telling you now that if a party is deregistered today, and in 5 years' time the party does not apply to use that same logo, the logo becomes available to use based on the provisions of our Electoral Act. We are not even now talking about a non-existent entity that is not even body corporate, that is not even known to law. It has no succession authority. It has no regulatory, how they call it, opportunity to be regulated by the regulator, which is even the regulator and the registrar of political party, which is INEC. It's unknown to INEC. Because it's unknown to INEC, it's unknown to law. Because INEC is given the power under the Constitution to regulate political parties, to manage the internal affairs and look at the processes of political parties, whether they are in line with the provision of the Electoral Act the governing grand norm of our country, which is the constitution, or any other subsidiary legislation. But as we are discussing here today, this party has never mentioned of the provision. They applied to the political party in 2015, and the application was denied by INEC. And you can see, you can never sleep on your right. They never went to court to challenge INEC that you have denied our application, and we were qualified to be a register. They never went to court to challenge INEC that denied the application. 10 years, fast forward to 10 years later, a new political association went to INEC, tried to be registered. INEC denied them application, saying their logo looks like that of the APC. They went to court. INEC was a party to that suit. INEC filed their processes contesting that yes, this is our register. And the video was even playing in an open court. And the judge people asked, are you saying this as this look? Even in open court, there was so much laughter, and people said, no, there's no resemblance. And the judge went to give a final judgment, which has become country's official. In law, they say that is, the finality of the ruling of that case has come to an end. Then you have this interloper who, after 3 days, that Peter Obi joined the NDC. Please, Nigeria should look very well. Nigeria should look very well. We're no longer children now. Nigeria is a country with so much educated people, with so much exposed people. We cannot just be.
Okay, so it's a good thing.
3 days after Peter Obi joined that, 2 days and 48 hours later, that's when they find.
Yeah, but it's.
Was still not a party to that judgment, so that's their application.
Okay, we just hope that all this will be argued in the Federal High Court, Lokoja, with facts and figures. INEC definitely will be there, and of course your party too will be there to look at this issue. But as we speak now, NDC is not denied the access code. NDC also has been given the access code. The national leader of the party has actually made it clear that the code has been given to them. But, the NDC, ADC, and PDP, it is not Uhuru for these three parties because they still have pending cases in court, and the fact that they are giving access code, anything can happen. How do you feel about this?
I also tell you that we should not be operating in this area where judgment, the error of judgment becomes the obstacle to the survival of multiplicity and pluralism of our democratic dispensation. We have practiced this democracy for quite a while, and I've been part of this process from the beginning. I've been within the political party. I've had all kinds of appointments, and I know the internal workings of political parties. Political parties should not just be seen to be so, in confusion because our courts have decided, to take the cases from people who have no locus, people who do not have the interest of our collective good at heart. There's no election that can be contested without a political party presenting the candidate, because that's how our electoral framework works. And there's no way you now have people who have now subscribed based on the provisions of the Constitution to belong to a political party that aligns with their interests, that align with their principles, and then you now decide to want to conscript the stream by coming with the registration, suspension, removal, and all sorts of theatrics that are further undermine the stability of our democratic system. So I plead with the Nigerian judges. I'm pleading. All we have always been talking, all our advocacy in the last is nobody who doesn't like to be in ruling party. It's an easy place to be. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to work. You just be benefited. But we want to be in the opposition not because it is our personal interest. It is because we know that opposition and government in power are working on a system that allow for balance. One, look at the policies of government, analyze it to the people in a way that is clear, and the other one will present the policy of government. And if the policy of government is presented from a narrow political partisan point of view, it is the responsibility of the opposition to be able to stabilize this information to the people. So you don't have this, if you don't have opposition, then we'll be running in a dictatorial environment. Democracy strives when the opposition system is not stifled, when the opposition system are allowed to practice their participation in the process without all these unnecessary unplanned 80 obstacles that are put in their front. I think there are causes there. One of the things, like in the case of PMP, why would they go to court as a registered political party? Why? When they are not registered, they applied on that oath. Why did they not join INEC, that is the regulator and register of political party? In that they are sued. And why did the judge proceed? Without people asking me, because when I was national chairman of the political party, if I want to file a suit, I will first of all attach the photocopy of my certificate of registration to show that yes, I'm a registered political party. Sometimes I will attach the certified proof copy. So it is even impertinent to say that we must be able to do things right, just for posterity to judge well. It is not for anything. There is a lot of political interference here and there.
Yeah. So we
the progress of multi-party democracy in Nigeria.
Yeah, so we have seen that, and we just hope that these three parties will not be caught in the web, ADC, PDP, and the NDC. So I know you are conversant with the INEC regulation as a former IPAC chairman who engaged with the chairman of INEC. You know that political parties candidates. So, and I ask, why is your presidential candidate in a hurry to tell INEC what to do concerning the need for INEC to publish the qualifications of all the candidates?
The problem is that we operate in too much secrecy in this country. A man who wants to become a public officer of a country, who have decided to put himself in the arena of public, in order to lead the people. We fill a form, and then right in that form, the qualification, the school attended, and all that. And then for you to even try to get the certificate or the photocopy of that copy, so the INEC will tell you to apply. You will apply for certified true copy. You take years. Even sometimes INEC will not release it, you have to go to court, asking court to compel them to release it. Why will a person interested in public leadership will not be able to be courageous enough to even say it ahead of time? That INEC, you can give my certificate to people. Let it be part of the whole of that we will sign in our forms that we're submitting to INEC. So that those who have those certificates should be given to Nigerians at will. Should be, and in fact, for the office of the president, that they are not going to be more than 22. If the 22 political parties are presenting presidential candidates, then it should all be published. So the Nigerians will know, those who are interested in leading them, what their educational trajectory has been, what the precedents they have laid in trying to pass. Because you cannot be promoting what you have been able to circumvent. You can promote that. You must come with clean hands to equity, and you must be principled enough to admit that this is your shortfall, and this is what you think should be done to be able to. We will now think what to do to be able to help you to meet up with with whatever requirement that is necessary. But I think public office is meant for public good, and if it's meant for public good, there must be some purpose, and you must show commitment to the truth.
Yeah, but the issue right now is that Obi is now described as a meddlesome interloper. He has no business to ask INEC to publish the credentials of his co-contestant. If he needs that, he should go to court and ask court to, ask certain all the candidates to make their, credentials available.
Anybody who calls to be a meddlesome interloper will not will be very sure that somebody who does not understand how our constitution operates. Our constitution gives every Nigerian freedom of expression. If you have an opinion on issue that you feel is germane enough to bring transparency and integrity to our process, that person should be allowed to express it. I think those who are calling meddlesome interloper have something to hide. What is in the certificate that is difficult that you are explaining the reason why you cannot publish? Why you think that somebody else does not have the right to call you, to call the commission? That is a public institution. Commission is not we are not running a military regime. And the commission is not conducting the election. It's supposed to be conducting the democratic election that will be judged by the people, and the people will decide who leads them. So even at that high level of the person in this country, P2P, to express his opinion, to state what he thinks that we should leave behind as an example for the upcoming generation, that we see that leaders before them were transparent to present their certificate. Were transparent.
Yeah, should we not continue with our campaigns? Look at the gray areas. Of course, focus on your promise to the people, and even engage some expert to help you research on how to close the gaps rather than focusing on another person's business. And this is what the issue is about. We just hope that in the coming, we don't even know his agenda now as we speak. We don't know the agenda.
I think you are getting it totally wrong. That the other people see this. A man.
No, because himself is also in the race. So other people ordinarily should ask of this credentials, should ask of this qualification.
He has put himself up. Let them interrogate him. Let them interrogate his credentials. Let them interrogate his principles. When the campaign starts, he will present his manifesto before the people. And don't forget that in fact, the party also has a manifesto. So these are the guiding principles of campaign. But beyond campaign, there are transitional processes leading to the conduct of election and the participation of candidates. And that requires that people must present their certificate. If you apply for certified copy of all the presidential candidates today, you will see INEC will be dragging legs. You will not be able to get it. You will go and look for court order. So this is not how a country should be run. These are public documents. As long as they are presented to for public office, they should become automatically public documents that will be released to the Nigerian public. This is part of the process. To be able to get first-hand information from public institutions, we have to do all this over-regulation for things that would have been elementary, for things that would have been easy. What are we teaching our future generation? What are we teaching them? That you can submit Ajinomoto certificate and then you see that you can submit anything. We shouldn't teach our children that. I think that what he has done is to start of bringing credibility, integrity, and responsibility to the people. Without accountability, there cannot be leadership. So these are the very important aspects of this discussion, that from partisan opinions and partisan views. The person asked me to present my certificate. I won't go call the person interloper. A busybody is somebody who has no business in the place. The man is contesting for president again. And he should be able to ask.
Okay, thank you so much, Chief Peter Ame, for your input on the subject matter. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, viewers, this is where we wrap up this discussion with Peter Ame, and we'll move quickly to Lagos for the continuation of the program this morning on ITV. You can take it away from here.
Many thanks to you, Joseph Kadri, and welcome to our Lagos studio. We're still on TMI this beautiful morning on ITV. I am Marcelina Unkwa. And of course, Dr. Victor Ohai here is here with me, and we'll be doing this together. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
Trust you're doing well.
Yeah, very well. Another beautiful Wednesday.
Yeah, and happy new month
yes.
to you all our viewers out there. And also our guest this morning that would help us analyze to this topic is Dr. Bolaji Akinyemi. He is our political analyst. Hello, Doctor. Good morning.
Good morning, Marcelina. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
To be with you here.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
And thank you so much for coming.
Always a pleasure here.
All right, on Monday, 29th June 2026, suspected Boko Haram ISWAP terrorists attacked Government Day Secondary School, Lassa, in Askari, Uba local government area of Borno State, while students were sitting for their National Examination Council NECO examination. The attackers reportedly reportedly arrived in military camouflage and forest guard uniforms, causing many people to believe they were legitimate security personnel. They stormed the school in the morning as the candidates were preparing for their necrobiology examination. Panic broke out as gunshots rang out and students fled in different directions. The insurgents abducted an unspecified number of students, that's 29, and teachers before escaping the nearby bush. And we got an information that 10 of the, the military went, the security personnel went ahead of them, and 10 of the students has been rescued, although one teacher was shot down there, and also 2 soldiers were also killed. And we still have like 37 students, with them in captivities. This has brought the topic on insecurity. I mean, we've been, talking about insecurity for some time now. The Oyo school children and teacher, they're still in captivities. They are not out yet, and boom, we're seeing this war in Borno State. When will insecurity end in Nigeria? That is the major questions we've been asking. So before I move to our guest, Dr. Victor, let's get to hear your take.
It is worrying, that since Chibok, which is the most famous or infamous of these, which incidentally happened to have been in Borno as well, that our military either have not learned or the government have not perfected or looked for a solution, a permanent solution to this problem. Schools are a soft target, and our students are vulnerable, and they are our future. And I'm wondering, for how long will this continue? And for how long are we going to continue to allow this? Is it now normal? This cannot happen in any other country. In any other country, this would have been a major scandal, even for the government and all that. Just like it happened during the time of Chibok. But today, it's as usual. I don't know, Dr. Akemi, I don't know if you feel the way I feel, but does this sound? Is this normal at all? I mean, no, I'm not talking about Nigeria, but is this something that makes sense? Is it normal?
I woke up in the middle of the night thinking about Nigeria, and I said to myself, take sense of the number of idiots that we have in this country. We will give up on the future of Nigeria. Because some of the things that we get to experience are unjustifiable. And you still get people who get up to defend the indefensible. Like you said, this whole thing started in 2014 as a prelude to 2015 election. We have always had insecurity, but this branch of targeting school.
Yes.
Chibok was the first experiment, and they ran away with it. Some of the girls taken away from Chibok are still there with their abductors. And we are not even talking about how to get them back again, because it's been 12 years. And let's assume that somebody was 18 when he was taken, 12 plus 18. And for us to even imagine that our life as a nation is going on when somebody can break into school and take our children away and they are never returned. Thank God for those that were gotten back. They are never returned. And then this same scenario kept repeating itself between Chibok and Lhasa, the secondary school, the one that happened on the 29th of June. How many school attacks have we had? The one in the Ogbomoso axis, we are still there negotiating for it.
Exactly.
And something doesn't say to us that our priority now is not building roads. We need infrastructural development, no doubt. But Dr. Okay, now imagine that you are a father. You have built a house and you have furnished the house, and you just realize that somebody broke into your house and the furnitures and all of the things in the house were taken away. Your family were molested, and you have to prioritize the damage as attending to them. Will you be thinking of buying the furnitures and the electronics first, or think of raising your fence, put barbed wire, increase the burglary proof? That should be the priority. The priority of this country now is security.
Yes.
You know, but those who are in leadership are not even seeing it that way. That, unfortunately, is my word.
So there's a part now that I'm thinking about. People say security is big business. Many people join task force and all that. People struggle to go to those front lines. And then there are negotiators in between. No negotiators. People go talk to these people. Bandits have told us clearly that they have their boys. We have seen situations where the criminals are reintegrated as if there are not enough unemployed Nigerians. But they are being reintegrated and absorbed into the army and then released. And then you hear a bandit leader telling you that they are my boys. When they ask them to come, they will be telling me they are on their way and all that. Until Trump came recently, and then they started bombing. You know, is this, you know, how did we get to this point? And what do you think is responsible? The business side, the complicity, and politics?
I will slightly disagree with you on the submission you made that security is big business. It is not security that is big business. It is government that is big business. You know, the security is just a sector in the...
I meant insecurity.
I get you.
Yeah.
Insecurity is just a sector in the big business that government has become. We are hearing of a scandal about appointment, how somebody paid money to have appointment and all of that. And that should give you a picture of the rot in the system. I was listening to the Baba Adeboye speech in the US. I took my time to listen to it from the beginning to the end, 38 minutes, because of the dragging that was going on online. And I let me submit that the articulation and submission were faulty. But let's x-ray the speech. There is a commander-in-chief in one country who gives order according to Baba, who when he gives order is command chain, acts on it. There is another commander-in-chief, when he gives order, nobody is acting. You know, how do we say that is a dormant situation? So bring it back home. The system is a problem. We have a rot in this system. And I don't see us getting results with the leadership that we have in the country presently.
The federal government has repeatedly said that Boko Haram has been technically defeated. I mean, with what we've been saying, but they kept saying that Boko Haram has been technically defeated. What would you have said?
The technicality of the defeats started since the day of Muhammadu Buhari. And so if somebody is repeating that, well, where is the proof? You know, if they have been technically defeated, why is Lasade Secondary School attack happening 12 years after Chibok? You know, how many secondary schools do we have in Borno? Maybe entire Borno, about 5,000 schools. You know, I'm not too sure of the statistics. I tried to search for that, but no information was online. That means we do not know the number of schools that is in Borno State. And then we have a government in that, a government that had an experience of attack in 2012, I mean 2014, and between 2014 and now, they don't even have the statistics of the number of schools that they have. So how do you make provision for security? Now, that means when these persons were approaching Lassa Day Secondary School, there was no gate man at the gate. There was no security there. Because if security were there, they would have been able to censor that persons are coming and at least intercepted, maybe intercepted.
No, according to the report, the way they were dressed, camouflage uniform, what do you call it now, forest guard, and all that, they looked official.
I agree with you, but if you look at this camouflage thing, you know, even if you have had an experience on the road where some of these persons are operating, they had never properly dressed.
How educated is that gate man?
Okay,
but that's another matter. How much do they know?
I think
can they tell the difference?
I think basically by now we should have been able to at least solve the primary problem, you know, surrounding this attack. Perimeter fencing in all schools in Nigeria.
I agree.
Priority.
I agree.
You know, security details, one policeman, one soldier. How many police and how many soldiers are attached to politicians? They're all over the place, you know? So we need to prioritize the security of our children, if indeed our children are the future of this country.
Okay, and school used to be safe spaces, but at this point, parents are even scared to send their children to school, you know, and it's got me thinking, or I've always been asking those questions, why are school targeted areas for these bandits, for these criminals? You know, recently they've been, well, not even recently, from the Chibok, they've been targeting schools, and it got me thinking and asking, why are schools targeted areas for those bandits, for these criminals?
Basically, those who are in this business don't want people to fight back. When you go to where you have adults, they can quickly figure what to do. There could be an immediate rally and people want to respond, maybe resist attack. For children, for their innocence, you know, they are vulnerable. And so it becomes the responsibility of the government to protect this wonderful gift of God that are in our midst. So the failure is our failure. And those who are coming have come to see that the publicity they get when it's a school is higher than when it's elsewhere else. Because the global sentiment is there. And you can see what this is generating. And one thing about terrorists also is the fact that they love the attention.
Publicity is the oxygen.
That is the oxygen of terrorism.
Yes.
So there's a need for us to structure ourselves in such a way that we deny them that breath.
How would you say that? Okay, so I know there's responsible media. What is the case in Nigeria? Because you see, here we're quick to just blow stories out of proportion. Oh, they've captured this, captured that, captured. What role do you think the media has played in even aiding what has been going on?
I think basically the problem here is the problem of trust.
Okay.
You know, if you trust me, sir, in the personal relationship that we have,
yes.
Even when I make mistakes, you want to give me the benefit of the doubt. The problem is that Nigerians can no longer trust the elite class. And so when something happens, there is no benefit of the doubt to view things that has happened and say, okay, maybe it's a mistake. So let's play down on this story and let's allow, you know, government mop up things. But we have seen this thing all over and over again. There are insinuations that what happened in 2014 was, in quote, a government-sponsored attack. Not some of the people that were referred to as the infiltrators, because in 2014, the president then told us that his government has been infiltrated.
by the same element we call Boko Haram. Now, those infiltrators, we have not, for heaven's sake, Doctor, audit the Nigerian military between that time and now. And so these persons are still in the system. And for me, it's a problem. It's a problem. We need to audit the division in the Nigerian in the Nigerian structure goes beyond the people on the streets. Within the military as it is now, there is a division. We need to know who among them is with Nigeria and who among them are not with the country, so that we can now begin to harness our resources together and be able to fight. No, you can't go to a war with enemies within and expect victory. The situation we have with insecurity in Nigeria is that there are enemies within. And who are those enemies? It is our responsibility to fish them out and give them the right treatment.
It is our responsibility.
We didn't quite get to the media bit, but we'll come back to it again. Just go ahead.
It's okay. I mean, insecurity, like you mentioned earlier, should be the government's #1 priority. They are there to protect the citizens. They are there to protect Nigerians. They are there, especially the ordinary Nigerians that do not have do not have the power to speak. They do not have the power that this the government and those people in power has. The government, they are there to protect Nigerians, and all what they're asking is just protect us. We need a lasting solution to insecurity. Do you think Nigeria would ever get a lasting solution to insecurity? Because if you even look at the xenophobia attack that have been happening, South African telling Nigerians, oh, go back to your countries. I watched a video where one of the women said, oh, you're in your countries, you're killing yourselves, you're doing this, you're doing that. Go back to your country. We do not want you in our country. I mean, other countries, they are already seeing Nigeria in that, in that way that, oh, insecurity is too much. That is why you are in my country. Go back to your country and fix your country. Do you ever see insecurity ending anytime soon in Nigeria?
Well, it doesn't look like we have a grip of situation, and so it will be wrong for me to say it will end X, Y, Z. We have not done enough of this. We have not done enough. And talking about the international image, I was on the street of Jerusalem, and then there was an infraction between me and somebody I wanted to buy something from. And what he said is Boko Haram. He looked at me and called me Boko Haram. And you can imagine. So it's one of the most promoted brands of an average Nigerian outside of Nigeria. So when you see the world reacting to us the way they are reacting to us, it's a general perspective, and for heaven's sake, will you blame the world if what is happening to us is happening to us? We have no answer and we are moving on. Children were taken away from a particular state 12 years ago, and then the people have returned to take another set of students, away from the same state, and there hasn't been improvement on security and security structure around schools in 12 years. I mean, who does that?
Okay, how would state police help in this matter? What difference do you think it will make?
You see, I don't see the difference it's going to make.
Why?
Because I have said the times to that number. Nations are not built from top to bottom. Nations are built from bottom up.
Does that not agree with the state police?
Especially when you are talking about proper federation. Now, we've had the executive bill forming the Development Commission. We are thinking about another executive bill sent to the National Assembly on state policing. That in itself is a problem. The federating unit should determine the life of our federation. You can't marry a woman
without paying her down and say you have a marriage. There has to be a proper transaction, at least a minimal transaction between your family and her family of paying down. Now, Nigeria has annexed all the federating units, and they are not giving us a choice. They want to force things down on us. It should be the people who should determine the kind of structure that we want, inclusive of security arrangements. Now, a federal structured police policy, it's in itself a problem. That means the National Assembly determines the operations without the peculiarity of each state in that law.
Okay, so I don't spend too much time on this. Now, the Senate has passed the bill on state police. What difference is that going to make?
Absolutely no difference.
Why do you think so?
Because
or why do you say so? I don't know if you heard this news, just to put this in better perspective. I read, was it yesterday or today, the IG on a visit to Enugu State said Enugu is a model. He was bowled over by what he saw in Enugu. He said that's the perfect model for a state police, because he said you could they have AI powered surveillance all over the state, and that even within minutes of anything happening, they're able to monitor the forest very well. With anything that happens within 4 minutes, a rapid response squad can be at any part of the state. You know, within 30 minutes or within 4 minutes? 4 minutes, I think. I may be wrong. I'm trying to remember now. That they will deploy immediately. Now, that is one state doing that. At the federal level, it becomes a bit huge. Don't you think that, I mean, not all states may get it right, but do you not think that the individual vision of the governors could make a difference?
Absolutely. I just have to concur in that respect. And let me say also that it's a shame for somebody in the position of the IG to go to a state, see that, and ask that it's a model for the police, for all the other states. Why is it not a model for the federal structure? That's the question we should ask.
They don't get funding. It's the state government that still buy vehicles and provide things for them.
Fine. Now, let's come home. Do we have satellites launched in Nigeria? We have the Nigeria Sat-2 and the Nigeria Sat-X. You know, how have we deployed them to our security issues? What are the gap area? You know, because when talk is cheap, you know, but beyond talking, what are the steps that we are taking? Now, Enugu has done well, fine, we clap for Enugu. How well is Lagos doing? Because Lagos also have the resources. Lagos is a smaller area to manage.
But Lagos is safer than it used to be. It had a terrible reputation before.
Of course. But what I'm saying is that let's look at each of these states, you know, one after the other, and look at what the security situation had been, you know, in these places. And whatever it is that has been done in Enugu, you know, what are the steps taken by the IG to invite, you know, the stakeholders in other states to study the model? Because we shouldn't just be talking. If you have seen something that is workable, why not bring everybody to a round table and make us take a look, and instead of talk about it and just to excite us and then make the governor soul-headed. So I think we need more than that.
So what you're saying now is not just the government do not just need to come out to say this thing; they should implement them.
Nigerians are waiting for results. Nothing more.
But the state policing of a thing, you know, I feel they just implemented it or recently, you know, the Senate just passed the bill. Thank you. They just passed the bill recently. So I feel we should hope and see, because this is like a new, should I say a new development? We should just wait to see if it's going to work and see how they are going to help, because before they pass the bill, a lot of Nigerians, a lot of people have been saying, oh, they should bring state policing might help. And now they've passed the bill, I feel we should hope, just wait to see what comes out of it. So at this point, how can government reassure parents that children are safe in school? Because that's our major concern. Yeah. Now, the kidnapping before this Borno kidnapping, the Oyo State kidnapping, is still there. The thing is I do not want to say it's fading away, because sometimes I open my WhatsApp and somebody will post like, oh, we shouldn't allow this fade away, because people are no longer talking about it the way they used to talk about it. It shouldn't fade away just the way Chibok girls filled away, and before you know it, this Borno own will still keep talking about it. Before you know it, it fades away, and they just come kidnap the children and it fades away without the government doing anything.
It's really very sad. It's really, really very sad. Now, Doctor asked an earlier question, and he said I didn't square on it talking about the media. Why do issues like this away? If in 12 years children has been taken and we are no longer talking about things who have been taken, and we are not talking about, we are not creating opportunity to even hear their parents and find out how they're doing. Exactly. We're not getting words. Children shouldn't fade away. The Yorubas have a saying, they said, meaning that your child is no more, is better than your child is missing. Because at least you have the corpse in your hand to bury. Yes. And then the therapy, the self-therapy will take time, and time heals. But when is a missing child, occasionally, even in 20 years, you are still wishing that the child will knock on the door one day and come in. And that's the trauma we have subjected parents as a result of our irresponsibility collectively as a nation. Because it's not only government who is culpable now, even parents are. Because you are not concerned because the child in question is not yours. But if we are collectively responsible for every child in this country, then we'll have been able to put the leadership on their toe to address the level of insecurity that we find ourselves in.
Do you think insecurity in Nigeria is being politicized?
Now, earlier I said when I was responding to Doctor, that government is the business, not insecurity. It's unfortunate that even the government itself in Nigeria is politicized. So anything coming from that stream is politicized.
Okay.
That's the unfortunate situation on our hands. And until we learn to play less politics with the lives of the people and all the responsibility that we have to man as a government, will continue to have the kind of result that we have.
Okay, so a spokesperson for the government recently said that these kidnappings are sponsored against the administration, maybe because of the elections and all that. And when we started talking, you said something yourself that, leading to the elections, Chibok girls were kidnapped. Is there a correlation between election year and, the increase in kidnappings? If yes, why do you think this is so? If no, then what seems to be happening?
I think we should be asking the people in government this question. Because in 2014, these were the rhetorics. The government of the day then felt that the insecurity was being engineered by those who wanted them out of power.
Exactly what
we're having now. Who were those people that wanted the government back then out of power? Of course, they are the one in power now. Now, if they are facing the same situation, could it be that somebody within their system or within their file and who was left out of the sharing and the eating decided to pick up the scripts. So they should be the one talking to us. Because if you're not careful, the thing so fits that you'll be forced to start speculating. And you know, at this level, on the national television, we can't be speculating now. But it looks like the same pattern we saw in 2014 is what is repeating itself.
You know, the Senate president said something similar. He said, you know, the oppositions, they're actually using this whole insecurity thing against the president, that we should watch, according to him in his words, we should watch that after election would see that insecurity would, you know, reduce, the oil kidnapping stuff will reduce. So it's at that particular video he made, under the comment section, a lot of persons were saying, is it that those government officials, they know those people, they know the people that are behind all this kidnapping, those bandits, those ISWAP, and they because for him to make that statement, according to the comment section, for him to make that statement, it means, oh, okay, they're just using this whole thing because election is coming, election is already closed. You know, after election, we should watch and see that kidnapping, the insecurity would reduce. And some persons have been saying, oh, is it that most of these government officials or most of these persons, they're working with this bandits, this kidnappers, ISWAP and all of that?
Okay, before you answer, just to add, and you will answer. If they have this information, what should their reaction rightfully be? Because if you have advanced information, it's like expo in exam. You know that this thing will happen. Because they are saying, watch, this is happening because of this. What should government's true reaction be? Just add that to it.
It's amazing that these people have chosen to, from time to time, insult, you know, our collective sensibility. Now, between 2015, we had a new government. We had APC government in place from 2015 till this moment. Now, somebody from among APC came out and said, in order for them to win the 2015 election, some persons were allowed into the country. Now, that person is alive. He has not been arrested by DSS, invited by DSS to provide information on what actually happened. They are in government. There had been an increase in insecurity between 2015 and 2023. Check the statistics. From 2023 to now, 2026, the story has not been different. Now you are telling us false hope, giving us false hope to just look beyond what is happening and go ahead and still elect us. Naturally, this thing will just address themselves. Now, who does that? And like Doc said, if you are privileged to see the question before an exam, you have no reason to fail. So if they already know this is what is happening, then who are the people perpetrating that? And that those are the people they should go after. Now, when you look at the whole thing, it makes us look like a bunch of unserious people in the eye of the world when we give excuses like this. I mean, it's unacceptable.
Okay, Governor Zulum has been seen as a progressive governor in the sense, when I mean progressive, I'm not talking about the political progressive, in terms of, well, he's a professor, he's educated. We have seen good schools, modern schools that he's built, and we've seen other infrastructural things that he's done. And you made a very valid point, and I agree with that point, because I was working on a project somewhere around near the refinery area in the Lekki side, and it had to do with some schools as well. And I remember head teachers of at least 2 of those schools saying, "We are grateful for what we are getting and all that, but these schools need to be fenced for how." And this is Lagos, that is not even under immediate threat yet. So the teachers saw that. Is it that at their government schools, while they are busy building new structures, beautiful modern structures, the schools in the hinterland are left the way they are, and nobody is thinking about perimeter fencing. As a media organization and as an analyst, our job is to be able to point government in the right direction. How can we tackle this? And also in tackling this, university education, they have their TED fund, where they should do developments and all that tax. But it's like the very foundation, primary schools, nothing seems to be working. Away from criticizing, we want to look at solutions now. How would you advise government? What should they do? Because, like I said, the governor is doing what he's doing there and all that, but what should they be focusing on now? If you were in position, what should they be focusing on now to protect our future? That's our children.
Well, let me agree with you on Zulum that he has done well. The number of out-of-school children in Borno had reduced from 2 million to about 800,000. And that's remarkable. But this new twist, it's a problem. The problem that may not allow a lot of parents to allow their children to go to school. And if you look at the statistics coming from government with respect to the number of dropouts between GSS and SSS, students who are supposed to move from GSS class to SS, well, we had 20 million of them dropping out. That is huge. And that is to compound the problem that you already have. Now, I know you know that your sister in my house used to run a school. Now, why did I stop the school from going? Because we need to understand things from the perspective of our humanity. If you go to the government, the same government that has not provided perimeter fencing in its own school. Doctor, if you want to start a school today, you go to the Ministry of Education, they give you the conditions. It has to be a purpose-built building. There has to be aeration. There has to be a perimeter fence around. Those are the conditions they will give you who wants to go into private practice. So why is it different when the government is running school? Meaning that the government knows what to do. Now, talking about the school, they relocated to a new environment, and I went to the environment, and the day I went, it rained, and the water was at my waist.
Oh, man.
So I asked her, how did they get these children to school? He said, and then the entire compound of the school. And I said, my dear, I'm done. Announce to your parents that at the end of this term, no school again. When you get a better property that can provide safety, I said, if a child said, I want to go pool or do something, and falls in this water, you will have a floating body on the water. And my name is Bolaji Akiyemi. I said, I beg. Now, what am I saying? We should just know that there's no point exposing our children to the risks they face. There's just no point. We have to make adequate provision for schools. We went to public school way back then, and we know what the provisions were. So what has changed? We have more resources these days that we used to have in those days. So there's a need for us to prioritize the life of our children, their existence. And if indeed they are our future, we should prioritize it in budgetary allocation and make sure that things are well off with them.
Okay, we're saying, apart from the fact where we want the government to do whatsoever they need to do fast to curb insecurity, what about we as individuals, we as a citizen? Because I had a guest here that said we are not being patriotic enough, that we need to be patriotic Nigerians, that the fault shouldn't just be from the government. We shouldn't blame the government. We should also blame ourselves. Do you think there is something we as Nigerians or we as a citizen need to do to curb insecurity, to help the government?
I'm not comfortable with that narrative. You know, okay, so who do we blame for the attack in Lassa? The parents of the children who allow their children to go to school.
Absolutely not.
Me and you in the studio here who's talking about the situation. How is the security of the Lassa Day Secondary School my beat or your beat? You know, if we want to pancake things, we should look for better things to pancake, not things that has to do with the life of our children, you know, and our security.
All right, thank you.
We should not.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for your time.
Always my pleasure. It's been a wonderful time.
It's great to have you here. We'll be having more and more of these discussions, but in the meantime, I'm hoping that the remaining 37 people in captivity are released. Condolences to those that lost their lives in a bid to save them and those that died in the process, but also show the kidnapping there, and all the others across the country. Every life matters, every life counts, and I think government should prioritize security at this moment above everything else, because all else rests on security, whether agriculture, education, or whatever. So
yeah, we hope and pray insecurity ends. So thank you all our viewers for joining our Lagos Network studio this beautiful morning on TMI. I am Marcelina Unko. Would be handing over to our Benin Network studio for the continuation on TMI. To stay with us. To TMI Socials, where we'll talk about trending stories on social media, and of course, to get to hear people's reaction about each particular story. Okay, our first story, we will be talking on the xenophobia attack in South Africa. We are tired of, yesterday was the deadline they gave to other African countries to leave their countries. I mean, go back to your countries, go back to your countries. And we saw a lot of videos on the internet yesterday when they were protesting and telling other African countries to go back to their country. And we also saw a South African woman who was married to a Congolese man who said, we are tired of being given drugs. That is, other African countries are giving drugs to their children. And according to her, go back to your country and fix your country. Let's take a look at the video before we go to the reactions.
Began. This is the deadline set by anti-migrant groups for all undocumented migrants, mostly Africans, to leave South Africa. Let me speak to one of the people who's marching here, Palesa. Why are you out on the streets today, Palesa?
Because we are tired. We as South Africans, we are tired of being given drugs. Our kids, are given drugs. Our husbands, our mothers, they are on drugs because of illegal.
There's no evidence of the drugs, but you're married to a foreigner. You're married to a Congolese, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
And he is documented.
Yes.
And we met when we were 19 years old.
Right.
Think about it. He was not having a mind of drugs or whatsoever.
Right.
All right.
Okay, and you are. A lot of people say this march is xenophobic. Do you agree?
I don't agree. We are not xenophobic. We only xenophobic when people say to us.
All right, let's take a look at people's reaction. This person, Peter, says, at the moment, South Africa is better than Nigeria, security-wise and economically, but you will plead with an average Nigerian to get EID or PVC, vote and even bribe them to go for protest to fix their country. You all should come back, let's suffer together. Okay, another user says, every country has the right to enforce its immigration laws, but it should be done through lawful processes, not mob action or violence. This is becoming something else. South African president, talk to your citizens. Okay, let's take a look at another user on X. This user says, every country has the right to manage its borders and enforce its immigration laws.
At the same time, protests should remain peaceful and innocent people should never be targeted because of their nationality. The real challenge is finding solutions that uphold both national security and human dignity, love, and peace. Okay, let's take a look at another reaction. Attacking ordinary shops and innocent people isn't going to stop the drug trade. This is just pure hatred directed to fellow Africans. Let's take a look at another reaction. There's another user on X says, if your public services collapse because migrants use them, maybe your real problem isn't migration, it's years of failed governance. Interesting. Another, okay, that is for that particular, all those
ITV, certainly the best.
On the news tonight, DSS arrests ex-minister Naji at Enugu Airport over certificate forgery. Military says troops arrest 1,084 terrorists in 3 months. Governor Okpebholo hails return of Benin bronze, says artifacts belong to Oba's palace. NDLEA destroys over 12 tons of illicit drugs in Kano. Young girl found mentally unstable after being dropped off by suspected internet fraudsters. Good evening and welcome to the main news on ITV. I am Anuluwakbo Stevens right here in Edo State, Nigeria, and joining me virtually in our Lagos studio, I have Mercelina Ukwar. Good evening, Mercelina. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Beautiful evening to you and good to see you on the screen tonight.
Good to see you too. You can now watch ITV Live online at www.itvradioNG.com/live. Follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. President Bola Tinubu has urged residents of Gumani, Dafa, and Yagoji communities in Kwali Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory to take ownership of the newly inaugurated 13-kilometer Gumani, Dafa, Yagoji Road, describing the infrastructure as a shared asset that must be protected for future generations. FCT correspondent Joy Ugoche Ahaikena reports that the president was represented at the inauguration by Senate President Godswill Akpabio.
Represented by Senate President Godswill Akpabio, President Tinubu says the responsibility for preserving the road now rests with the benefiting communities following the government's delivery of the project. The president also cautioned residents against encroaching on the road corridor, stressing the need to safeguard the infrastructure to ensure its longevity.
This road is now yours, so guard it jealously. Do not allow encroachment on the rights of way. Keep the drains clear of silt. Report any attempt to vandalize any section of this road. Use it to grow your farm. Use it to grow your businesses. And your children's future will be assured.
FCT Minister Nyesom Wike says the 13-kilometer road project was awarded in November 2025 and completed in less than 1 year, describing it as another demonstration of the administration's commitment to expanding infrastructure in satellite communities.
For those of you who are very good in mathematics and arithmetic, you will see that this road was completed before 12 months. And what has shown is that all this money is not rocket science. It's commitment by this administration, commitment by the contractors.
From Abuja, Joy Igochie Hakina, ITV News.
A former Minister of Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, was on Wednesday arrested by operators of the Department of State Services at the Akunu Mbiam International Airport in Enugu. Security sources said Nnaji was apprehended in the early hours of Wednesday while attempting to board a private jet bound for Abuja. According to the sources, the arrest was carried out by the DSS at the request of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, which is investigating the former minister over some allegations. The sources disclosed that following his arrest, Nnaji was handed over to the ICPC for further investigation. Reports have it that the anti-graft agency had previously invited the former minister on several occasions in connection with petitions alleging irregularities in the management of the Ministry of Science and Technology during his tenure. Nnaji resigned as Minister of Science and Technology in October last year under circumstances that generated public attention. As of the time of filing this report, neither the DSS nor the ICPC had issued an official statement on the arrest, while the former minister had yet to comment on the allegations. In the meantime, the Nigerian military says troops conducting sustained counter-terrorism operations in the second quarter of 2026 arrested 1,084 terrorists and rescued 951 kidnapped victims across various theaters of operation. Defense correspondent John Tainer reports that the Director, Defense Media Operations, Major General Michael Onaja, disclosed this at the monthly Defense Headquarters briefing in Abuja.
The Defense Headquarters says it will sustain ongoing military operations across the country to consolidate recent gains against terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, and other security threats. Presenting the operational scorecard for the second quarter of 2026, the Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Michael Onaja, said troops recorded significant successes across the various theaters of operation between April and June. According to him, troops rescued 951 kidnapped victims from captivity and arrested 1,084 suspected terrorists during the period.
For the second quarter of this year, the armed forces neutralized 662 terrorists and criminals, 1,084 terrorists and criminals were arrested, 951 kidnapped civilians were rescued, 39 insurgents surrendered, 328 arms and 12,590 rounds of ammunition were recovered during the quarter.
Meanwhile, the military says troops operating in Niger Delta destroyed 12 illegal refining sites and recovered a cache of arms and ammunition during separate operations.
Additionally, 12 illegal refining sites were dismantled and over 464,268 liters of stolen petroleum products were recovered, representing a significant degradation of criminal and terrorist operational capacity nationwide.
The Defense Headquarters says the armed forces remain committed to protecting Nigeria's territorial integrity and safeguarding lives and property, while urging Nigerians to continue supporting security agencies with timely and credible information. From Abuja, John Tainer, ITV News.
Mandatory to speed up justice delivery, improve case management, and reduce delays associated with manual court processes. Joseph Kadri report that Justice the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekiri Eku Wednesday in Abuja said the initiative will improve access to justice and strengthen the management of appeals. Let's bring you the reports.
The Nigerian Case Management System, an electronic filing platform, will digitize case filing, records management, and document retrieval while protecting court records from loss and tampering Justice Kekere Ekun says compliance with the new digital procedures is mandatory, warning that violation will attract disciplinary measures.
The system will substantially reduce opportunities for record tampering and reinforce public confidence in the authenticity and reliability of court records, thereby strengthening the integrity of the appellate process. Implementation of the system will be undertaken in a structured and carefully managed manner to ensure a seamless transition while minimizing disruption to the operations of the court.
Chief Judge of Borno State, Justice Kashim Zanna, and President of the NBA, Mazia Famusigwe, say the platform will enable seamless movement of cases, eliminate paper-based processes, and improve efficiency across the justice system.
The NCMS e-filing enables lawyers to easily file cases in all the superior courts in Nigeria from wherever their practices are physically based. Service of processes on lawyers also becomes efficient and effective with proof of service automatically generated by the system. The era of delays for lack of proof of service is over.
And we're committed to doing everything, including conducting extensive trainings for our colleagues so that we're properly able to use the system. And to say that this is one project that must work. This is one project that must succeed. And that lawyers who fail to hit to it and learn how to use it must be prepared to pay the price.
The Supreme Court urges lawyers to embrace digital technology and continuous training to ensure the successful implementation of the new electronic filing system. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
And here in Edo State, where the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, has described the return of the Benin bronzes as a historic milestone for the Benin Kingdom, insisting that the artifact belonged to the Oba Benin Palace and should not be politicized. Governor Okpebholo stated this on Wednesday when he received the Director General of the National Commission for Museums and Monuments, Olugbile Holloway, alongside the Consul General of Switzerland in Lagos, Connie Kemzide, Director of Ethnographic Museum of the University of Zurich, Professor Alice Herzog, Curator at the museum, Dr. Alex Milfakis, the other members of the delegation at the Government House in Benin City. William Siama has the details.
Governor Monday Okpebholo commended the Swiss government and other stakeholders involved in the restitution process, describing the return of the artifacts as a significant moment in the history of Benin Kingdom. Governor Okpebholo stressed that the Benin bronzes represent the cultural heritage of Benin people and should remain under the custody of the traditional institution.
There's no politics with what belongs to the palace. I must tell you the truth. We have culture here. I believe in our culture. Those bones are not just bones. They are symbolic, spiritual to our kingdom. Wherever they are, they will all find their way back to Nigeria to Augusta.
Earlier, Director General, National Commission for Museums and Monuments, Olugbile Holloway, said the visit was to strengthen collaboration with the Edo State government and mark another step in international restitution of Benin artifacts.
Benin is ground zero when it comes to restitution and the returning of Benin bronzes. Number one, to build that connection directly with His Excellency.
Speaking on behalf of the Swiss government, Consul General Connie Kanazi described the restitution as a major milestone in the relationship between Switzerland and Nigeria. She expressed pride in Switzerland's role in the process, pointing out that the collaboration with the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and the museums involved had been successful.
For me, as a Swiss, being able to do that here, Bile Holloway, as well as the three museums that are part of the first restitution, is an extremely pleasure, and I'm very proud that Switzerland has been able to do that.
Present at the meeting, we had Edo State Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Sidahusa, Secretary to Edo State Government, Umar Musa Ikilo, Esquire, Head of Service, Dr. Anthony Okungbawa, Esquire, Commissioner of Information and Strategy, Prince Kasim Afegwa, and other top government officials. From Benin, William Siama, ITV News.
President Bola Tinubu has congratulated renowned businessman and philanthropist Chief Bright Igbenedion on the occasion of his 65th birthday. In a congratulatory message issued by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, President Tinubu described Chief Bright Igbenedion as an accomplished business leader whose contributions have made significant impact in Nigeria's aviation and oil and gas industries. President Tinubu said it is worthy to celebrate the milestone birthday of Chief Bright Igbenedion, the Otumba Atayase of Ile Isoya Kingdom, and chairman of Coral Oil and Gas Limited. The President commended Chief Igbenedion's leadership in the aviation, oil and gas sectors, noting that his contributions have helped advance the growth of both countries. He also praised the celebrant's commitment to humanitarian service through his foundation, highlighting its interventions in the fight against waterborne diseases, the provision of educational scholarships and programs aimed at empowering vulnerable members of society. The President prayed for Chief Bright Igbenedion's continued good health, long life, and greater accomplishment in his business and philanthropic endeavors. In the same vein, Edo State Governor Senator Mondo Pueblo has congratulated renowned businessman Chief Bright Igbenedion on the occasion of his birthday, describing him as an accomplished entrepreneur whose contributions continue to impact the socio-economic development of Edo State. In a congratulatory message signed by his Chief Press Secretary, Dr. Patrick Abujele, Governor Pueblo commended Chief Bright Igbenedion for his enduring commitment to the growth of the state economy through strategic private investment that have created jobs, stimulated commerce, and strengthened confidence in Edo's investment climate. Governor Pueblo said Chief Bright Igbenedion represents the caliber of indigenous entrepreneurs whose investment and business acumen complement the government's effort to build a resilient economy driven by private sector participation. Governor Pueblo prayed that Almighty God would grant Chief Bright Igbenedion many more years of good health, wisdom, and greater accomplishment as he continues to contribute to the growth and prosperity of Edo State and Nigeria. The Deputy Governor of Edo State, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, has paid glowing tribute to a former Deputy Governor of the state, Dr. Pius Odubu, on his 69th birthday, describing him as an exemplary statesman whose enduring legacy of service continues to inspire leaders across generations. Right Honorable Idao says in a congratulatory message issued by his Chief Press Secretary, Friday Agedo, says Dr. Odubu's distinguished career in public service has been defined by integrity, sacrifice, and unwavering commitment to the growth and development of the state. The State Deputy Governor stated that the former Deputy Governor's office remains a reference point for purposeful leadership, humility, and dedication to the welfare of the people. The Deputy Governor expressed gratitude to God for preserving the former Deputy Governor's life and prayed for continued divine guidance, sound health, and wisdom. He wished the former Deputy Governor a joyful 69th birthday celebration and many more years of impactful service to Edo State, Nigeria, and humanity. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has destroyed over 12 tons of illicit drugs in Kano State, reaffirming its determination to curb drug trafficking and abuse. The exercise underscored the need for sustained collaboration among government, security agencies, and communities in the fight against illicit drugs. Kano correspondent Abdul Ibrahim reports.
over 12.2 tons of cannabis psychotropic substance and other illicit drugs seized through intelligence operations, raid and airport interceptions were publicly destroyed by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency in Kano State. Deputy Zonal Commander of the NDLEA, Ahmad Mohammed, said the exercise demonstrates the agency's unwavering commitment to protecting lives and dismantling drug trafficking networks.
Let this event serve as both a warning to those in the drug trade and a hope for those struggling with addiction that recovery is possible and help is available through our counseling and treatment programs.
Commander of the NDLEA, Kano State Strategic Commander, CN Dahiru Haya Lawal, says the command has intensified intelligence-driven operations leading to the hundreds of arrests, several convictions, and dismantling of major drug distribution networks across the states.
There is no sanctuary for you in Kano. Our response under the War Against Drug Abuse, that is WADA initiatives, is a multifaceted.
Representing the Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf, the Secretary to the State Government, Alhaji Umar Farouk, said the State Government is strengthening efforts to combat drug abuse and crime through increased security deployment, rehabilitation initiatives, and continued support for the NDLEA.
Let us be very clear. It is the physical demonstration of a firm, sustained, and humane policy to deny criminal networks the ability to poison our communities.
The NDLEA and the Kano State Government have pledged to sustain collaboration with the relevant stakeholders to curb drug abuse, protect communities, and secure a safer future for the younger generation. From Kano, Abdul Ibrahim, ITV News.
You're still watching the news on Independent Television. About time we take you over now to our Lagos Network studios for more reports.
Many thanks, Victor, and welcome to our Lagos Network studio. Residents of Akute in Ogun State were thrown into confusion on Wednesday after a young woman believed to be mentally distressed was found abandoned along the Fashakin Junction area close to the Lagos-Ogun boundary. Witnesses alleged that she was dropped off by an unidentified young man before they drove away. Igboje Aquaria has the details.
It was early on Wednesday morning at Fashakin Junction, close to Akute in Ogun State, a stone throw from Lagos State, as crowd of residents, sympathizers and onlookers gathered round a young girl who was allegedly and left mentally unstable. According to an eyewitness who preferred to comment off camera, said the young girl was dropped off at about 5:30 a.m. by some boys suspected to be internet fraudsters and was abandoned before she was discovered to be mentally unstable. Mother of the young girl, Mrs. Faliliat Isiaka, said her daughter left home from Ogba area of Lagos State the previous night only for her to get a call from her that she has been kidnapped, after which they met her mentally unstable.
She's going to beg her. Before I know this one, I see a missed call on WhatsApp. I call her back. Say, where are you? She joined the talk, say they kidnap her. Oh. That is what she said. Say they kidnap her. We start to look for the location she sent. We go through the location. We first go beggar. Then that director says it's not beggar. It's Ojodu beggar. So when we reach Ojodu beggar, then I say it's Akute Ajumo. So that is where we find her. We don't know what the user do. It's only God. About 10 people, they can't hold her. Please, police, anywhere you people, they may not help me. I take God back, may not help me. So that I will know the people who use her. The way I look at about 10 people, they can't even hold her.
Mrs. Isiaka appealed to security agencies to investigate the circumstances surrounding the incident and identify those responsible. As of the time of this report, the police had not issued an official statement, and the circumstances leading to the young woman's condition remain under investigation. From Lagos, Igboje Aquaria, ITV News.
Much thanks. Let's take a break now, and when we return, there will be more. Please stay with us.
Welcome back. Staff of independent television and radio have been advised to uphold integrity and be diligent in their discharge of their duties. The advice was given by the parish pastor of Wotubu Parish Headquarters, Christ Apostolic Church of God Mission International, Dr. Owebo Bernard, during the 41st monthly prayer session held at St. Gabriel Hall Communication Complex, Oluku, Benin City. The report by Esther Ogoro is presented by Oluwafemi Fariola.
The 41st monthly prayer session featured praise, worship, and prayers for the new month. Welcoming staff, the Executive Director, Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, urged everyone to remain dedicated and committed to their duties and responsibilities.
Let us all resolve to be more committed in our duties, and we know it can only get better.
Delivering a sermon titled Always Remember Tomorrow, Reverend Dr. Owebo Bernard Otaninyowa reminded staff to live with tomorrow. He emphasized that a good name is better than riches and encouraged continuous growth, excellence, and faithful service.
If you deserve God, deserve well, no, they do that semi Christian. Let us begin to pray. Remember what? Whatsoever you are doing, there's somebody taking care of it.
In his closing remarks, the Executive Director, Operations, Chief Eda Ogbeide Uwonse, appreciated the commitment of staff and encouraged them to take their job seriously, stressing that hard work always pays.
Whatever we are doing, wherever we are, we should take the job as our own.
In an interview, Director of Radio, Dr. Dan Omozusi, and the Assistant General Manager, News and Current Affairs, Mr. Eosa Agbolahon, said the fellowship has encouraged staff to live exemplary lives.
Honor the Lord, fear the Lord, do the will of the Lord, and the Lord will carry you to your expected end.
It's always a delight to be in the presence of the Lord. This fellowship has renewed my faith.
The prayer session was attended by the top management officials, including the General Manager, Group Commercial Services, Mrs. Odun Balogun, the General Manager, Special Duties, Mr. Abiodun Mudashiru, among others. Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
In the same vein, Christians have been encouraged to embrace praise as a pathway to divine intervention, with the assurance that God delights in the worship of His people and responds to their heartfelt petitions. The senior pastor of House of Favor International Church, Reverend Lucky Onaiwu, gave the charge during the 2026 edition of YADA, the church annual praise and worship program, held at its Wolverhampton branch. ITV UK correspondent Rosalind Eworme has the details.
The city of Wolverhampton resonated with songs of praise as members of House of Favor International Church gathered for the 2026 edition of YADA, themed Praise Reign. The annual program attracted worshippers from different backgrounds, united in an atmosphere of passionate worship. Guest gospel ministers lifted the congregation in soul-stirring praise sessions, inspiring heartfelt expressions of gratitude and renewed faith among attendees. The senior pastor, Reverend Lucky Onaiwu, described praise as a powerful spiritual weapon capable of unlocking God's blessings and intervention.
Your praises can bring victory to you. As you praise the Lord, every battle that are before you, you shall be victorious in the name of Jesus. Every cry you will be crying, the Lord will wipe away your tears in the name of Jesus.
The resident pastor of the Wolverhampton branch encouraged Christians to replace murmuring with praise, expressing confidence that God is able to transform every difficult situation for those who remain steadfast in faith and worship.
This is the house that we all have been faithful. If you associate yourself with us, you will be faithful. We carry that grace.
For many worshippers, YADA is more than just a praise session. It is an opportunity to express gratitude to God, renew their faith, and seek God's intervention through heartfelt worship. From House of Favor, Wolverhampton, Roslyn Eworame, ITV News.
Away from that now to other stories where Osyomo Power Company has alerted the public, regulatory authorities and relevant stakeholders to recent attempts by CCETC to allegedly circumvent the licenses duly issued by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission to Osyomo Power Company for the transmission and distribution of power from the Osyomo Industrial Park via 33 kV lines. William Siama has the details.
A statement by the management of the company says NEREC licenses for the 33 kVA transmission and distribution and infrastructure belong exclusively to Osyomo Power Company. The management of Osyomo Power Company clarified that CCETC holds no such license and has no regulatory authority to operate or interfere with the company's infrastructure. It stated that NEREC granted Osyomo licenses since 2015, about 3 years before CCETC came to Nigeria in 2018. The company won any attempt by CCETC to access Osyomo licenses or infrastructure will be treated as attempted theft. According to Osyomo Power Company, the conduct by CCETC mirrors a similar attempt made in August 2018 by the company to circumvent Osyomo license, which was firmly rebuffed through appropriate regulatory and legal channels. The company maintained that it will resist any attempt through available regulatory, administrative, and legal means with appropriate reports to national security agencies. The company says it remains confident in Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission's commitment for the integrity of Nigeria's electricity licensing framework, which is a condition precedent to the recovery, development, and growth of Nigerian electricity supply industry. William Siama, ITV News.
In the meantime, founder and general overseer of Turning Point Center, Dr. Azeme Azena, has called on Nigerians to give to the needy to better the society. He stated this while addressing journalists in Benin City shortly after he offset the medical bills of a patient at Faith Mediplex. Jonah Omoroa has the details.
Dr. Azena, who was visibly elated, said he received a divine instruction from God to help someone who had difficulty to pay her medical bills in the hospital as a result of delivery through cesarean section.
Just came, let me come and see you and see the baby, and believing that God that gave you the baby, he has started taking care of the baby already.
He said it was part of his philanthropic work to assist the poor and the needy in the society to fulfill the divine mandate given to him by God.
I was informed by God Almighty while I was in Abuja that there is someone I need to discharge who gave birth through CS or cesarean operation, and she was not able to go home despite she's fit to go. The man is so happy and the woman is happy. They have been discharged now. The bill has been completely paid and they can go home to the glory of God.
Commenting on the invitation of Dr. Azena by the Inspector General of Police to the Force Headquarters, Abuja, over a petition written against him by the pastor in charge of Omega Fire Ministry, Benin Region, one Pastor Courage, the counsel to the accused, Chasi Kogu, expressed gratitude to God for a safe trip and commended the police for what he described as a professional and impartial handling of the matter. According to the lawyer, the police invitation, which had earlier been made public through a press statement, was honored voluntarily by his client in line with his respect for constituted authorities.
We strongly believe that the police know their job and they are doing the right thing, and we strongly believe in the process. A date was scheduled, parties were invited for us to go back to Abuja for the final deliberation and conclusion. But we strongly believe that the rule of law will take his course. Counsel
to Dr. Azena disclosed that after responding to questions from investigators, his client was granted administrative bail and has since returned home. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
The leadership of Obakedo, a Benin cultural group, has expressed grave concern over provocative and inciting disrespectful remarks credited to former Niger Delta militant leader Asare Dokubo in a video that has gone viral on social media, where he called on the Ijaw people to make Edo State their next battleground to liberate the Ijaws whom he alleged are suffering in the state. The group, in a statement signed by its chairman, Professor Sam Gubadia, and Secretary General Dr. Andrew Ezeko, said ordinarily they would have dismissed the comment as consistent with Mr. Dokubo's penchant for grandstanding, arrogance, and sensationalism. They said they considered it necessary to respond because of the potential of such statement to mislead the public, distort historical facts, and undermine peaceful coexistence among people of Edo State. They stated that despite his attempts to create a false narrative regarding the state of Ijaw communities in Edo State and the Benin Kingdom in particular, Mr. Dokubo inadvertently acknowledged a fundamental historical fact that the Ijaws are settlers within Benin Kingdom. Obakedo said Dokubo admitted that historical record showing that Gili Gili was an Ijaw settlement, and further asserted that there is no Kalabari man that is from Benin, is a fact that he was effectively conceded that the Ijaws are a distant migrant population within the Benin Kingdom and not indigenous owners of the territory in dispute. The group maintained that the issue of ownership of Gili Gili and its environs is not a matter of conjecture, propaganda, or militant rhetoric, but it is a matter that was conclusively determined by the Supreme Court of Nigeria. They reminded the general public that while Obakedo remains committed to peaceful coexistence and harmonious inter-ethnic relations, they wish to make it abundantly clear that the patient hospitality and accommodating disposition of the Benin people should not be mistaken for weakness. The Great GSM Village Union on Airport Road, Benin City, has inaugurated a new executive committee to steer the affairs of the association for the next 7 months. The transition featured the formal handover of leadership, presentation of newly constituted committees, and renewed commitment to unity, peace, and improved administration. Donlad Ayemier reports.
Proceedings commenced with the reading and adoption of minutes of the union's last general meeting, which was unanimously accepted as the working document for the newly elected executive. In a symbolic transfer of authority, the outgoing chairman, Mr. Michael Ojezele, handed over leadership and official documents to the new chairman, Mr. Ojon Olaye, marking a seamless transition. In his farewell remarks, Mr. Michael Ojezele appreciated members for their cooperation throughout his tenure and urged the new leadership to build on existing achievements. In his speech, the new chairman, Mr. Ojon Olaye, pledged inclusive leadership, accountability, and a greater commitment to the welfare and progress of the union.
My agenda is very simple. The peace and tranquility in GSM Village is what I'm bringing in, and the welfare of my people. So stay tuned. Everybody will enjoy my reign.
Some past chairmen, including the John Way of the market, Mr. Stephen Osagi, advised the new leadership to uphold unity, transparency, and discipline in advancing the union's collective interest.
He needs to bring his own standards to make the members understand that yes, this is a new regime.
Take the market to a greater height and do some other things the previous regime couldn't able to fix.
I want to advise the incoming executive to treat everybody equally and to make sure that what will make the market go to the next level should be the agenda.
The highlight was the introduction of the new executive members and the inauguration of strategic committees, including the Special Task Force on Law and Order, Peace Resolution, Environmental, Welfare, ICT, Power and BDC committees, as well as appointment of a task force advisor to strengthen effective administration. The new executive is to pilot the affairs of the union for the next 7 months. From Benin, Donald Eminye, ITV News.
You're still on to the main news on ITV. We'll take a short break. Please join us again. Thank you so much for staying with us. Still on the news. The Ojawe of Ikpeba Waterside Community in Benin City, Dr. Otasore Omije, and the Okaigele of the community, Ewe Oweye, have reaffirmed that the Muslim prayer ground located on Ikpeba Slope rightfully belongs to the Muslim community. They made their assertion while briefing the news crew on the ownership of the land. Patience Osaragiwa has more.
Dr. Otasore Omige and Ewe Owege say those laying claims to the Muslim prayer ground are not indigenes of Ikpeba Waterside community, but outsiders. The community leaders dissociated Ikpeba Waterside community from the actions of the individuals involved and urged members of the public to disregard claims capable of disrupting the long-standing peaceful coexistence between the host community and the Muslim faithful.
I don't know them, that they are interfering with the Muslim praying ground. I grew up to know that that land is Muslim praying ground. I, as the Odionwe, advise the Muslims to take whatever step they think necessary to deal with whoever is trespassing there.
We as Ikpeba community, we are not aware. We don't know these people there. All we know right from time that is the Muslim that owns that land.
The chief imam of Benin Central Mosque, Alhaji Abdul Fattah in Abulele, explained that the land was officially allocated to the Muslim community by the late Oba of Benin, Oba Kenzua II, on October 15, 1945, following a request by 6 Muslim scholars for a permanent site for prayers, and the allocation was backed by duly signed documents. He recalled that in 1976, the then military governor of the defunct Bender State, Navy Commodore Hussaini Abdullahi, requested a portion of the land for a temporary health facility to treat patients with contagious diseases, a request the Muslim community granted in the interest of public health.
We Muslims, we are very peaceful people. We don't want any crisis here in Benin. We have never had any religious crisis. And so we are appealing to everyone that whoever should stay clear of our land, that land belongs to the Muslims. What that gave us the land? It's not the community.
From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
In other news, the executive of Edo State chapter of the Rentals Association of Nigeria has marked its 2 years in office. The event, held at the Catholic Social Center on Downson Road in Benin City, featured a catalogue of achievements recorded by the executive in 2 years. Jonah Omoriwa completes the story.
It was a joyous moment for the executive and members of Edo State chapter of the Renters Association of Nigeria as the association celebrated 2 years in office. In his speech, the president, Edo State chapter of the association, Harry Ogbomo, said the association has made significant progress in the last 2 years in office.
These are efforts that we are putting in place for the association to move forward. On behalf of my team, say thank you to all of you, because all that we have done was as a result of your cooperation and your commitment to us, your support, your trust to us. If you didn't trust us, if you didn't entrust your finances, your time, your resources, everything to us, for us to do it, we would not have achieved what we have achieved today.
Special guest of honor Osaze Igbenovia, represented by Edokbolo Ayamehue, commended members of the association for coming together.
Sadly said, I should tell you that this organization should key into cooperative society. There are farms, there are many things to benefit from cooperative society.
The occasion also featured presentation of awards to deserving members. Some members promised to continue to support the leadership of the association to attain greater heights.
Today was a great day. Even in the history of this association, we thank God the weather, God favored us with a good weather, and all that was done, even inside, you saw it, it's a scene to behold. We just thank God for the leadership of RAN
I must commend him as a great leader and a digital president.
The anniversary also featured investiture, fundraising, and special prayers for the president and executive members of the association. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
We take a breather now. Stay with us. For updates in the world of sport, Tolulope Oguntimei is on.
England have booked their players in the round of 16 of FIFA World Cup after coming from behind to defeat DR Congo 2-1 in a dramatic knockout clash. The Three Lions fell behind after Sepenga beat goalkeeper Jordan Pickford at his near post to give DR Congo a surprise lead. However, Captain Harry Kane inspired England's comeback, heading home the equalizer before firing the winner into the top corner in the closing stages. The victory sends Thomas Tuchel's side into the last 16, where they will face co-host Mexico at their Azteca Stadium on Monday, July 6, as England continue their quest for a third major tournament final this decade. Co-host Mexico booked their players in the round of 16 of FIFA World Cup with a convincing 2-0 victory over Ecuador in a weather-delayed match at the Azteca Stadium. After kickoff was delayed by an hour due to thunderstorm, Mexico dominated proceedings as Julian Quinones and Raul Jimenez struck in the first half to earn Javier Aguirre's side a comfortable lead. The hosts controlled the game after the break to secure their first World Cup knockout stage victory since 1986. Ecuador improved after the interval but failed to break down the Mexican defense, with Gonzalo Plata coming closest to scoring. Their disappointing outing ended on a sore note as Piero Icapi was sent off in stoppage time. The victory sees Mexico advance to the round of 16, where they will face England in Mexico City on Sunday. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Ogutime Tolulope Ogutime.
And that ends the main news on ITV. Many thanks for watching. I am Anuoluwakbo Stevens. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Soton rite of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Emotan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II.
Assalamu
Thereafter, a priest assigned to the immortal shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixed cheer from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, beside Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, imagine Overo, always near Agbo, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope! Yari
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Conversation, WIC in short, in the table where women sit together to discuss things that are happening around us, not just in Nigeria, around the world. And also we talk about our children here. Sometimes people mention and say, why don't you talk about your men? We try to bring in the men here. But honestly, this red table is made for women, for us to sit down and discuss how we could help each other in the society and advice that could help younger girls growing up in the society. And so today we're going to be looking at women that changes their name after marriage, or name change after marriage. That's what we're going to be looking at from this red table today. But we need to do that on the table. I'm not going to be doing this alone. I have on my left Barrister Chisom. We've not had Chisom here for a long time, but that's because she's been traveling around the world. And, you know, today she has our time. Chisom, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. Like, it's been a while, so I'm so happy. Thank you.
Behind camera, I told you how pretty you are, and you told me I was hyping you. But anyway, let me go to Abe. Abe too has not had time to come, and that's because Abe has been traveling around. Where should I? Well, I know that it's UK, but I know that Abe can cross border and go to other places. She's found time to join us today on the program. Abe, you're welcome.
Thank you. Missed you loads.
Missed you too. And then on my right, you know, don't smile. You know what I want to say. You know what I want to say. Don't smile. But I'm not going to say you're northern, because you look like one. Yes, I have Toyin on my right. Toyin, thank you for having time to come this morning. It looks like now only two of us never travel. But God will do it.
Thank you. It's nice having you all around me.
Thank you, Abby, to find Toyin finding time to join us this morning. And like I said, we'll be looking at name change after marriage. And honestly, it's been a concern amongst women. Some women say, why do you have to change your name? Some say it is very important to change your name. And I have also heard a woman that said she actually married her husband because she wanted her husband's name. So let me just read through a little write-up that some women came to discuss with me. So she says, she was born and the name was given to her. So why does marriage take the name away? In Nigeria, changing your surname after marriage is often called tradition, but history tells us otherwise. Before the colonial era, her name was her identity. Let's take a look at some of these great women who never changed their names in Nigeria. We have Emota of Benin Kingdom, and we also have Moremi Ajasoro of Ile-Ife, and we have Queen Amina of Khan. These are amongst other women who never changed their name. And these women are not remembered as Mrs. Someone. So the question is, if these women were known by their names, why do we treat name change as a requirement today? And what happens when there's a case of divorce? I'm going to start with you as a barrister. Why do we have to treat change of name as a requirement for certain things in Nigeria today?
Well, first of all, everybody needs to know that I think the misconception, there's a lot of misconception in Nigeria about change of name. Because there is nowhere in Nigerian law that says it is a must that a lady should change her name for marriage, maybe during marriage. There is no law that states that. Your name is your identity. And then change of name has its own implications. I think that is what, one of the misconceptions people don't know. Don't feel, oh, because I'm married, it is compulsory I change my name. Change of name is just just a mere tradition, or like, let's say a romantic tradition. Let's put it that way. Change of name is a romantic tradition. It is more like a rebranding exercise. It has nothing to do with, oh, it's a must. It is not compulsory in anywhere in Nigerian law for a lady to change her name. I mean, I see ladies who go through divorce and then you find out that she changed her name. Maybe you married before you went to school. And then your husband's name is on the certificate.
Yeah.
It's on the certificate, it's on contract, it's on your license, it's on everything. And now it's time for divorce, right? It is not your name. It's on properties that you own and all of that. That is actually not your name. So women have to go through rigorous means. You know, it's a whole process. Going to go back and change the name, the school certificates and all of that. After divorce, it could be really messy. So change of name is just a romantic tradition, in my opinion.
In your opinion.
Yes.
Okay, Tony, let me come to you. We went through these great women in Nigeria who never changed their name. We talked about Immortal of the Name Kingdom. We talked about Moremi. Of course, I schooled in Lagos. I was in the University of Lagos. And Moremi Hall, of course, was the height of it. As at that time, I don't know of. And also we have Queen Amina, amongst some other women who never changed their names. And these names were their identity. What's your take on this?
Thank you, my sister. I think I share the same opinion with Barrister. Because ever since when I was even younger, when I was in secondary school, with my friends those days, I used to say, if I cannot win Miss World, if I cannot win Miss in any beauty pageant, I'm proud to be Miss Sunny. That is my name. That is my surname. I want that from birth, and I'm proud of it. Because sincerely, if we look at what is going on in our society, I've had this question once again from my late dad, that do you mean when I grow up and get married, I'll just drop this name? Daddy said, if you like.
If you want to.
You can as well add your
husband's
name. So you so much you love my name. Up till now, I remain Oluwatoyin Sam. Because I think I've had my certificates, I've opened my bank accounts, I've done my company registration, I've traveled everything. So I will now go. You will go to court again. You will go to dailies again and do the publication of changing of the marriage that you are not even sure is a black market. It's a black market. You are not sure that name you will get it to the end of the life. And when the man now said, give me my everything back, you will now run back and be doing all those things that has been damaged. So from time, I am not a changing of name candidates. I maintain in my house, my daughter bear his father's name, her father's name. I bear my father's name. But if you want to address me, call me Mrs.
Father's.
But call me my own. If you ask me anywhere, what is your name? Oluwatoyin Sani. I'm so proud of it. Because do you even know one thing? Changing of name would deprive you some things.
Yes, it will.
You lost some of your friends, your schoolmates. I realized that some of my friends, my schoolmates, that we have not traced them. We can't trace them till now, just because they changed their surname. They didn't add. They refused to add their surname to their husband name. We can't trust them, and we lost them.
Well, Abe, I'm going to come to you, but before I come to you, let me still look at Toyin, who says if she has to change her name, it has to be a pageant that she wants here, maybe Miss World, Miss Nigeria. And so I'm turning to you. Did you have these pageants done when you were much younger?
No.
You're pretty. Why didn't you do that?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Probably we'll put a pageant together for
I still win Miss ITV.
And we just had it done. But maybe yes, we just had it done. Yes.
Conversation.
Well, I will bring in the winner.
Let this one expire soon so that
exactly. But anyway, you're pretty.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your remarks. Okay, let me come to you. like I said, I met a woman who said she got married because she wanted to be a Mrs. Somebody. And she sponsored the marriage, okay? Just to have that name and bear the name. And like she said, the marriage is black market now. We're not sure. And so after 2 years down the line, the man, divorced. And the man said he didn't want to marry her again and asked for a divorce, okay? She refused to sign the divorce papers because she said the name, the man's name, it's very important to her. So she wants to keep the name. Now the man has remarried, but she's still bearing the man's name. Do you think it's the right thing to do?
Firstly, Firstly, I don't think you should marry somebody just because of their surname. There are other things involved in marriage. I'm sure it's not just that. But I've had it before where I like somebody's surname. And I was like, it's good, but that's not everything. But even though she's gone through a divorce, she can decide to keep her name. There are many people that do that because she might have built that name, a brand on it. I know there's many stars that have kept their husband's name when they got divorced. But obviously, that's if she's now going to remarry somebody else. If she's going to stay unmarried, then there's nothing wrong in keeping it. I know some people that still keep their husband's name, and the man has gone on to remarry.
Let's come to religion. Biblically, because I know you're a pastor. Chisom, I don't know why you're laughing. Okay, so do you think it's right to do?
I was actually thinking about that, but to see if there's anything in the Bible that says that. But one thing I do know, it says the two shall become one flesh. So to me, because I hear what Barrister said and what Satoyin said, is that, she said it's romantic and everything. I think for unity, for the sake for unity and for the love, I think it's good. And the man is the head, of the home. And it says the two shall become one. So when you get married, I'm okay with the combined your surnames. I'm not too okay with you not changing your name because, you need to remain positive that the marriage is going to last, is forever, to death do us part. You can just go to...
We have the barrister in the house. How hard is it to change your name?
First of all, you said the two shall become one.
Yes, that's what the Bible says.
The two are still the two. Let's just...
Only Bible mentioned that they are one.
The two are still the two. That's how it is, especially in the legal aspect. For protection, ladies, for my ladies out there, listen, to protect, this is beyond biblical reasons, because even the most sanctimonious couple have had divorce in court. Their matters are even still pending.
Even the Jews.
Yes. Yeah. So the two remains the two. That's it. Both of you are living together. Then if it's religious, you can say one, but know that you are still your own. You guys are still the two.
This is but Chisom, like I said, you probably have built,
your brand,
a brand around that name.
Yeah.
So it becomes your identity.
It becomes your identity, right? That's what I'm saying. But then when it no longer becomes your identity, what happens? There are consequences, there are legal implications. And she said, oh, it's easy to change your name. It's not so easy.
I said it's not so difficult, it's not life and death.
Okay, it's not life and death, but it would
change it.
It would affect you.
That's if you want to. You don't have to.
Yeah, you don't have to.
You can keep
You can keep it, but then it's no longer yours.
Barrister,
as much as
even in the Bible, everybody has his or her own identity.
Correct.
Adam and Eve. When they come together, they did not say Eve, Adam. Adam is Adam. Eve is Eve. Abraham is Abraham. Sarah is Sarah.
Would want to, bear names like a mother of the name, that didn't bother to change her name. Do you think we have such women out there?
That's what I'm saying, that protection, right? Women lack protection in that they don't understand protection with your name, right? These women have achieved a lot. If they know you as Patricia Gabriels, right? This is like the name that you have started from. Maybe it's your father's name, right? And you built a brand, you built, a very big platform in journalism, right? And then you get married and then you have to remove Gabriels and put something else there. So that's no longer, it's hard for people to resonate with that name. Especially when you are put on people. Maybe there are a lot of people who have become global, right? These women have achieved, they're iconic, and you're asking them to remove that name and put a man's name because of romantic tradition, because of religious reasons. It doesn't actually make any sense. So for women of nowadays to protect themselves, because right now we have young girls, ladies who are already doing something. There are a lot of things women are doing. So it's best for you to protect that.
To want to use our names. Anyway, we're going to be going on a very short break to, sip some water, and we'll come back to continue this discussion. Stay tuned. Welcome back to WIC Women in Conversation. Change of name after marriage. Is it very necessary to change your name after marriage? And then we also talked about the great women that never changed their names, and they were known for who they are. They were known for their names, their names given to them when they were born, not adding a husband's name. We don't even know if these women actually got married. We don't know if they actually got married, but these were names given to them by their parents, and they were very great women before passing on. And so I was asking behind camera, and I think I want to bring it out. How did this whole change of names started? Where did it come from? Was it our thing, or it was sold to us by the colonial masters?
Okay, I think that's a very important question, actually, because where it all started, the pre-colonial era, before that time or during that time, a lot of women weren't changing their names. It was flexible. I mean, you get married, you keep your lineage, because it was based on this is your lineage, so you keep the name and all of that. But as time started evolving, right, especially with the growth of Christianity, so Christianity started, as a form of unity. I think just like Abe mentioned the other time, as a form of unity, they wanted families to bear one name. So a family is coming as one, to bear one name. And even it's also another cause of it is the traditional patriarchal system, right? So patriarchy, as we know in Nigeria, it's we're in the fatherland. Let's start from there. The fatherland. So because of that, they started, women should identify with their husbands to show some sort of submission. That submissiveness is in the Bible, right? Abby, so
why are you referring to Abby? You know that I was going to study
Bible. So because they want women to submit to their husbands and all of that, so they wanted women to have that particular name, and it's nowhere in Nigeria legal system that you should change your name. Although in the British system, because we are aligning ourselves with some of their laws and all of that, they started, women could easily change their name just because of that family identity. This is one family, this is another family, instead of different names to, So I think that's how the shift started. That's how it started.
And we have really, really grabbed it and taken it personal.
We've normalized it so much that it's now becoming should I say, and let me not say a menace, but it's a norm now. Yeah.
Okay, so in our tradition, I know some traditions that if you're an only child, or you're a girl child, or the family has just girls in the family, I know of a tradition in Delta State where that girl child does not get married to a particular man, but you just keep making children, and then the children will be answering your father's name.
Your father's name. Wow.
Does he have to do with this too?
I think.
Let me go to you, Tony.
I think that is to keep the family's name.
Yes.
Because when you happen to have daughters only, there's no son, and you married all the daughters out, nobody will keep the name of that family.
We're talking of name. Yeah. Don't the daughters have their names? What name are we keeping?
We're keeping their own father's name. I keep telling you that even my father's name, it is his name. My name is Oluwatoyin. And I am to build on that Oluwatoyin. But one thing, that's what I keep saying it in the Bible. Abraham is Abraham. They can now say Abraham, son of. But Abraham is Abraham. Joseph is Joseph.
And they built on that their
name. And whatever we are reading about them, it is them.
It is them, true.
So it is right to me. Build on your name. Your name is your identity. It's about you.
For continuity.
For continuity.
Whether a girl child or a boy child.
And your fulfillment is on your name. You are talking of all those women. Queen Fatima, all of them, they built on their name.
Yes.
And they fulfilled.
And the names are still ringing tomorrow.
Yes.
It is even the race of running after someone else's name that is distracting us from being concentrating on ourselves. Because Sister Biodu's surname is beautiful, the name open door, pave ways, so I have to lost my own name for Mrs. That. Mrs. is just a title.
Yeah.
You are Mrs., you are Mrs., you are Mrs., I'm Mrs. So it's a title. To identify us now, I have to call you by your name.
Sure. Yeah.
So I will advise our ladies, everybody, build on your name. That will make you to fulfill. That is my own point on it.
Especially the career women, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those ones that are building their careers. Do you think they should build on their name or build on the names that they have changed to their husband's name?
No, I agree with Mr. Toyin that you build on your name because your name is your character, your attitude. Because when people remember you, your name, I know the surname now, because things have changed now, they will say like Oprah Winfrey, Whitney Houston. Do you understand? So it's always, but when you look at it, they're built on their own name as well. Because there's many Whitney. So you need to identify that surname, which Whitney. Do you understand? So that's why maybe that's second, because there's many Toyins, but which Toyin? Is the Toyin Sani this? And then, do you understand? And then you find out that it's probably another Toyin Sani somewhere. So, but there must be something that will distinct them. Say, Toyin Prisoners, because she does prison ministry. I'm sure. Do you understand? So, yeah, you build on your name, on who you want to be, and what people will identify in your character, because there are many. We're all different.
Okay, name really. Let's leave the husband's name and put name identity. Just us, our name now. Is it just an identity, or it is important in our lives? Because truly, some people will tell you that I came to this world, I didn't come with no name. Exactly, and then you're like someone told me that he doesn't like the name that his parents give to him. And so he's been trying and wanting to change that name. But because he has built so much on that name, he doesn't know how to go about it. So is it really, really very important for that name? Or you can just change your name at any time you feel like changing? Your personal name, we're leaving out the husband's name now. Because some people, when they convert to Christianity, they begin to tell you that the meaning of this name my parents gave to me, I don't like it. I want to change the name. So what is the name? What is that name?
Let me come in from this angle. Name is a very, very important thing in our life being. It means a lot. Let's go to the Bible. If name has no meaning to what we are to become in life, God will not change Abraham to Abraham. When he called Abraham out, it was Abraham. Sarai, come out from your father's name. Come and embark on the journey. We don't even know the name of the journey. We don't know where they were going. But as we are going, God realized this name, there is something in this name that will not make you to
that will make them hinder.
Yeah, that will hinder your progress. That will not make you fulfill the purpose of your creation. He has to change it to Abraham and Sarah to Sarah. Look at Jacob. God himself had to change Jacob's name to Israel. So there are some things in names that can stop our progress, our positivity, our fulfillment in life. I think there is a stigma until it changes. I think it's not what you can just think you will sleep and wake up, I want to change my name. It's divine.
Okay, let me.
Okay, so I think from the legal standpoint, if you want to change your name, at any point you can, as long as this is who you are before, this is your identity, right? Personally, not involved in marriage or anything. You want to change your name, it's fine. You can change your name. That's normal. I mean, people do it a lot. They do change their name because of, even because of, should I even say, family issues, or even crime.
Yeah,
right?
crime.
You can see a family where there's a serial killer that came from there, a convicted person, and that name is quite popular. It's on the news, it's everywhere. And to protect the identity of the children coming from there, because from them being bullied, oh, you're from this family, they change their name. So those reasons are valid enough to change the name. And then it's even much more easier to change, names in situations like that. Maybe in court to get the affidavit, to do the process and all of that is much more easier. So because I've had clients where the woman will say, oh, I want my kids to just have my own father's name, not my husband's name.
Wow.
Yes.
Why they are still married? Yeah.
Why they are still married?
Yes. So I guess it's because
and the husband will be okay
like I told
with
you, issues like crime.
Okay.
Because you've had where if you just put the person's name on Google, instead of your name to show, is your great-grandfather that committed one crime. It will just reflect the pictures of everything. So no matter what you achieve, your name will still be associated with that. So she didn't want it linked.
As well.
Yes, she didn't want it linked to her kids. So the birth certificate and everything, she wanted it changed. So I think for reasons like that.
Okay, so for another reason, I've heard someone who walked up to me and said, listen, Pat, I'm tired of this name, Endurance.
We have a set of Gen Z that are so much passionately waiting to marry somebody with a big name and to be identified with that. Just for the aesthetic of it or for the beauty of it, for pride and all of that. Then we have another set of people who are looking to build on their name and they don't know about the implication of it. That is the legal implication. They just want to, oh, let me do this. Oh, just to please my husband, I have to do this. Because there are women who have been tagged nonchalant or people who are not serious in their marriage when they don't change name. You have in-law problems now around. If a woman tries to do something that has your own tag on it, a Gen Z woman, they will tell you, oh, that's how they behave, women of nowadays. So we have all those things like that, and these are the things that hinder women from being who they want to be.
We're going to leave you with that. Stay on your lane, ladies, and do you, for me, do you, if you think you have the faith, like Abiodun say, to think that the marriage is going to be forever, like the Reverend Fathers will always say, or the pastors in the church, for better and for worse. If you think you have the faith to carry you and you want to change your name, it's up to you. And if you think you want to build your identity on your own name, it's also up to you. Don't forget, one thing I'll always tell ladies, do not forget a father actually brought you and trained you in school. So if you build your identity on your father's name, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That will also make him excited and be so proud of you. But anyway, do you. That's the last word I'm going to use for you today. Do you.
ITV
certainly the best.
Good afternoon. Welcome to your favorite weekly current affairs program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Egusa Agbonlao. It's always a delight to have you on the program weekly to dissect national issues. A lot is happening in Nigeria, and it will take collective effort to tackle the myriad of problems bedeviling Nigeria. We need to catapult Nigeria to enviable heights, and you and I need to do it. So everyone must contribute. It's not just enough to sit in one corner and criticize the government. You need to play your part. Well, I have in the studio today very distinguished personalities who will join me to present to this program. They will be dissecting the topic we have. We are looking at the role of citizens and traditional institutions in tackling insecurity. I have with us a very, very distinguished academics, a lecturer, and somebody who has made his mark in terms of cybersecurity. And he has also done well as a very renowned analyst. I introduce Dr. Maxwell Osagie. Nice to have you with us today.
Thank you.
Okay. We also have with us the chairman of IPAC in Edo State, a former governorship candidate, Dr. Bishop Akalame. Nice to have you with us today.
Thank you so much, National.
And I need to add, he's also an author and educationist as well.
I'm a charter forensic accountant.
That's Dr. Akalame for you. We also have with us the special advisor to the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly. He is also a very reputable politician, and is a man that has also made his mark in terms of the political space in Oredo and Edo State in general. Honorable Barrister Ben Omodio, nice to have you with us today.
Thank you and good afternoon.
Okay. And I must say that Omodio is one man that is, whenever he's talking, he must talk about Honorable, our very good friend, Honorable West. But today we will allow you. Dr. Richard Edosa is a very good friend, and Ben Omodio is an associate to him. So, nice to have you with us today.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So, the background is that we must say kudos to His Royal Majesty, the Oba of Benin, Ewaye II, who has taken a very, very bold step in tackling insecurity in Edo State through the traditional means. On this program, some time ago, we had a guest who said that there is need to also introduce the traditional means in tackling insecurity. He said it on this program, and I must give that credit to him. His Royal Highness Bako Dogo made that statement on this program. But we are really delighted with what His Royal Majesty AY II, the highly revered Oba of Benin, who is making us proud with the invitation of traditionalists. That was done. Again, he invited Odionwe, known as head of communities in Edo South, and the leaders of the youth, known as Okayele, in Edo South, to the palace of the Oba of Benin. And very, very meaningful deliberation head. And we understand that His Royal Majesty Oba of Benin has instructed Okayele to set up advisory committees in all the communities, comprising 5 to 10 members, all geared towards tackling insecurity. This is wonderful. Well, my guests will do justice to the topic, like I told you, and we're going to start with Dr. Maxwell Osagie. Now, insecurity is a monster. Insecurity has made Nigerians unable to sleep with their 2 eyes closed. Now, some persons say it's not just about government, citizens and traditional institutions. What's your take on this?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rosa. Viewers, once again, good afternoon. Whichever way we look at it, security, as we know, is everybody's thing. So it's not something that you could say it should be viewed from one angle. It's an holistic approach. So thank God for what is happening today, and where is a wake-up call for every one of us. You know, rather than we being proactive over the years, we are sleeping. If we were actually proactive, we wouldn't have gotten to where we are today. But somewhere along the line, certain things happen to awaken the things in you to manifest that potential. As Nigerians, we have that potential to actually do that which is good. But over the years, we saw a bit of deviation from the norm. And when we were growing up, we used to sleep outside till 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Yes, so everybody stays outside. Yes. No, I remember my area, we can be in the next neighbor house for like till 12, then we'll just be talking outside there. 1, then before we go in and sleep, the following morning, everybody goes about their normal work and everything. But somewhere along the line, because in a way, government, because whether you like it or not, leadership is crucial in this manner. Whether everyone is doing their bit to ensure that there is security, the person who is supposed to provide that leadership, if they fail somehow, which is what has happened over the years. Now, when I was growing up, my father used to tell us that if you see something, say something. It was happening before. You know, there is an adage in Benin, they will say only one person does not train a child, or only one person does not give birth to a child. What that means is that so what that means is that when other parents sees you outside do something that is abnormal, they come home, they don't keep it to themselves. They remind you. They tell your parents. And the parents we have, they don't even try to cover up. They do the needful. So, but somewhere along the line, we've got it to a stage where you even see your neighbor doing X, Y, Z. You have to keep quiet, because if you get to me, if you say something, the person you say it to, the police, that's where I talked about the leadership. The police you say it to will be the first person to tell the person that this is the person I had a thing from. And at the end of the day, the whole thing boomerang and come back to you. Then that was how the system started collapsing gradually. That you now get to a stage where everybody to your turn to Israel. What is everybody's turn? No matter how, what, we all need to wake up to it now. I think I will rest that for
now. Thank you very much, Dr. Maxwell, for your opening remarks. Dr. Bishop Akalame, what's your take on this?
Traditional.
Yes.
It's a very big challenge. And as a matter of fact, the insecurity in Nigeria is a complex challenge that does not only require government intervention. It is complex, and because of this, the civic responsibility of the people must come to play at this point.
Yes.
That the effort needed to combat insecurity in Nigeria is collective. The people the traditional rulers, the security agencies, and of course the government. Now, if you bring the people in, the first line is the people.
Okay.
The more the number, the better the approach of fighting what insecurity, because they understand that terrain. Like I don't tell people, if you post a police officer to a village to help fight insecurity in that village, he will be running around circle. He will be tired because he does not understand the area. But by the time you begin to form this alliance, you liaise with the people who live within that grassroots, then fighting insecurity becomes what? History. I have always canvassed that if we must have peace in Nigeria, we must not leave the issue of insecurity in the hands of what? The policemen alone. The people have to get involved. The traditional institution have to get what? Involved. Let me give you an example. If you go to 8 Circle, 9 Circle East, at a time, people cannot visit that area. I tell you that people will be sleeping. As you sleep, you just close one eye and one eye will be open. Like the other I told you,
that must be magical.
Yes.
To sleep.
At a point,
one eye is open.
Yes. That means you are no longer thinking about, oh, if I go to farm, I will be adopted. You are not thinking that they will be coming to meet me in my home. And at a point in time, they were actually invading people's homes. And you are sleeping, they'll just go and move you. It's as bad as that. I'm telling you the truth. Now, it now got to a point that when the present government chairman came, then with the effort of the security, the vigilante in the community, you begin to see them enter the bushes. Do you know that to discover that even in the community there's another a subset community. Even in the village, in the bush, you go to the bush, you see community set up. Who are these people? That is, I've been living here for a very long time, not knowing that there's another there are other settlers. In within the community, you see, that you see them, they have bags, everything just going on there. What is all this? That is, you are here, don't know that even the forest that is very close to your house, people are already settled down there, they are there. Then what are you people doing here? You don't have business staying inside the bush. If you love this area, what you do is that you come to inside the town, take a room, and start staying with us. Because as we speak right now, for the past how many months now, I have not heard any issue of what? Insecurity.
Were they dislodged from the forest?
Yeah, they have to be dislodged. Like 20, like giving like 2 weeks to 1 week to fucking go. If you can't stay within the city, then you can't stay within the town. You don't go back where you come from.
Yeah. They were not allowed to stay in the forest.
Oh, yes. Let me tell you something. It still happened at the time of during Pasiki time. When Philip was deployed to Donut. Assured that these people are out of the forest. They are all out of the forest. Now, this has to do again. You see, this has to be very tough. Like the government just made a comment that the IPAC just back of reset. That if you do this, you pay the ultimate price. Just this message.
The government already issued a letter requesting for special costs from the Edo State Judiciary.
I tell you, he made it. But the man has said, the issue of courtesy is diminishing in the state. Yes. That message alone has gone far. And when IPAC in the state was saying, go ahead, we back you. You kidnap, then you pay the papers. You can't join the ancestors. You can't answer God. Because it's becoming or not becoming. So everybody has to start working right now. Like you said, if you say something, you say something.
Okay, thank you very much, Bishop. We'll come back to you. Honorable Ben Omodio, just shortly, before now, we've seen that apparently government, because there's, you are a lawyer, he said that the grand norm, it is the responsibility of government to ensure security of lives and property. It appears so many places just believe only government should be doing it. But we just saw our royal father, His Royal Majesty, Oba of Benin, highly revered. We just saw what he has done. Now, it means the traditional institution have a role to play. You want to start your opening remarks on that angle?
Thank you so much.
Okay.
And good afternoon once more. Let me say a very big thank you to our father.
Okay.
Because this is long overdue.
Okay.
Long overdue. Let me also thank the governor of Edo State. The man matches words with action.
Yes.
That's why for the past few days now, or months, you've not heard anything. Everybody is silent, because when you see a man that is ready to do something, nobody will tell you to think twice, just like what the Oba of Benin have done. You remember the last time I came to this studio, I said that the Okagiles, they have a role to play.
Yeah, you said it.
Whether anybody likes it or not, they don't need to pretend about it, that they don't know what is happening in their communities.
Yeah.
Every one of them know what is happening in their communities. And that is why I love what the Oba of Benin has done by bringing them in. Come now, this is what I want in my domain, and you must do it, because the Okaigele that you are parading yourself with, I gave you this title, so you must do what I want. And this is exactly what we have been calling in for a very long time. So just like I will align myself with my other brothers, the citizens, every one of us, we have a role to play. Yes, the government have a bigger role to play, because they are being disposed with a lot of equipment and facilities to do so. But we have a role to play, because if you are not a victim, which we don't pray for, you will not even really understand what is going on. My wife happened to be a victim of armed robbery. You get me? So I understood what it means to put a gun. You have seen your wife with a gun on her head. So nobody will tell you that scenario is still fresh in my memory. Yeah. That is why I love
very traumatic.
Yes, that's why I love what the governor is saying. Since you want to quickly go and meet your ancestors, don't worry, commit this crime and wait for me and see what I will do. And I love the transmission of the letter to the to the Chief Judge of Edo State. I believe and I pray that there should be a speed action so that this menace can be at least reduced to a barest minimum.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Ben Omodion. I must admit here once again that we've seen that the traditional institution can play a pivotal role in actually helping the community. The various youth leaders, Okaigele, they have energy, they are energetic, and they can play, they can do a lot, because they are actually in charge of the youths in the various communities. And we've seen what our royal father has done. Each of the Okaigele is expected to set up advisory committee in their communities. We are going to monitor that, so that this advisory committee, made up of 5 to 10 persons, will join the Okaigele in tackling insecurity. We don't want insecurity again. If Edo State must move forward, if Nigeria must move forward, insecurity must be tackled. We saw that embarrassing situation at the vegetable market, Benin City, on a Sunday, and we've seen the action of the Edo State Police Command. Kudos to the Edo State Police Command for that swift action, and of course, kudos to His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, Distinguished Senator Modu Okpebholo, who gave that instruction to the Commissioner of Police Edo State to tackle that incident at the vegetable market. And we've seen the result, we've seen the outcome. That is the way it should be. Gentlemen, we'll continue with Dr. Maxwell. Now, we've seen what the governor did with the State Police Command in terms of that vegetable market incident. And that seemed to show that the governor really is serious in tackling security. With the letter again that he has sent to the Chief Judge, special courts to try culprits. What's your reaction to this?
You know, thank you. In my first, in my remark, when I told you, I said leadership. You know, so that leadership speaks volume.
Yes.
Now, in all ramification, everything rises and falls on leadership.
Okay.
So if this country will be good tomorrow or will not be good tomorrow, lies on leadership.
Okay.
So in as much as we are asking everybody to do X, Y, Z, if you take it, because you cannot take laws into your hands, even if you see all these people and you say all these people, by the time the citizens don't see the translation of this action by all the Okaigele and everything, government putting more pressure and power to ensure that justice take its course. What has led to this insecurity till date is because injustice has become norm over time. That somebody commit crime because he's close to one political godfather. Now we have played politics so much with insecurity that we began to look at insecurity as like the second part of politics. Now it's becoming dawn on us that, oh, the food that you cooked yesterday in a halfway that wasn't done enough is reacting to the people who ate it now. So with what we are seeing from the governor is long overdue. Yes, I thank him right from the day one the governor entered office. I knew he's a man from that says something and do the same thing. Now I noticed that when he first suspended his Attorney General Osage, I was like, wow. After how many months, just suspend Attorney General and everything. To me, it was like, when you see a governor that put action to works like this, then the people sit down and try to do the needful. So what has played out is that we have government over the years, president, governor, senator, and everything, who just say something for saying sake, not back with action. So with what we have seen the governor doing is a message to all of us that if you don't sit well, you receive whatsoever you want to receive. Let me give you this joke. I was in a place where we're just talking and everything. The guy said, hey, this way you kidnap. I say, the governor don't hear my house. They will just scatter around. Now you see, just like joke. He said, I don't know. Let governor know here I come and destroy my house. And now I don't know when I want to do that other way again. So you could get those kind of things. Yes. Now by the time such tendency began to sink into us, unconsciously or consciously, everybody is guided that, oh, if I want to no, there is something that says repercussion. There is repercussion. Everybody deviate from it. I think we need more of what the governor is doing along all the 36 states in the federation, because what we looked at as something happening in the northeast has suddenly encroached into all angle, because we have people who were sympathizers, leaders who were sympathizers. Someone telling you that terrorists is not they should call them the name they are calling them is not. Someone kills someone, you are telling call him bandit. Oh, excuse me, that's a terrorist, that's a killer. And the scripture says, who kill by sword will die by sword. So let us not, one way or the other, try to look at this thing from a political perspective and say, no, and everything, etc., etc. These people have killed, they deserve to be killed. So if you commit crime, governor, kudos to you. We need more of that, more of the action. Ensure that every word that you have said, as you have been doing it, you continue to do it. The people are looking, we are looking. And when the time comes, we know how to reward good things. We are not talking about manipulating election vote now or manipulating result. We are talking about people coming out willingly from their mind, willingly from their heart, saying, expressing their franchise in terms of what the governor has done so far because of the truth. Nothing will happen. You cannot eat well. Go and find out. Among the goals of the FDG, one of them is that reduce poverty. How do you reduce poverty if you cannot go to the farm to eat? Yes. If you cannot go to the farm to farm. So reducing poverty means that you have to create the security first that will enable people go. When I heard, was it not in Zamfara, when some 50 elderly men went to the bush to go and dialogue with the bandit and said, we want to start farming and everything, only 11 came back. So the question here was that, they knew where they were, so 50 went, 11 came back. So federal government, what are we talking about? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bishop Akalame, you are a politician, a former governorship aspirant. And so you're also the chairman of IPAC, political parties, you know. There's accusation against the political class. Some persons believe that the politicians contributed to the insecurity that we have in this country. I want to react to that.
Heavily.
Well, you see, like we, as a forensic accountant, I don't deal with insinuations. Okay. We deal with evidence. If you say something, do you have what to back it up? A lot of people have been saying that even if you go to social media, you see all these things, some security are politically motivated. For me, I am not totally saying that it cannot happen. But institution you don't have an evidence to back it up, rather not say it. Because he who cannot prove what he has asserted is in trouble. Now, what I need to say here is it's not far-fetched. Is that parents, talk to your children. Because what we are discussing, government, fire security, security agent, fire security. Like yesterday, there's one video now that has gone viral. Before I reacted to it, that one police officer was waving as bandits. When I was driving that, I thought I said, come on. What do you expect that young man to do?
There's nothing he can do.
What do you expect that young man to do? To go at that, you see the number of those guys that were coming in with all these sophisticated weapons. So the best thing he could do was to wave at them. So because if you don't do that, he will not go. He can't take care of children. If he goes, who will take care of the children? He's trying to protect himself. What we need to do is that when we are looking at issues, let's look at the remote cause of our problem. Let's go to the grassroots. Where is the point coming from? Because what we are doing now, we are fighting symptoms. And all the approaches we are trying to deploy to solve them are cosmetic. Because there's a way, even those guys in the bush, you push them, they will go. After some time, they will come back again. That means we are fighting symptoms. So the solutions are cosmetic. What do? We go to the root. What is the root? Parents, talk to your children. Let me digress a little. I was in one eatery. After eating, I said, let me just observe for 20 minutes. All the young boys that was coming here to eat, who is not colored dread, he has plaited hair like a woman, and he must pierce their ear. Earring must be here with their oversized polo and oversized trouser.
Maybe they are celebrities.
I'm telling you about all the boys that we are coming there in about the 20 minutes I spent.
And they have nothing doing.
They were just like that. So that's to tell you that now parents are failing in their duty and responsibility in raising children. A young man supposed to be in the university, thinking of how to get a PhD in one particular profession, is only thinking how to ride a car. You see the message? A student, a young man of 24 years will be thinking of what skill will I acquire to create a value that will push me out of that, give me financial freedom when I'm 40 or 45 years. He's thinking of what will I do now? That means he's putting the cat before the horse. What can I do now to get a car? You know, and tell the people that I have arrived. When you have not laid the foundation, they will give you those things naturally. That's what we have right now. And we're in trouble. Then anytime they do one or two things and they hammer, they don't go about.
What's the meaning of hammer? You need to tell her what's the meaning of hammer.
When you use hammer to hit something.
Go and make more money. Go and make more money out of proportion. That's how I have arrived. By the time they now buy that car, they don't have a stable source of income to maintain.
To even maintain it, they will drive it for 1 year, bro.
You'll be thinking of where to
rob.
Mr. Agbalawa has kept his money. Let me go and quickly take it so that I can repair my car, so that my car will be on the road. That is what we are talking about. You don't have a source of income. You want to live like a big man. Sometimes I go to eat, I want to eat something. You see, just small children, the kind of food they will buy, me that is making money, I can't buy it. They begin to pity their parents. That's what I did.
You are right. You are right.
So, how did we get here? So we keep blaming the government, keep blaming police officers, blaming everybody. Parents, talk to your children.
Thank you very much.
That's where we are now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bishop Kalame. I hope you are enjoying the program. It is 60 Minutes Nigeria, and we are grateful to you for spending part of your 60 minutes with us, or your entire 60 minutes with us on the program. We'll take a break now. After that, Honorable Barrister Ben Omodio has a lot to say. To have you back on the program. It is 60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Erusa Agbonlao. I have in the studio Dr. Maxwell Osaige, Dr. Bishop Kalame, and of course Honorable Ben Omodio. We are really, really emotional because insecurity has become a monster bedeviling the growth, the development of Nigeria, and it must be tackled. Well, Ben Omodio, yeah, you've made some very credible comments. But what's the way forward? We've seen what the traditional institution has done. Do you think that will really tackle insecurity? Or you think other measures should also be taken?
I think we must start somewhere.
Okay.
A journey of 1,000 miles must start somewhere.
Yeah.
The government have set the template, which we will always say thank you to the governor of Edo State.
Okay.
He has done well when it comes to this issue. Now, the Oba of Benin has followed suit, but the bottom line still remains that the citizens still have a bigger role to play. Because I said it the last time I came here also, that this crime they are all local. No crime is foreign. They all start from a community. The people who perpetrate this crime, they live in community, or you harbor a stranger in your community to help you carry out this evil. So the way forward is just every one of us to be sincere to ourselves.
Okay.
Our children, we should check what our children are doing. That's very important. Like I by God's grace, I have grown-up children who are in university, and some of them also play football.
Okay.
Now, when they come home with anything that
doesn't belong,
listen, I ask them questions. They are adult too. Yeah. We talk like when we have boys.
You know, you started early.
I say, guy.
Oh, you started early.
I say, guy, how far this thing? What is going on? Because I says, tell me, how did you get it?
Yes.
When he gives me an explanation that is very clear, I will now do my findings. I don't stop there.
Yes.
I do my findings because I've told my children, if you find yourself in any place that maybe you commit a crime, I will not come to the station. I told them, but my late father did not come to the station to pay me money. So I will not come to the station. Yeah. I will leave you to face the law.
Yeah.
And I will come up plain to tell the world that I am his father.
Yeah.
Nami, I am the one who gave birth to him. I did not send him this. So let him face the penalty. Maybe by the time he spends 4 times, God forbid, he will not realize that, oh, what my father was telling me, this is how it's supposed to be. So the traditional institutions, not only that, you know, the last time I said, both the religious institution, every one of us. So buckle up. The way forward is just very simple. Let every one of us be ready to say something. When we see something, let's say something. Yes. When my brother is not doing well, let's say it.
I'm going to interject. You just mentioned something of interest. Now, we'll see what the traditional institution has done. You just mentioned the religious bodies.
Yes.
I know that Dr. Osage is a man of God. He's a clergyman. Apart from being an academic, he will talk on it, but you will start it. If any young man decides to dedicate a car, are you saying the pastor should investigate and say, young man, what are you doing? How did you get this car? The value of this car is so much, and you have not even finished university. Should the pastor go to that extent, or just say, thank you for coming, you are just offering thanks to God? What do you think the religious bodies should do?
The religious body, I thank God you just mentioned him.
Yeah, he's going to talk.
I know him as a bishop, and by God's grace, I'm also.
No, he's not a clergyman. His name is Bishop, but he's not a clergyman.
We are doing today. So, as a religious organization,
okay,
you have to be very contented as a pastor. When a pastor is contented, you're able to speak the truth to the people.
Okay.
Because sometimes when most of these people are not contented, they are after money. They don't care about what their flocks do.
Yeah.
So far, just bring the money in. So, as a pastor, when you see somebody honorably that you know, or maybe you think otherwise, ask question. There's nothing wrong as a pastor. If I'm your pastor, I should be able to ask you question. I have a pastor.
Okay.
My pastor sometimes call me, Benedict, I don't like what you are doing. I say, Daddy, what is that? He will say, I noticed that this thing is like this. Oh, sorry, sir. I will explain to him. So okay. Even the last program I came to this studio, he said, I love this area. He said, I'm watching it. Please make sure you keep the value. Now, what is he trying to tell me? that I'm following you up, even if I'm not your biological father.
Yes.
But in as much as you have submitted to my leadership, you should be able to follow my teaching, at least to a certain level. So what am I trying to say? Let every pastor, bishop, imam, everybody ask questions. When you ask questions, there's nothing wrong. See, if you ask questions, if I ask you some question, if you're not genuine, you walk away from the church.
Yes.
Because you know that I will be able to tell the authority that this person, I don't understand how this person is.
He has questionable character.
That is just it.
Thank you very much. We just ask Dr. Maswe now. He's a clergyman. What's your comment on that? Because we've seen that there are allegations that some pastors will even encourage so-called persons who are not doing right so far they can bring money. We've heard of such accusations.
Oh, sir, what happened to our modern day politics is what has happened to church.
Okay. Maybe you want to tell us.
Yeah, there were a time where we had people going to politics to serve, not the money.
Okay.
So when suddenly the service left, the money takes over, we saw that our political terrain becomes so bitter. Same thing. We have many persons who have called themselves into the ministry.
Okay.
There are no measures by human to actually validate how God called you and how God did not call you.
Okay.
So, because of that, we have more people who are hungry, even babalawos who have removed the red cloth, now wear suit. Third, maybe people are no longer coming, open a church.
And become prophets.
And become prophets. We have a lot of them like that. So they don't care. It's just all about the money and the money and the money. And these same people goes there and do the needful. You say they don't know the difference. Pastor said, it's only you and I that are grounded that knows the difference. But those people who are, they don't know. So where I wouldn't say let there be a regulation to that, because it's supposed to be a free willism thing and everything. But be that as it may, truly speaking, as he said, if somebody brings 10,000 to you, and you know that person does not do one tangible job, because as a pastor in a church, you know those who work,
of course,
and those who doesn't work,
of course.
You know those who have business and those who doesn't have business. If someone that sits in his house from morning to evening, he does nothing, and you call for an offering, he gives you car or he gives you certain amount of money, it is your duty as a good clergyman to call that person, sit down. Sit down. I once said here, if God that created the world and can say in the book and say, let's come and reason together, it tells you of the importance of my choice. Yes. It tells you of the importance of my choice, that there is need for we to harmonize, synergize, so that we can arrive at a valid conclusion. So what we have seen over time is that there is a deviation, a total dichotomy from the norm of what we used to see those days. I want to ride car, I want to wear good suit, just like I want to, at a point we're hearing, I want to buy jet. Pastor want to buy jet. So these things started playing in the minds of all these babalawo, which you call pastors now, that are ravaging that particular sector.
But we see what Governor of Anambra Soludo is doing now. Should that come to place
measures that can help sanitize, because all these things are they are what we call the element of insecurity, whether you like it or not. Because as we speak, see, the last reform that was done in Nigeria Police Force was 2017. Was 2017. And in that reform, a lot of things were said. Those things that were said till date, we are still facing them. Because government on their own part, you agree with me. See, this, I don't owe anybody apology for this. 8 years of Buhari regime was like we went back 60 years. 60 years. So there was no meaningful contribution to the development or developmental strive of Nigeria as a country. So I was speaking to some of my colleagues this morning. I said, how come that we cannot just say for 3 years, we just say, oh, Nigeria has gotten this part right. Oh, Nigeria has gotten the educational sector right. Oh, Nigeria has gotten the health sector right. Or Nigeria has gotten the power sector right. So year in, year out, we just have all the security right. How come we constantly just lament all these things without having a forward movement to some of all these things? As we speak, the same value that we had in police force is now up to 250,000 in Nigeria today. How many? By the UN doctrine, is supposed to, in terms of ratio, it's supposed to be 1 to 400. 1 to 400. But as we speak, it's like one police force to like 40,000 Nigeria. So how do you expect some of all these things to play out? Thank God for what the Senate has done and for what the House of Rep has done. Well, I'm not thanking them. Let me thank the executive, because they are the ones that are supposed to initiate this. But hearing that the executive are not the ones sending a bill to them, then you not ask, who are you not representing? So, well, be that as it may, we've gotten here. The bill has been passed by them, just waiting for ratification by all the state assemblies and the pending signature of the president. So let's now focus. Let's believe that with all this, there will be proper monitoring. At least this is not the issue of sending Mohammed to Ugoni Okoriomo, who knew nothing in Ugoni Okoriomo. So if you get some boys in Ugoni Okoriomo, recruit them. That is your area. If anything happens, you are in Ugo.
That's under the state police.
Yes, under the state, you are in Ugo. So if anything happens in Ugo, you are in charge. So if you also, just like what the Oba of Benin has done now, if this, oh, you are in charge in this area, if anything happens in this area, you is your area, so we should ask you, then that will continue to bring sanity to some of all these things. In terms of what you said, going back to the clergy part of receiving offering from those who are not supposed to receive from, it's not something that we can remove now, because it has eaten deep and deeper into the society. But we will continue to talk. And we'll continue to foster.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bishop Akalame, now the issue of state police has cropped up again, and we're happy the Senate has played its role. The House of Representatives started even before the Senate. Now state houses of assembly and all of that, will play their role as a way forward. Do you think that's the way forward?
For some time now, I've always campaigned that we need to empower our local vigilante.
Yeah, you've always said that.
It's not different from the
state police.
Because in the creation of state police, to me, is duplication of efforts. We need money. We say we don't have money in this country. When we create state police, we're going to pay them. Where is the money?
So there's money.
I'm coming.
Politician has money.
I'm coming. They say there's no money. When they say there's no money, then we need to make sure that the scarce resources we have, we deploy it appropriately for maximum benefit.
Yeah.
Okay, what we need to do, we have police already. Let's equip them more. Buy new vehicles for them.
But have you not seen even in Edo State, they've not buying vehicles for them?
And after 2 years, we don't hear anything.
Don't hear anything again. Okay.
Let them be well equipped then. Their welfare. Increase their. How can a police officer be receiving 120,000 naira? Increase their welfare package.
How much is the minimum wage?
No, I'm coming. These are people, these are essential services. These are essential services. You will be, sometimes you'll be at home, you're on holiday. I never say police are going on holiday.
Media people are also essential workers. How much are media people paid?
I know, I'm coming. So the government have to pay attention to these people. It's not a crazy state police. Let each government, state government, take care of the local vigilante. Let me give you an example. I'll use my local government to give you this Sako East. And I still tell you, there's a young man there now in anti-capacity. When he came, he had to reactivate the local vigilante. He moved with them. I watched him. He moved with them into the bushes.
I think I watched it. One of such clips. Yeah.
He moved with them to the bushes. The police officers are there. Sometimes you see some of the police officers and they accompany them, but the vigilante, because they know the terrain, they understand what is going on there. So they move into the bush to ensure that the people are secure. So I think that is what the government should do, because why I don't always support the the state police is that I don't want to secure by some desperate politicians will now use this as an advantage during the election.
I heard that the governors have been empowered under the arrangement to appoint the commissioners of the state police.
It has to be.
See, I'm telling you, what I'm telling you now is my own opinion.
Yes.
The way I see it.
Yes.
Because we have some persons who are just desperate. They want to hold on to power. I don't want them to be using it as what? As instrument to ensure that they win elections. That is by the way. The state government, just like the Edo state governor is doing, they should empower their local vigilante. The local government chairman, they have to ensure they are doing their work right now. Yeah. Just like I just mentioned it. So if Esther Collins is working, Esther Concentra is working, the body of the governor will be less. Nobody will be talking about the president himself. So we need to start doing something at the moment so that everybody will see. Do you know as it starts right now? Majority cannot travel on the road. You know, you go to the airport, you are going for a business that will give you profit of 300,000 naira. Maybe when you go and cost 300,000 naira to take care of the family, and now you are scared to take the road, or you not take the road. All those boys will just take you and begin to give you knock inside the bush. Then you have to go to the airport. So you want to take a flight. A flight will take you at least a minimum of maybe 450 to 500,000 naira. So that alone has swallowed your profits. So that is not worth doing. So it's better you stay at home than to even travel to stress without getting anything at all. It's as bad as that. You see, it has crippled our economies. We are not paying attention to that. I want to send a message to the governor of Edo State. Thank you so much, because from the very beginning, I said from the money tells the day. Okay. No, when I saw this man for the very first time, I saw humility, because it takes a man with humility to listen to the people. Yeah. When you listen to the people, you don't need to be told what to do. You know, in this Edo State, during Christmases like this, you know how courtesan matter used to be. Yeah. But today the thing has calmed down. There's this reality that we don't need to go this way. When we take over this kidnapping issue, I can tell you that it's a very strong message I sent. And I can tell you, as we speak right now, Edo State will become one of the safest states in Nigeria. And I want to say to him that we, in the Inter-Party Advisory Council, we give him all the necessary support. But what he want to do is that he can also recruit our youth to be what? The forest guard, about 2,000. Deploy them to each local government and push all these elements out of our forest. So that when you are driving, you are going traveling, you will not be scared. Many times when I was going, if I go home, if one or two vehicles doesn't pass me, I will just park.
Thank you, Mitchell.
I just park. Yeah. You are seeing one or two coming before. We have to suspend each other. Let me say this one to you again. Yes. The other day I went to a innovation hall. I was just driving. I parked my vehicle. One guy was just looking at me like this. Then he stopped. I was looking at him.
Everybody's looking at each other. Oh, your road to destiny. Everybody's a suspect.
Each other. If I drive past you, if you look me inside, you have to.
Thank you very much. Well, your concluding remarks.
Well, on the issue of state policing,
yes.
It's a welcome development. Okay. There will always be fears of abuse of power, but you saw that there are clauses inside that laws that the federal police and the National Assembly can step in. You cannot expect the state police, or when it come into existence, that you don't expect them to be involved in national elections. There will be a parameter. Everybody knows their rules, where this federal matter, the national police takes over and so forth. But having said that, let us allow it to come on board. Yeah. They will work side by side. The vigilante will still be there. Whether the forest guard will still be. Let me also tell you, most of these people, they don't live in forests. The buildings you saw the governor bringing down, are they in forests?
No.
They are in our communities. Most of the people live very close to you and I. So we need this state policing. People in your locality, we need every one of them on board. When they come on board, you will see that we'll push them a little bit far. And let me also correct something we said here earlier concerning there's a training video that the policeman saw some people moving with bikes, they were waving them. Let me tell you, I took time to x-ray that this thing. I discovered that, I think I have a publication from the police there, that news is a fake news. That those people were vigilantes going their normal routine and all that. But however, I don't quick in submitting to social media because there are a lot of damages being done to our society through the social media. And not social media is good though, it's very, very good, but there are a lot of disadvantages from our young men. So we welcome state policing, and we also pray that every governor should have the mind to appoint the right persons. For our governor here, I believe the man will always do the right thing, because he has already set the template, and he's not waiting for the federal. You know, we say federal. You collect security votes. Local government collect security votes. What are they doing with it? So we should ask ourselves this question, and I believe that our governor will always give us the very best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr.
I think security is a multi-layer approach.
Okay.
So there is nothing like it too much. Let me use that word. Okay. So the more, the merrier. Bring all of them on board. What matters is that our lives are secure.
Thank you very much. Quick one, Bishop Akalame.
No, we are not yet there yet, but we'll be there. So we need to work on ourselves. We are too in a hurry. Nigerians are too in a hurry. You can even see it in the way they drive, the way they talk, the way they approach issues. We should calm down since we get better.
So, Nigerians, calm down. Always be calming down. On that note, thanks for being a part of this week's edition of 60 Minutes Nigeria. Do have a wonderful weekend. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
Oh, my son, my dear. You will say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where I not over? Yes. You're not do so much. Yes, my dear. Where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, not here. Where's it? What's my dear? Is it?
Ìwàyájí máa pọ̀ mí sáàmàlẹ́. Ìwàyájí máa pọ̀ mí sáàmàlẹ́. Wákùnmẹ́ pèpè ìpìlẹ̀ jẹun. Wákùnmẹ́ pọ̀ mí sáàmàlẹ́.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Yes, Papa.
Look, Caliban, where you know, no, we said, who paid you? Who paid you?
Baba.
Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lote nete dirwe asewa mafoma. Awe buwe dine. Ejo wuhi. Ejo na wele. Ejo na pulupe. Ejo na mnuri ya kwa ewa yoda. Bawi kwa ba. Ojo wuhi. Kajade nena ya dewo yi. Bawi kwa dewo na no mase lo kai.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Higato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that. This. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Of course, this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the Mountain Climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good. Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and you set. Alright, so that was the first set, and we're not wasting time, we'll wait for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds, and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight is, but there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm here for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what can you do? 3, 2, 1. This is when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, we'll just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the reps. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go on the left. To right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Wow. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes to the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So Please let's target our hamstrings. Please just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape like this. On the horse stand, just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though. This is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes to the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's okay, being open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of this exercise is the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2, and I called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. For today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. For today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a strive. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope! Yari yari.